92 loyal skulls in the pile, 92 loyal skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood, 91 loyal skulls in the pile. Now, the timeline has jumped quite a bit. It is now 1994, May 29th, 22 hours, 54 minutes and 34 seconds. And now we can do the proper beginning of the everything. Greetings and welcome. I am Karinto, and today we shall continue with Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend Edition. That is still a massive mouthful. It has been like 3-something weeks since last time because I had technical issues. There was a horrible echo. Hardware problems, software could not fix it, so I had to get new stuff. Fancy toys. I like getting new toys. It's exciting, it's like Christmas, almost. But yes, aside from that, my memory is completely shot. I have no fucking clue what happened last time, because it's been so long. However, we shall recap things after... what do I do? Oh, right, I do other things. There's things. First, we need to humble ourselves, as always, that there are other things happening. We must escape from reality, as always, before we embark on the journey of discovery. Figuring out what these psychokinetic children are doing here. What are they? Why are they there? Who is what? What is who? What is who? Woo? Mr. Woo. This is not making a lot of sense now, isn't it? Anyway, before I completely lose my... I have never had my mind. Let's not pretend. Anyway, as I mentioned earlier, we must first humble ourselves, bring us back down to ground level, or, as God would put it, God admits humans not most impressive creation, according to breakneck reporting from theonion.com, as always, are only a reliable source of information. Everything else is nonsensical chaos that doesn't make any sense. This is the one thing we can rely on, consistently, continuously, and forever. And as I said, we're grounding ourselves into true facts this time. Literally. Published on July 18th, 2012. And God says, "It's mountains," says divine being, in reference to being his most impressive creation, obviously. Because, I mean, look at it. Majestic. They are majestic entities. Let's give it... Oh, that's a smaller picture. It's actually just as small, if not smaller. The Lord told reporters that even a cursory glance at a mountain will show it is superior to all humans. Indeed. Might even weigh more than all humans. From the heavens and the earth, the Lord our God, divine creator and ruler of the universe, announced Wednesday that he considered mountains, not mankind, to be far and away the most impressive thing he had ever brought into being. I kinda have to agree, mountains are pretty fucking cool. Calling the selection not at all challenging to make and kind of a no-brainer, the deity explained that while he felt the human species was a good creation and worthy of praise, a human being simply paled in comparison to the sheer awesomeness of a snow-capped 20,000-foot mountain. Mountains, above all else, are undoubtedly my most splendid creation, God proclaimed. Mountains are incredibly tall. They are also miles wide and are filled with millions upon millions of tons of earth. These facts alone make them objectively more impressive than human beings. Mankind is a good creation, as are the rest of the creatures that roam the earth, but eventually all humans grow old and died. He continued, "Mountains last forever." Calling the geological structures the most important creation to him, living or dead, or of any of the entire planet, The Supreme Being stated that all one needed to do was stand a human being side by side next to a mountain to see how clearly superior a mountain would be in virtually every measurable category. And here we have a helpful diagram. God's reasons why humans are inferior to mountains. Eyes that consistently deteriorate every single day for a person's entire lifespan. Arms, which, at absolute optimal capacity, can only support 350 pounds. Heart that, while admittedly impressive, is certainly no snowy mountain peak. It certainly isn't. Skin that will painfully burn with overexposure to the sun's rays. Kind of a design blunder there. Knee joints which can bend in just one measly direction. That's also an oversight. That really sucks, honestly. Oh well. We make do. He who commanded light to shine out of darkness told reporters that mountains were significantly more pleasing to look at than people, primarily because mountains could be seen from very far away, featured numerous interesting topographical features, and did not grow more unattractive with time the way people did. He also noted that mountains contain slopes, outcroppings, valleys, peaks, and intricate hidden cave systems, all of which were, in and of themselves, more impressive than humans, mainly because man only had a face, body, and that's all, really. The reason there are many more humans than mountains is because humans are far more disposable than mountains, he said. I would not be particularly upset if a large number of humans perished, but if a single majestic mountain were to somehow leave this earth, that would be a very upsetting event. It would certainly be earth-shattering. The all-knowing, all-powerful being went on to state that humans were not even among his top 10 most awe-inspiring creations, adding that it was a little bit presumptuous that mankind would even consider itself to be in the same category as, say, dinosaurs or oceans. Gotta hand it to him, yeah, dinosaurs pretty cool, though he did make them go extinct, so I don't know what he's talking about. And oceans, man, they contain, everything. They contain everything. The latter, he said, came close to mountains, but can't compete when you factor in that some mountains also have avalanches. And avalanches are incredibly impressive. The Lord also pointed out that while it was physically impossible for a human to kill a mountain, the rocky behemoths could easily slaughter a person, and did so nearly every day. A fact that he said was just another reason mountains are categorically better. I only wish I had made more mountains, said God, remarking that whenever he got a chance he shifted around few tectonic plates to make his favorite mountain taller. I love to watch a mountain shooting plumes of molten lava thousands of feet into the air. Nothing a human being can do will ever be able to match that. That is why mountains will continue to stand long after humans are gone, God added. A very, very humbling reminder of our place in life. Indeed. Now, where was I? Ah yes, remembering things. That's an attempt that we're gonna try. Gonna fail at that. Anyway, so last time we were in the perspective of Natsuhiko Tenkawa, a psychokinetic child in the city of science, beyond communication stuff. His classmate Mashiro Toba is also a childhood friend. Then there's Yuri, who got into some kind of accident, who Natsuko feels responsible for, and she's basically living in their house forever, for the past 9 years, and is like a kindly old granny, but also a helpless little bunny at the same time. Yeah, and then there is Luis Yui Sannomiya, who's a transfer student who's also part of a special thing, sent here to protect Natsuhiko from something. There's some kind of shit going on in the laboratory, the labo. Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization, number 6. Which this city is basically built around for. Basically, I think this is my conjecture, but the whole city is just a playground for this kind of research. And they're trying to create, well, unintentionally, they're trying to create gods or something like that. You know, consciousness existing just as a matter of information rather than any kind of physical ties. And we are... Right, Natsuhiko is currently in the present in the laboratory as it's undergoing the calamity and everything else, and he'll end up in the underground room with the Watase Kasasagi eventually, but we're not there yet. We are shifting back to the past when he was in school and going about things and discovering things and us learning about their past and how they got to where they were. We're getting some answers. I feel like we got some answers in the previous part, but what are they? What are those answers? I don't remember at all. Geez, now I need to remember where did I mess up? What did I leave? I did that failed stream on the 5th there days ago, so I need to, that is the non-canonical sense. So we're back to the save point of dreams and reality. This is a very disjointed, confusing thing. Right. Anyway, let's go. Let's go over here. You okay there, Natsuhiko? He's breathing out. He woke up from a nightmare. He was back in Labo. I think he and they were under fire, or like next to some fire or something, or whatever. Anyway, calamity. Anyway, Natsuko sprung up in bed. Huh? You're awake. You're inside your room, so that's fine. For a second, he couldn't tell where he was. But, you know, looking around using your eyes, he took a look around before coming to the slow realization that he was in his room, the best place to wake up in. His heart was still thumping hard. That same dream again. Yes, the dream of you being in the future. Well, in the present, this is the past. We are reliving your past and learning about it. Every so often, Natsuko would wake up from a nightmare like this. But every time he'd wake up, he would forget about the particulars of the nightmare. Dreams tend to do that, they kind of just fade out immediately. It probably had something to do with that day, 9 years ago. Or perhaps, what a way to start the morning. Or perhaps something that's about to happen in the future or the present. Well, yes. Anyway, Natsuko shook his head in frustration before changing and leaving the room. Chapter 3, September 12th, 4 days until the incident. When he got to the living room, Yuri and Luis were already there. I did not forget about calling her Luis, because Salyu is a shitty nickname. I hate it still, and probably will forever. Good morning, Hikarin. And Salyu's just giving him a bitch face. Well, not really a bitch face, just like unimpressed. Yuri greeted him with a warm smile. Luis, on the other hand, just looked at him silently. Yesterday still seemed hard to believe. A beautiful French-Japanese prodigy abruptly moved into his house. But apparently it was no dream. Good morning, Yuri, Luis. Not used to greetings, Luis awkwardly attempted a reply. Morning, Ohio. The moment Luis said that, Mashiro popped out of the kitchen. Yes. Good morning, Natsuhiko. Breakfast is just about ready. Help me prepare. Oh, sure. Mashiro seemed to be the same as always. Yep, the mom of the place. Well, of the breakfast. Natsuko went through the motions of helping to prepare for breakfast, and soon enough a small family-sized portion of French toast, salad and some coffee was laid out on the table. I tried matching today's breakfast to how it's done in Luis's home country. That salad has French dressing and the coffee is French roast. Sure, whatever that means. I don't drink coffee. It's all French style, eh? Looks delicious again today. Yuri's always complimenting everyone. Unimpressed, eh? Okay, everyone, put your hands together and eat the dakimasu. Thanks for the food. And thus they began to eat, leaving Natsuko's bewilderment unresolved. Oh, whatever. It's not important. It's just bewilderment. Mashiro and Yuri were the same as always. Well, why wouldn't they be? They just got a new friend, that's it. But the addition of Luis made this no ordinary morning. Well, get used to it. You're gonna have a full... like 3 more days like this before the incident, and then it's all... your world is gonna get fucked. That was what bewildered Natsuhiko. And then, after breakfast was over, Natsuhiko, Mashiro and Luis had to go to school, so they turned the lights on their way out. I still don't understand that. Were the lights off before? Were they eating in the dark or something? What? I feel like that's just some kind of weird mistranslation. Or something that doesn't make sense outside of Japan. Anyway, the 3 of them departed, leaving Yuri at home. I also feel like I've said that multiple times, even in the stream that is lost to time, the echoey one that you will never see or hear. I mean, technically you're seeing it exactly play by play, but you're not hearing the horrible things. When Mashiro and Natsuko entered the classroom with Luis, it stirred a commotion among their classmates. Tenkawa, why are you with Toba and Miss Sanemiya today? Because he's the protagonist and he's gotta have a harem thing. Because that's the rules. I don't make them up, I kind of resent some of these rules. No, we just happened to get here at the same time. Lie, liar. Natsuko's grandiose answer prompted a chuckle and a whisper from Mashiro. God damn it. Wow, smooth save there, Mr. Natsuhiko. I like Mashiro, she's fun. Silly Mashiro. You sure seem calm about it. We can't say anything unnecessary here. And what would that unnecessary thing be? Unnecessary exactly. Like how we're living together? Who cares? Your relatives. Super far removed. Spaceballs removed, even. Well, I guess it'll help the 3 of us get along if we make this our little secret. Our little secret, eh? Indeed, living together meant that it would be best that they got along at least a little bit. However, Natsuko didn't think sharing a little secret was the best way to achieve that goal. Why not? Sure, I guess it's best to leave it a secret between the 3 of us for the time being so we can avoid any misunderstandings. Okay, good. This is kind of exciting. I guess it is. Little secrets for teenagers. Luis nodded at Mashiro's words. I wonder. Maybe I should adjust that a little bit more. There we go. You can hear the audio. Oh, you're right. I figured out what the compressor does in like the auto ducking thing. Where it like, weird. Anyway. Sidechain ducking source whatnot. Automatically makes it silent. If I go silent for a second... Yeah, the audio in the background picks up on its own. And then my spot speaking goes back down. Very fancy. I always wondered how that was. Oh, didn't wonder enough to figure it out until just now. Well, recently. Anyway, Natsuko sighed a little as he made it to his desk. Ding dong dong. The first lesson of that day was parapsychology. Hello, Miss Anna. Now then, today we'll review yesterday's field trip. Oh right, they went to the labo thing, and she got super excited. Basically a field trip for her, rather than any of the students, because it kind of went all over most of their heads. We learned a lot of things we usually don't touch upon during our regular classes, didn't we? So, what did you all learn? Care to start? Mr. Natsuhiko Tenkawa. He was busy being distracted. A devilish smile formed on his face when she saw Natsuko surprised to hear his name called out so suddenly. It appeared to be payback for him spacing out yesterday. That happened as well. He was distracted. He got a new friend and whatnot, who's also here to protect him and do things and weird stuff. But you were so nice yesterday. You're so mean, Professor. Well, she's young adult. She can have her fun. Yeah, like how about that link between the brain and BC that the staff member mentioned? I'm trying to sound as awkward. It's like, am I getting these words correctly? Exactly. Research in the fields of BC and brain physiology are closely related. Anna tapped on her own head as she spoke. In short, BC is direct brain-to-brain communication. It incites stimuli in a third party's brain cells, causing the secretion of neurotransmitters. Other students began to raise their voices at those words. That's how it works? You'd think it was. Oh, I'm sure we've gone over that in class. Well, you don't necessarily need to know the underlying principles in order to use BC. But there's no harm in learning, is there? No, there isn't. In layman's terms, telepathy stimulates the parts of the brain responsible for hearing to produce the same response as if it were actually hearing it. Conversely, empathy works by catching thoughts that leak from other people's brains and interpreting them as spoken words. So either way, they're both kinds of hallucinations. I mean, it does sound like the actual sounds, but what really happens is that the information is directly conveyed to the brain, so... True, but since it's the brain perceiving the information, that might already make it a hallucination to begin with. Yeah, brain is weird. What do you mean? Look, brains are weird and complicated, don't question it. Let's see. Do you all know what blind spots are? The stuff you don't see if you're blind. Blind spots, I have heard of them, but... Humans lack photoreceptors on the retina where the optic nerve passes through it. You actually don't see anything there. You mean there's a blank spot in the middle of our vision? Yeah, but the brain's really good at filling in the blanks. Natsuko couldn't quite follow what Enna was saying. I guess it is a little hard to explain in words, so instead I'll send you a figure so you can experience it firsthand. Enna fiddled with the computer to send image data to the students' tablet PCs. Indeed, yes, the dots. Oh yeah, the dots. Right, I'm remembering this, it never happened for your perspective, but if you focus on the dots and blink with one eye closed, get close to it, stare at one dot, blink a few times and the other dot might disappear eventually, or something like that. No. Okay, so close your right eye and use your left eye to look at the dot on the right. Yeah, those are weird things. Natsuko looked at the dot as instructed, and then slowly move your face closer to the screen. It'll just kind of disappear. Once you're about 15 centimeters away, what happens? You get eye damage from being so close to the screen, first of all. But the dot also disappears. Fancy that? Natsuko couldn't help but exclaim. The dot that he could have sworn was there had disappeared. Because your brain is just interpreting things. The other students appeared to have the same reaction, and the classroom broke into a commotion. Understand what happened, class? The black dot entered the left eye's dead spot. The dead spot is a place where the eye cannot see, or in other words, an empty space. Humans cannot see anything inside those dead spots. I see. But that's kinda strange. How can you have a hole in our vision without normally being aware of it? Look, the brain is really, really good and really, really stupid. It is strange, isn't it? That's because the brain automatically fills in the gap. It fills in the gap? Okay, next I'll send you an image to demonstrate how that works. And with that, Enna sent the students another image. Because the brain just needs... it's easier for the brain to function if it just assumes information rather than working off of everything that it actually has. Because it doesn't have everything. So just look, it's just easier to just make shit up and go along with it than it is to face a reality. That's true for people on apparently every single level of consciousnesses. Right. It was a figure with a black line with a break on one side and a dot on the other. Same thing as last time. Close your right eye and use your left eye to look at the dot. Follow the instructions. As instructed, Natsuko closed his right eye and brought his face closer to the image. And when he did, Natsuko was surprised once again. Now the broken line appeared to be smooth and continuous. Indeed, interesting, isn't it? Because the brain thinks it makes more sense for the line to be continuous. Yes, this is what I mean when I said the brain automatically fills the gap. Because of your blind spot, you can't see the part where the line is broken. But your brain functions automatically to fill in that gap. Advanced AI nonsense stuff. except that's actual just regular intelligence. Furthermore, this is always happening, even when you're just looking at your environment normally. Bit too brainy for Mr. Natsuhiko. Natsuko finally realized. So the reason the line looked continuous was because that's how my brain filled in the gap, eh? In other words, the brain apparently assumed that the line wouldn't suddenly just break there. It's obviously continuous, because that makes the most amount of sense. And in the same way, the brain is continuously or automatically filling in the dead spots. So that's why we're never consciously aware of our dead spots in everyday life, because that would just make things very complicated and unnecessarily confusing. Understand, class? This is what I meant when I said that things the brain perceives are hallucinations to begin with. What lies before our eyes isn't exactly seen the way it actually is. Everything, without exception, is filtered by the brain before we perceived it. Nothing is real, everything is permitted. Well, not really, but you know. What we see isn't everything, and everything we see isn't necessarily real. Don't believe your lying eyes. But you know, most of the time do, because it helps. So maybe everything she's saying is a hallucination as well. That's going a little bit too far. But it might have been a bit of a stretch to say that. Natsuko chuckled to himself. So, do you now understand that when humans perceive their world, it has to be through their brain as a necessity? Well, we are our brain. Everything else is just a vehicle for the brain. Like, we are just a blob of neurons and water that's just got electricity running through it. That's controlling a skeleton and meat puppet, basically. Yeah, that's basically what it is. That's why we can easily lose limbs and still function perfectly fine, because it's just a limb, it's part of the vehicle. Like, if a car loses its... I'm not sure the car metaphor is great for this, though. Because nothing really functions as the brain in a car. It's the human, but not necessarily anymore. It's getting weird with, like, self-driving cars and stuff like that. Though... that would be nice. Hey, I lost my track of thought. Train of thought? Oh, as if my thoughts are on a train. That would imply there's a track and some kind of structure to that. It's like a flock of seagulls and magpies that see a shiny object. And then they are drawn to it somewhere else to the side. But then one of them shouts and goes off looking at a piece of bread. What? Okay, that's not. Anyway, moving on. BC, as you all know, is communication directly influencing the brain. Give me your brains. Theoretically, that influence isn't limited to the sense of hearing. Perhaps it's not limited to just telepathy and empathy either. Well, it's the brain. It's literally anything. Your perception of reality. Pain is not real. That's why we have... no, it's only like... pain is just receptors in the places telling you that something is wrong. That's why in places where there's fewer nerve endings and stuff like that, like at the back of the elbow, or just the elbow, well, if you touch that, you pinch that as hard as you fucking can, you barely feel anything there. Now, do you? Like really dig in with your nails there. Like, see how little pain there is from that. Even though the damage, technically, is being the same as if you were pinching, like, the tip of your finger. But you try and do that, and that's fucking painful. Because it's more important, there's more nerve endings and stuff like that. Wait, I'm not sure if that thought relates to what we were reading right now, but anyway. If visual influencing telepathy exists, then perhaps taste reading empathy could also exist as well. Taste reading oh fuck me. That sounds horrible. God. Everyone has different tastes. Jeez. Horror. The horror of that sentence. Fuck me. Perhaps one can even convey the entire world when perceives to someone else. The total perspective chamber. If you can survive that, then well, congratulations. Your mind is capable of more than anything else. The possibilities of BC are endless, so keep training every day until you can come up a new path yourselves. Come up with a new path yourselves. Who knows? One day you might find a third ability beyond that of telepathy or empathy. Oh, we already know it's gonna happen. Natsuko's gonna turn into a god and he will like it whether or not he wants to or not. He doesn't want to, but he will be forced to when confronted with a stressful situation. He's gonna go Super Saiyan, but instead of his brain will just pop out of his physical body and just exist as a thing. They're just kind of fifth dimensional being. Yeah. And the springboarded off that note to begin the actual lesson. The connection between the brain and BC, the parts of the brain that perceive BC, the theoretical mechanisms, yada 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 yada. She reached a good stopping point right as the bell rang. Class ended, and as they left into the hall, they heard the usual bizarre commotion. Fuck me, hell. They heard hell. They heard hell, is what this is. God, kid, seriously. Try imagining, thinking back to yourself in your teenage years. What kind of thoughts were going through your mind? Now, multiply that by 1,000, or I guess a couple hundred, and then all of them beaming into your brain simultaneously. Fucking circle of hell. That is a circle of hell. We're about to enter a glimpse of that. Fucking hell. God. Miss Munakata, could you please give me your answer? You fucking coward. Go up to her and confess your feelings, like let her know who the fuck you even are. Become her friend first, instead of this nonsense. I'm sorry, I didn't need to put you in such a tough spot. Well, then, fuck you. What? If you didn't mean to do this, then don't do it in the first place, you coward. You weakling piece of shit. How many times do I have to tell you? You using telepathy is what's putting me in a tough spot. Come see me in person and maybe then we can talk. Exactly. But that's too high of a hurdle for me to reach. It's embarrassing. Well, fuck you then. You don't get the girl then. You've been confessing in front of the entire school. A little late to shy away now. You're such a weirdo, you know. Okay, let's get this started, Shin. Our secret training for directional telepathy. Oh fuck, I just remembered what these guys were about to talk about. Fuck these guys. Okay, let's try it. Benizaki. That still sounds like a fake name as fuck. Let's do this. Miss Anna's bus looks about 91 centimeters. How's that? Hear me? Loud and clear. Wait, crap, now that I think about it, we can't tell if it's directional or not, if it's just the two of us. You fucking dumbasses. Good job. At least you realize something. Maybe you'll learn next time. I hope we don't get it next time. Fuck me. No. What? Yes, congratulations. Oh boy. Alright. A little glimpse of hell. If you want to create your own setting for hell, here's this is a very, very good example of that. Just force people to listen to teenagers' thoughts. That's it. That's just torture. That's absolute fucking torture. Mashiro started to talk as a way of actively ignoring the noise. Hey, Natsuko. That was an interesting lesson, wasn't it? Yeah, that's a first for parapsychology. Oi, don't be mean, you fuck. That was kinda odd, wasn't it? If it's all true, that means the world I see and the world you see could actually be completely different, doesn't it? Indeed. But ultimately that doesn't actually matter, because you both agreed that this thing is that. And so colors are the easiest thing. Like for me, red is red, but for you, red is what would be green for me. But because we can't like exchange our perceptions like that, that shade is red for you, and this shade, and the same shade, it looks different to me, it's still red. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if the red you perceive, I would perceive as green. Or the other way around? No. Fuck. Anyway, doesn't matter. You're still interpreting the same original output. No, the same input data. You're just perceiving it differently. It's still the same stuff. So it doesn't matter ultimately. The core object of what it actually is doesn't change. Does it? Visual and auditory hallucinations are an obvious example of how different people perceive things differently, right? Some people see things others don't see, or hear things other people don't hear. Yeah, that's true. Visual and auditory hallucinations are a category of brain activity. So if those activities vary from person to person, then so too does perception. 8 billion people in the world have 8 billion brains, each perceiving 8 billion different worlds. Indeed, until we get to the hive mind stage, which I don't think we will. No, we're not really built for that. Yes, we're not the Borg or the Tyranids, we can't really do that. We'll all be separated always by our different perceptions of the reality. Each of them perceives their own world as the world, but that world of theirs can perhaps at times become distorted. Sure, that's kind of a scary thought. Not really. Wait, actually it kind of is. In a way, it is. Because when it gets distorted, it's still a reality to them. Even though it's from our perspective, it would look distorted, but from their perspective, it's still the same reality. Well, it's their version of reality. We're having a lot of examples of that happening in the world in the recent history. I'm sure that whenever anyone listens back to this, whenever I listen back to this, that will still be true. It's always been true, actually. You go back 100 years, people still thought the world was what it wasn't. You can find examples of that all throughout history. I mean, that's what the religious crusades are. Differences in ideologies and psychologies and... No, that's not the right word. Anyway. For some reason, Natsuko felt a chill. Chill down your spine. Do you feel a chill down your spine? This isn't a directional microphone. Doesn't matter if I'm on the right or on the left. It still sounds the same. I think I've set it to mono even. No, I haven't. Well, that doesn't matter. So, I guess in a certain sense, telepathy is a way to intentionally cause auditory hallucinations then. Well, there's a peculiarity to the way it sounds, so you can tell it's telepathy though. It'd be annoying if that weren't the case. You'd lose track of what's a real voice, what's an auditory hallucination, and what's telepathy. Some people are working on that, some people would prefer that. You know, that would be very, very useful for malicious actors. If that were the case though, would there be some concrete way of figuring out if something were a real voice or not? Probably not. Mashra casually mocked, and suddenly got a response from behind. No, there wouldn't. Hello, Louise. They turned around in shock, only to find that Louise had been standing right behind them before they noticed her. Well, she is tiny, so it's perfectly reasonable to not notice her. And as we see in this image here on the screen right now, she isn't the only blonde-haired person. There's one with really bright yellow hair. It's probably dyed, but still. And she's kind of like a one of those pastel blonde type of color things. Pastel yellow beige thing. Sharp blue eyes though, although I'm more interested in the sharp red eyes. I guess they're not that sharp, they're more like a bit darker than to be sharp. They're not demonic crimson. You can't think of a way either, Louise. I can't because it doesn't exist. It's just as difficult as attempting to differentiate a real voice from an auditory hallucination. Really? Well, I mean, yeah. Your brain hallucinates things based on its own experiences, and experiences hearing other voices, so it just recreates that. So of course it would perceive it to be the same. The brain at times believes that hallucinations are real. Again, filling in the gaps type of thing. It needs to do that. What do you think happens then? Well, reality becomes fiction. No, fiction becomes reality. Right? Louis switched her glance from Mashiro to Natsuhiko. What happens if you think that hallucinations are real? Well, you do things that don't conform to reality. What would happen? I really don't know. Wouldn't a hallucination still be a hallucination though? Wouldn't you feel fear if you heard or saw something out of the ordinary? Well, if it's a hallucination, then it's not out of the ordinary. No. The air seemed to creak at the moment Louise cut in. Oh yeah, there was a very, very faint cracking sound effect. The moment the brain decided to believe it, the person hallucinating fully accepts it as the truth. The truth. Since the hallucination exists to that person, they feel no fear nor doubt. Even though it's a hallucination, well, it's not to them. Duh, pay attention, Natsuhiko. Even though it's a hallucination. A flustered Mashiro cut in after Louise's firm assertion. Hey, Louise, what's this all of a sudden? Look, she's being realistic. Weren't you the one who started this conversation? Yes, she was. Because she wanted to get away from the annoying bastards talking about bus sizes. Which is totally reasonable. Anything other than annoying bastards talking about those kind of things. Louise responded vaguely to Mashiro and continued. An example. In 1857 there was an inventor in the French commune of Wissembourg who was trying to create a telephone. French commune Wissembourg. It's French again, fuck you French. But it sounds like that, Wissembourg. I was about to say it sounds very English, but like English was super heavily influenced by the French language, so it doesn't actually matter, doesn't count. Anyway, it was said to be technically impossible at the time, but he still stepped up to the challenge. 12 years and many hardships passed, and then the inventor finally succeeded, or at least thought that he did. The inventor thought he did. He gathered all the people for the grand unveiling of the telephone's debut. He installed the telephone in the house next door. The neighbors spoke to the inventor through the receiver and said, "Hello, can you hear me?" But at his own house, this is what the inventor heard through the receiver. "Congratulations, you are a grand inventor." The telephone was completely inoperable. But he wanted to be operable. He spent 12 years working on this thing, so of course he has to believe. Finally paid off the placebo. No, what am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of anymore. Anyway, that moment a chill ran down Natsuhiko's spine. Why? People get delusional. It's normal. Although I guess you have been exposed to that too much. That's a spooky story. Not really. In short, it's thought that the voice he heard through the receiver was a type of hallucination. Perhaps the inventor had gone mad. Well, that's maybe taking it a bit too far. People just want gratification for hardships. In the end, the inventor never once doubted that he had truly invented the telephone, even though it was irreproducible. In 1876, when Graham Bell received the patent on the telephone, the other inventor filed a lawsuit saying his invention had been stolen. No way. He was that deluded in his beliefs, or he thought it was real. That's kind of how that works. Natsuko was reminded of what Yuri had told him about memories last night, but felt like something was just a little different. Memories last night plus add 3 weeks to that. No fucking clue what that's about anymore. I have no idea. Anyway, but Louise answered with a nod. The brain actively works to rationalize its perceptions and eliminate inconsistencies. This is just an obvious example of that. Depending on the circumstances, the brain will even distort a reality. Oh yeah, if it's beneficial, it will distort reality. It's not like, as far as the inventor was concerned, the hallucination was the truth and the real voice was the fabrication. No matter what those around him said, he never once doubted what he thought to be the truth. And so, Mashiro raised her voice before Louise could finish. "Louise, come on, what?" Natsuhiko gasped. Mashiro's voice was trembling. Over what? I don't really get that. "Hey, Louise, please stop. That story's kinda scary." "Really? Really?" Like, it's just people being delusional. That's pretty normal. That happens. They believe fiction, and that fiction becomes their reality, and they base their whole lives on it. Like, that's just something that happens. I didn't mean to scare you. No, I'm sorry, please. Forget it. What's wrong, Mashiro? You don't like scary stories? Look, There's psychological horror is one of those things that's like, I'm not a fan of it. I don't count this as psychological horror yet, but everyone's got their thresholds. Yeah, I guess I'm not good with those kinds of stories. She's not sure. Mashra spoke with a wry smile as she held a finger up to her temple. That was a pretty good horror story though, Louise. But if you scare me too much like that, you're gonna make me cry. Well, it's not a story or a horror one, it's just facts. Maybe. I tried looking it up the last time, but I couldn't find anything relevant to this. So I don't know. Maybe my Googling skills are pathetic as fuck. But anyway, I'm gonna make you cry. Come on, if you still tell stories like that again, I might have to tell on you to Dr. Tenkawa. You hear? Gasp. Not that lady. Louise's face stiffened at those words. Roger, I'll be careful. Please, for real. For real. With a pitiful look on her face, Masha glanced at Natsuhiko. What? Was it that scary? I guess even you can act like a girl from time to time. Wait, come on. Being scared isn't like male or female. It's not irrelevant to that. It's about your own personal experiences of what things influence you or not. Natsuhiko, come on now. Oh, shut up. I'm okay with ghosts and stuff, but I'm terrible with psychological horror. Well, that's good to know. So, ever heard of this story? What story? There was this experiment in America after World War II meant to test the limits of human madness. Madness? I haven't heard that story, but please stop. I've already got a bad feeling about this. She said the words. Again. First, they attached electrodes to the experimental subject and locked them in a room. I don't want to hear any more. And then in another room, there was a button you could push to send them an electric shock. La la la, can't hear you. I like when characters sound silly like that. Natsuko smirked to see Mashra plugging her ears. Never knew she had such a weak spot. I guess there are some things you don't know about people even after you've been with them for so long. Louis looked on in wonder at Natsuko and Mashra's banter. There were no particularly memorable lessons after that. The experiment of human madness, I believe. I mean, there's been tons of those. I think that, that's a fairly common one where you put someone in a room and another person in the room, like, do this. Like, oh yeah, test. No, not. It wasn't madness. It was more about testing how far people are willing to go if they are ordered to, and they are told that there are no consequences for their actions because, consequences are on the person ordering them to do this. And a surprising amount of people would go as far as pushing the button when it was said that this level of electric shock would kill that person in the other room. Now, they didn't actually have the other person hooked up to any electricity. They just told them to scream when it got more at different intensity levels. At some point, at the highest level, they would scream and then go silent. And a surprising number of people went that far. More than they imagined. The power of taking away a responsibility. It kind of frees you to do all kinds of horrible things, honestly. So lots of people are dumb. People aren't great, honestly. We're not great. I mean, you look at when people stampede on doing sales, there's every now and then happens. Had to stop, and then people are just animals still. Come on now, you're people, you're supposed to be better than that. But no, when there's some kind of Black Friday sale or something like that, or whatever equivalent we have in Europe. Do we have equivalents like that in Europe? I'm not sure. I haven't really paid attention to those. I just buy things when I need them instead of waiting around for a sale or looking at, oh, there's a sale on stuff, but I don't actually need this. So fuck it. I don't need that. I'm gonna buy it when I need it instead of waiting around or anticipating it to go for sale, something like that. Anyway, yeah, there's a big sale, people will stampede and they'll accidentally trample people to death. That's just, if those aren't pack animals and mindless sheep and whatnot, then I don't know what it is. Come on, for fuck's sake. Animals. We need to get over those kinds of hurdles in our psyche if we want to actually move on properly. Get rid of this bullshit idea. The idea of being emotional outbursts being part of human nature? Well, no. Yes and no. They are, but so is controlling us, understanding that we are in a state of emotional outburst, and calming down before it gets too far, before it causes damage. That's important, to always be in control of yourself. That's what makes us human. Instead of these emotions, I mean, it is both emotions and the ability to control and suppress our emotions. Both things make us human. Both. Not one or the other. Both of them at the same time. Anyway, there were no particularly memorable lessons after that. Memorable lessons after that. I should stop rushing. I don't need to rush anywhere. Lunch break ended, and the afternoon classes swiftly came to a close. Ding dong dong. After school. Natsuko stretched and called out to the seat next to him. Alright, Mushroom, how about we head... He stopped before he could finish. Luis was staring directly at him. Alright, you coming with us, Luis? Yes. Natsuko felt an odd sense of tension and distance with her. There was something about her ominous story that bugged him too. Ominous story? About the inventor? Was it that ominous? Really? Although maybe it might have been a made-up story here for this game specifically. Although history's full of weirdos who think things. It's kind of hard to talk to her. What do I do? I wouldn't know. I'm not a social person. I just listen and like nod in agreement and like occasionally make like a obvious comment and let them do the talking. I don't really care, honestly. Like, good for you about talking things, about things you care about. Like, I'll feign interest. I might actually be interested, but yeah, there's only so much that I have to contribute to any kind of piece of conversation. Cause like, I like to keep my opinions to myself. Well, not really, not here. Obviously, it's literally the opposite. This is the stream of consciousness where I just let everything pour out without thinking. Anyway, what's wrong with you two? Still feeling awkward around each other? Just try to act natural when you talk. Natural. Oh yeah, that's gonna make things natural and simple. Nah, wait, Mushroom, what about you? How can you be so calm? Cause she's a social animal. Come on now. Weren't you quivering in fear from Luis's story earlier today? Well, yeah, it's a story though. Luis is still Luis though. Come on now, dude. It's been a whole day. How can you not have already gotten used to her perfectly, completely, like she's just natural part of your group of friends? What? Still talking about that? You worry too much, Natsuko. Like, see, she's already moved on the fact that like, oh, this is a new person. I like this person. We are friends now. We've been friends forever, basically. I like that. Or so you say. It was not as if he could lower his guard with the flip of a switch. Far from it. It was only stronger today compared to yesterday. Even if you tell us to talk naturally, it's not like we have any topics in common to talk about. Good grief. That's so antisocial of you. Let's see, what can we do about that? Mashiro fell silent to ponder for a second, and then clapped her hands together. Okay, let's all go shopping today. Shopping, yeah. Huh, but didn't we just go shopping the day before yesterday plus 3 weeks ago? No, that was boring grocery shopping. This is actual shopping. That was grocery shopping. It doesn't count. Luis, you've just moved in, so there's a bunch of stuff you need too, alright? No, not particularly. No need to hold back. I mean, it's just so boring to just go straight back home, isn't it? The weather's nice too, perfect shopping weather. So how about the three of us go shopping? Shopping. Going shopping on your own is fucking nightmarish. Like when it's not grocery shopping, I can't force myself to do that. I should do that more often. Fuck me. A reminder for myself, future self, as you are listening to this, whenever. The thing you need, go and get it. Fuck, it's not that hard. Just grit it and go buy the thing that you need. Like socks. You need socks, you're always gonna need socks. You listening here, if you're a youngster, you're always gonna need extra pairs of socks. Trust me, you'll go through a bunch. You can never have enough socks, honestly. I mean, okay, if you have multiple drawers full of socks, that's maybe a bit too much, but if like one drawer full of socks, Nah, that's fine. That's normal amount. I'll go if Natsuhiko goes. That's an interesting stipulation. Alright, no, wait, no, it's not. She's there to protect him, so she'll go wherever he is, more or less. Natsuko jumped at the abrupt answer. Was Louise perhaps trying to lower her guard around him too? If that were the case, it would mean Natsuko was the only one being obstinate. Quite the awkward situation. Well, you are a bit of an awkward guy, so... Well, fine, then. Surrender. Okay, that settles it. Well, here we go. Louise nodded expressionlessly. Natsuko nodded with a sigh. I do think I need to adjust one little thing. Just one little thing. There we go. There we go. And so Mashiro took them to Center Street. But still, how did things turn out like this? Because you're weak to peer pressure? As Natsuko pondered this turn of events, Mashiro was to his right, enjoying herself. Louise was to his left, sulking. Come on, Louise, cheer up. You're in a fancy district, the shopping center. Lots of banners and big names and stuff like that. Louise, is there anything you want? Not in particular. Come on now. Then what did we come here for? Good question. Natsuko had that thought, but said nothing. Good. It was Mashiro's idea, so don't upset her. She's a good kid. He just followed silently wherever Mashiro took him, like a good little doggy. Have you gotten everything you need for daily life? The professor already bought me the essentials like a towel, a toothbrush, and underwear. That should be plenty. That's... I mean, a towel is good. Never leave home without a towel. If there's one piece of advice that's really good from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a towel is your best friend. You can wrap things in it, you can dry yourself off, you can take shelter from it, you can sleep on it. It's so useful. So useful. But you probably want 2 towels, because one it'll eventually get dirty and you'll need to wash it, and then you'll be without a towel for a bit until it dries. Toothbrush and underwear, that should be plenty. That's so little though. Although it's hard, actually it's very hard to come up with the essentials. Aside from like other utilities like shower stuff. I don't know. Putting myself on the spot like this. Moving on. That's why we have visual novel. I can just move myself on from the awkward silences. You live so simply. Even though you seem like a princess. Natsuko was surprised to learn about that side of Louise, but... Oh, we did learn that she's like 14 years old, right? Or is that still yet to come? No, we did learn that earlier. Much earlier. That's when he noticed something. Wait a second. What about clothes? Eh? You were wearing your uniform even when you came to the house. Don't tell me those are the only clothes you have. Is that a problem? It kind of is. You do want... I mean... Kinda. You do need to change out in fresh set of clothes. It feels really nice. Honestly, it feels really nice. You get used to the same clothes wearing for days on end. Sure, I get that. Especially during long weekends where I'm like, I don't need change. I'm not going outside anywhere, so why the fuck would I change into anything? Or out of anything? But man, putting on. Yes, it's a good feeling. Fresh clothes are a good feeling. Yes, do it. Do it more often. It's nice. I knew it. We are talking about mom here, so I guess she didn't even think about clothes for Louise. She's a scientist to the core and doesn't understand humans. She's studying humans, but she doesn't understand them. Indeed, Dr. Tenkawa was completely unconcerned about clothing. She's always in her lab coat. After all, she spent her days in a lab coat year-round, which made her apathetic about other people's clothing as well. Aww. Oh boy, that does sound like something the professor would do. In that case, let's go buy you some clothes, Louise. I have my uniform, so I'm good. You're not. That's not enough. That's no good. You're a girl after all. Oh, that's no reason. It's good to just buy a new shirt. Fuck me, I need to remember. I keep forgetting, I need to buy one of those like Hawaiian t-shirts. Those are fucking awesome. With those like various flower pattern things or whatever, palm trees, something like that. Future me. If you're listening and you don't have a Hawaiian shirt yet, Shame on you. Fix that. Besides, if you spend all day in your uniform, it's going to get wrinkly and smelly because of the sweat and stuff, and just exposure to the elements and other people and everything. But I actually don't have that much money on me. Whatever. Natsuko's paying. Relax, Natsuko's picking up the tab. Right, I did remember that. That's correct. Because he's the man here, eh? We're gonna go by like gender tropes. Let's put that in here as well. I am. Indeed you are. And if you are footing the bill, then may as well buy something good for yourself too, mate. Natsuko was terrified to be suddenly volunteered. I do like that kind of phrase. To be volunteered. That is a fantastic expression. The turn of events. But that's when Mashiro whispered into his ear. Why not, Natsuko? It's just for clothes. I'm sure the professor wouldn't mind, right? Yeah, I don't think she would give a shit about anything, honestly. If it's not work-related or something that's truly extravagant and useless, then I feel like Dr. Tinga would be like, yeah, okay, and move on, because she's got other shit to do, like creating a god out of thin air, basically. Like laser beams of internet into each other to create a consciousness. Or something like that. Because they were talking in one of those books like just information being another form of existence, a thing, whatever. So you literally just beam enough information to one spot, relatively. It coalesces and becomes sentient or something like that. I mean, that's something like that's gonna happen to Natsuko, obviously. He's gonna go through a metamorphosis of sorts. Something like that. Or something like that. And then he'll become a god. A psychokinetic god that can transcend time and isn't concerned about space. Space. The professor left Natsuko in charge of a credit card for times like these. That's what they use to buy groceries, but Natsuko still showed day-to-day moderation. That's a good habit, ultimately. But still, Mashiro, usually you're the penny pincher. I guess rare things do happen sometimes. Oi, sometimes you do need to splurge. I'm a bit of a penny pincher as well, but I splurged a bunch on upgrading my PC to be able to do all of the things now. And now I will be damned if I have to spend anything on this computer for the next, like, 3 years. Like, I got nothing left to upgrade or change. I really hope nothing breaks, because these parts are becoming expensive. It's not great. It's not great. Not great, but it does feel nice. It's not great, but it's nice. God damn it. But look, it's just so pitiful to leave Louise with only the clothes on her back. It is. If you're that against it, I don't mind paying out of pocket. I'm fine either way. So what will it be, eh? Now that Mashiro had gone that far, it was very difficult for Natsuko to decline. Indeed, an ultimatum. Fine. I'll pay. Okay then, that settles it then. Explain the circumstance to the professor for me, okay? And with that, Mashiro turned back to Louise. Louise, your sponsor's given the go-ahead, so pick out whatever clothes you like. A happy face. Okay, if you two insist, then I shall have you make the purchase for me. She sounds determined and a little excited. I like that. Her phrasing was odd, but for the time being, it looked like they had reached an agreement for the time being. Time being. Yes, that's poorly written there. An editor missed this string of sentences. That was a weak reaction, was it? She's just, what's the word I'm looking for? Her reactions are always level, cool-headed, very restrained. That's not the word I'm looking for, but that's the one I can recall right now, so we'll go with it. Perhaps clothing was of no importance to Louise. Almost slipped up there. Alrighty, in that case, let's go to that clothing store over there. Mashiro pointed to a nearby store. They've stocked with nice clothes at cheap prices. A meal. DWL. One look inside and sure enough they had racks full of tasteful clothing. I see. Okay, I'll be waiting outside so you two can... No, you're coming inside. What are you talking about, Natsuko? Help us choose. Yeah. The awkward classic situation. The guy goes in embarrassing and like forced to choose which looks cuter, huh? We need to hear a boy's opinion too, alright, Luis? God damn it. Please. See? Come on, you too, Natsuko. No escape. Hold on now, you don't have a choice here. Mate, this is a classic situation in rom-coms. You don't get a choice. You will go into that shop and look at girls showing off their change of clothing. And you will be forced to give an opinion. And you will be bashful, you will close your eyes, you will have a face buried in your hands. And you will like just randomly pick one or the other. Mashiro nearly dragged Natsuko and Luis into the clothing store. And a quick invisible montage later, and as Mashiro started to choose clothes for Luis in high spirits. She had Luis try on different outfits, as if she were playing dress up with a doll. And in the end, they singled out the clothes that suited Luis the best, made their purchase and left the store. As they walked through town, Mashiro turned to Luis and mused. Hey look Luis, everyone's turning their heads and they had the budget for different outfits as well, haha. It's a nice dress, honestly. It's a nice little red dress with a white shirt and stuff. It's fine. She's a little embarrassed. Saw you shy. Damn it. I slipped up. It happened. -1 point for me. Luis shyly looked away. Luis had borrowed the dressing room to change into her new clothes right away. And Mashiro looks stylish. I like that. Again, mini skirt's a bit too mini for me. Although honestly, they're always with the goddamn tiny mini skirts. Like, come on. I looked up like the Japanese like dress codes and stuff like that. They're not that tiny. The school uniforms. Like, come on now. Like, really, this kind of mini skirts. Seriously. Like, I understand why people draw those like that, but come on. It's a bit much and too ubiquitous, too omnipresent everywhere, all the time. Oh well. Not gonna say I don't like it, but I'm annoyed by the fact that it's just so omnipresent and all the time. And not just her, but Mashiro too. Wait, why did you have to change too? No, before that. When did you even buy that? Look, she's multitasker. She's got energy. See, she's smug. Why not? Picking out clothes for Luis got me in the mood to dress up too, see? And naturally, I paid out of my own pocket. How's it look? It looks nice. Mashiro, I think you're cute too. Cute? Sure. Looks stylish, I would say. Oh, you flatter me. Your big sister is super happy. Hugs. With Mashiro patting her on her head, Luis looked just as cute as a typical girl her age. Indeed, that is cute. Looks like Mashiro's completely lowered her guard around Luis, eh? But Natsuko still had some misgivings. He still recalled what happened the day before yesterday in the back of his head. He remembered seeing Luis, the only one in the sea of onlookers who calmly looked at him instead of the accident. Indeed, the accident where... what's his name? Come on, brain. I remember his name. Fuck, I don't remember his name. Damn it. Oh well, it's bizarre no matter how I think about it. Isn't it strange for her to look straight at me and me alone right after a big accident like that? No, I can't remember it. I remember the other ones, Watasuka Sasagi, Jin Moribe, Kazumi Tachibana, and Tsubakiyama. I mean, she's still here as well. But the researcher, Keiji Okita, yes, I think. I'm 90% certain that's correct. Keiji Okita, yes, +1 point for me. Aha, neutralized it. Isn't it strange for her to look straight at me and me alone right after the big accident like that? She seemed like an outsider coming to disrupt his peaceful days, but perhaps there would be a reason for that too if he looked back far enough. Besides, even if she did come to protect him, there shouldn't have been a reason to keep an eye on him from that far away. I want a logical explanation. Fuck you, you're in a fictional story where you're gonna be created into a psychokinetic god consciousness that exists outside of the bounds of the mortal body. Fuck you and your logic. No. Unless he had that explanation, he wouldn't be able to open his heart to Louise. And so he made up his mind and asked her, "Hey, Louise, got a moment?" Yes, she has nothing but moments, honestly. "What is it?" "There was an accident here the day before yesterday. You were here back then too, weren't you?" "What about it?" Wait, Louise, you were there at the scene of the accident too?" "Ah, then that means you saw me panicking too." A little bit. "Hold off for a second, Mashiro. There's something important I need to say." Mashiro gulped and fell silent at Natsuko's subdued voice. Sorry. Continue." "Thanks. So, Louise, back then you didn't give the accident a second look. Instead, you looked my way, right?" "All the other onlookers had their eyes on the accident, so why were you alone looking at me?" "It's been bugging me ever since. Can you tell me your reasons?" Louise silently pondered, and then she spoke with a sigh. "It was just a coincidence that I happened to be at the scene of the accident." "Sure, a coincidence." "Yeah, that day I was walking through the city that I would soon be living in. And then that accident happened. It's rude to stare at accidents, so I just meant to pass through. But... although I guess... I mean, if there's an accident on the street, I do kind of give it a look a little bit, but then I just kind of keep walking. I don't know if that's a European mentality or just like, you know, parts of Europe are like that, but I mean, I certainly understand like that. What's happened, and it's like, well, it's not like I'm involved in it. I don't really need to be there. I've got other places to be, so I'm just gonna move on. Like, I'll give it a glance, maybe a second glance, but yeah, move on. That's when I heard a tremendous voice and stopped in surprise. Oh yeah, right. Oh. Yeah, his outburst, his one and only, so far, outburst of psychokinetic powers. The more he thought about it, the more that made sense. Even Natsuko himself was surprised at how he had used telepathy. Then, in that case, were you looking for the source of that voice? That telepathy? Yeah, I was looking around and we happened to make eye contact. You looked like the professor's son from how she described you, so I thought, could that possibly be him? It would be weird to go out of my way to ask you, so I gave up and left. And that's all. She's shy. Louise quickly explained herself in one breath. Took me multiple breaths. Oh, so that's all. I was wondering why you were acting so strange about Louise. Is that what was on your mind, Natsuko? Oh, well, yeah, I guess it did bother me. Now that the mystery had been solved, the actual answer seemed to be quite trivial. But still, I think anyone would be bothered if they were in my position. Would they? If someone got into an accident before your eyes and they then gave you some bizarre warning, and to top it all off, an unfamiliar girl holding some kind of stuffed animal stared at you. Natsuko glanced at Louise's stuffed animal. Just then, making noises. Said stuffed animal made a strange sound. It squeaked. It did it again. Natsuko remembered it had done so before. Last night when he talked to Louise in front of the house, that stuffed animal did indeed squeak. That thing has been bugging me too. I say, what exactly is that stuffed animal? It seems to squeak from time to time. It's not a stuffed animal, it's a device called ARMS. It's all caps, so you gotta say ARMS. That's lowercase, so ARMS. Atmosphere Reading Mascot System. Mascot system. It's not cute enough or interesting enough design-wise to be a mascot for anything. Sorry, little otter? No, it's not even very distinct. A cat otter thing. It's neither. We have a raccoon there as well. I don't know. Either way, it's not interesting enough to be a mascot. Sorry, you're no Prini. Ah, so you mean it can pick up on moods and stuff? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? The stuffed animal squeaked again in Natsuko's confusion. Natsuko, this arms device just looked at you and made a confused squeak, right? Yeah. It analyzed your voice and facial expression and made the judgment that Natsuhiko is confused. And so it said Q to tell me that. In other words, it's an automatic response device that reads other people's emotions and reacts accordingly. I see, so it's basically a high-level pet robot then. Pet robots in general had gotten quite popular recently. Natsuko had heard that their functionalities had been advancing over the years, so he assumed that this was just one of those advancements. But that sure sounds new. I've never even heard of an emotion reading function, you know? Now that is scary. Emotion reading thing. I mean, people have that themselves, but like a camera doing that. And assuming, like a robot assuming what emotions, because people have very, very, very different ways of expressing their emotions as well. Is that even possible? Kinda, but also not really. There's always exceptions. Because dealing with human emotion is the most fickle and bullshit thing out there. The emotions people have, the impressions they give, and their atmospheres in their entirety have been a topic of research in computer science since the 20th century. I mean, it's been the focus of research since forever. That's like psychology and behavior and stuff like that. Even philosophy, probably, to some extent. But it wasn't until very recently that those things could be quantified. It'll be interesting if they actually manage to quantify human emotions. Somehow. That'll be very interesting. Quantum computers quantifying the unquantifiable quirkiness of each person. So this is a cutting-edge device then. Sounds expensive. I understand why you'd want to carry it around with you everywhere. I don't particularly carry it because it's expensive. I carry it because I need it, because I am an emotionless robot myself. Because you need it. To be honest, I'm very poor at understanding the nuances of people's emotions and facial expressions. It's thanks to this thing that I can finally communicate properly with people. Well, I don't know how properly it's been, but it's like it's been better than nothing. Really? Is it because you lived in France? Is it hard to understand Japanese facial expressions? That's not it. Like, she's just peculiar about that. Yes, something like that. Not really. You're just awkward. Like, social people who can, like, it doesn't really matter. They can be social with people, like, fucking hell. Super social people who understand others can, like, communicate on a, you know, on a wordless level with anyone, anywhere in the world. They can just get, like, create an understanding with another person just through their actions and expressions and, like, just the energy they give off. You don't need to understand the language, you don't need to share the culture. There's just something innate that you can express and convey and understand. It's very hard. Some people have a natural talent for that, others develop skills for that, and, like, it's complicated. Others are just, like, their brains function in ways that doesn't compute, that doesn't work. I'm not very good at that kind of stuff myself. Anyway, that's why I was uneasy about adapting to a new life. But with arms, I think I can somehow manage. So that's how it was. Natsuko felt as if he had seen a side of Louise he had never seen before. Well, you've only known her for 3 days. You haven't seen many sides of her at all. So, logically, yes, this is a useless statement, ultimately. She felt uneasy, so I guess she wasn't putting on airs after all. Look, you, up there, what are you doing? Enneagram thing, what do you want from me? I don't know. Natsuko felt like he finally understood a lot of things. Like why she had seemed so pouty at school. Why the arms device had squeaked when they talked last night, and why Louise reacted the way she did. Those were all signs of anxiety. That's why she acted that way. Yeah, she's just 14 years old, ultimately. she's been given an assignment to protect someone who's like a psychokinetic potential of like a highest ranking and whatnot, the potential to become a god and stuff like that, and like who knows what other kind of pressures she has. Obviously, you know, a new environment and everything else, plus the super soldier training she has to be able to, you know, go almost toe to toe with what Asuka Sagi back there in the reactor, even under strenuous conditions of like being exposed to not radiation, but like the psychokinetic radiation influence thing, whatever the fuck that was, the WX particles. So yeah, Natsuko suddenly found himself seeing Luis in a different light, and at the same time he felt slightly embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, not once since Luis arrived did Natsuko treat her favorably. He just rejected her under the pretense that she was a girl he didn't really understand, which was by no means a good attitude to take. Yeah, no it's not. What am I, a kid? Well, yes you are. You're just like, what, 16 to 18 years old? You're just a kid. Like, yeah, you're just a kid still. Of course you are. It's fine. After chiding himself and pondering for a moment, he timidly called out to Luis. Say, Luis, what is it? Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for always acting so hostile towards you. Oh, that. It's okay. I don't mind at all. So there's no need for you to be concerned. Well, no. No, but still, it was really mean of me. I'm sorry. Yay, they've made up. Ah, I sure was happy about that. The kids made up. They're friends now. It was still an awkward exchange as ever, but it wasn't unpleasant at all. Indeed, Mashra is. That's a very nice face she's making. Good kids. Something that had been lurking in the depths of Natsuko's heart had silently thawed away. And as if she had sensed that change in Natsuko, Mashiro smiled. Indeed. That's great. We've cleared up all those misunderstandings. So now we can begin our friendship anew, right? Hey, don't say stuff like that. You ruined the mood. No, she improved the mood. Come on, fuck off with your negative attitude, Natsuko. She made it better. She made it lighthearted and warm and fuzzy and silly. There needs to be levity. But still, I'm impressed, Natsuko. You actually apologized. Good job. Here's a cookie. You know, you have to say those things out loud, or nobody will ever know, right? Exactly. True. It helps if you say what's on your mind. There are some things that arms can't cover for me, after all. Okay, I'll keep that in mind as we go forward. Forwards? He ended up phrasing that awkwardly due to his embarrassment. Mashiro smiled devilishly and then addressed Luis. By the way, Luis, what's this doll's name? Huh? Like I said, it's Arms. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, what's yours named specifically? I mean, you're supposed to give pets names, right? Like Fluffy or Spot, something like that. The thought never crossed my mind. You're a genius, Mashiro. I never thought about that. Then why don't you name it? It's more endearing to give it a name. True, that does sound good, but I can't think of a... Spacebar hides the UI. 40 hours in. I just accidentally discovered that. Good job, me. And I was looking for that pretty much from the start, and I didn't think to press the spacebar at all, not even once. I think? I don't remember. Well, I definitely didn't notice that I did that. God damn it. Or did I? I don't think I did. God damn it. I'm losing it. Alright, I'm losing it. Anyway, so I'll let you name it, Mashiro. Huh? Me? Such a responsibility. Are you sure? That's such an important responsibility, though. Exactly. But you were so quick to decide my nickname. Oh yeah, but you already have a real name, so I don't know. That's different. Now that's true. Besides, you're good at that sort of thing, aren't you, Mashiro? You're right. Okay, I'll think of a name. Let's see. Brain power activate. Cutesy nickname, name? I know. How about Alice?
そうだ。アリスってのはどうかな？
Alice. Alice. As in Wonderland? No, not that Alice. The Alice that wrote the sci-fi novel almost. Louise was reading yesterday. God, I am losing it. Yesterday. Oh, that one she had at school. Now that she mentioned it, Mashiro did appear to have known about the book Louise was reading yesterday. Minus half a point, basically. But Mashiro, that's wrong. The book was written by James. Sorry, that's wrong. That was a pen name. The author's real name was Alice. I didn't know that. You're so knowledgeable, Mashiro. Oh. So, what do you think? It's a sci-fi kind of item, and it sounds cute, doesn't it? It's a normal name. It's just a normal name. I guess we're in Japan. I'm not sure how popular the name Alice is in France, if at all. Yeah, I'll use it. As Louise spoke, she gently stroked her arms device, now known as Alice, on the head. I think it's good too. It sounds cute. Good job, Mashiro. Indeed. Don't praise me just for thinking of a name like that. You're embarrassing me. But you like it, so take it. Before Natsuko had noticed, the somewhat serious mood had been completely cleared away. Good. But you did good. It looks like she likes it too. Ah, shucks. To be honest, I wasn't too sure of it. I'm used to giving people nicknames, but it's been a long time since I named a pet. A pet? Did you have any pets, Mashiro? We did in the past, remember? You, me, and Yuri too. Oh, are you talking about Sirius? Yeah, really brings you back, eh? And with that, Natsuko recalled a distant memory. And as he goes into the reminiscing mode, we're gonna go into pausing mode and basically yes, pausing this for today, for now at least, because I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm just losing my mind. So I need to do something to not lose my mind. Indeed. Anyway. Oh my god. What? No, oh, yeah. No, not that. No, not that. Not that. There we go. Let's go with that. Anyway. I'm really losing it. Anyway. Yes, we will pick up on that a little bit later. In the meantime, we've got music recommendations to listen to stuff such as Bob Marley, Get Up, Stand Up. That's a nice song. Phil Collins, True Colors. Billy Joel, The Entertainer. Arknights OS. I think this is the second one, apparently. Oh, it's got good. Tech. Oh, I actually do really like this one. Super calming. Like, there's something special about this track that just makes me calm. It's like very, very nice. And then finally on the list for now, for this intermission, is a London Beat, I've Been Thinking About You. That was a nice list of different things. Now, anyway, what else was there? Do I have anything else to bring up or not? Did I mention everything? I think I did. Most of it. I think that's everything. So I guess with that, I will leave you be and in wonderment about what memories of Natsuiko's were about to emerge. Well, memory about a dog named Sirius back in the past. But we'll get to that a little bit later. For now, bye-bye for now. Yes, bye-bye for now. Indeed. See you later. I'll see you later. Later. Yes. Alright, enough silliness. Silly buggers. Being a little silly. God damn it, spacebar. 40 fucking hours in, just like, dead. Okay. Alright, I'm over it now. Well, not really, but I will be. Anyway, bye-bye for now. Hello there. Welcome back. We last left off with a thing. We're about to enter a memory, a flashback. But first, before we do any of that, well, it's been less than even, well, it's barely been half a day. A bit over half a day. We started the week on a Friday. Perfect way to start, isn't it? Oh well, that's fine. And nothing else. There's really nothing else to really say or do other than let us first exercise my voice, which sounds a little bit different again, because I keep fiddling with the goddamn settings, the filters, the equalizer, everything, because I can't. I don't know. I don't know. My brain can't let things go for some reason. But anyway, first, it's an intermission, and thus it's time to dig into the past of my own writing. It's garbage, I think, but whatever. So let's get this over with. Short story 8. The enemies have reached the courtyard. We are the last vanguard between them and the king. But that was the plan. Now the reserves will come and their elites will be surrounded. A clever plan, although my commander wasn't as confident as the Grand Marshal for some reason. They're in sight now. A volley of arrows rains upon their perfect shield formation. Not even a scratch. That's okay. We're here to do the real work. Breathe. Ready myself. The shield wall opens up and lets loose a storm of heavy lances. They're fast, but we'll meet them head on. Shield up, charge, brace. The first clash leaves many impaled, but the second rank now have an opening. Parry, thrust, back off. A heavy thunder emerges from their ranks. Finally, they thin out to meet the others. Now to ensure they perish. He's open, move to block push aside. Such overwhelming force. The steel leaves a deep gash in my right leg. Losing balance, bleeding heavily, but the adrenaline keeps me going. Move around him, swing, block instead. Another blow, my shield cracks. Focus, ignore the pain, turn, grab. I've got his lance, but he's about to shake me off. I can't. Drive the tip down, move closer. He headbutts me. I stagger back trying to hold on to his whip, but I let go. Back, move back. It hurts. Less than I thought it would. Or maybe that's how dying is supposed to feel. I look down, well, as much as I can. As I do, he pulls his lance out of my body, and I slump down to the ground. Killed by the infamous white spearman. Guess someone didn't know the difference. He's just walking away casually. Oh, it seems I was the last one. It's an odd feeling. Pride and shame. I did my best, and it wasn't enough. I don't want to die. None of us did. But now all of us have. Something. I don't even know what to think about these anymore. Whatever. It's a thing. Trying my hand at like some kind of action scene, I guess. But anyway, last we left off, we had Natsuko and Mashiro about to enter a flashback about their dog they adopted as kids and named him Sirius. Now we're going to do that. After a little shopping trip where they got some cute clothes for each other. That's it. That's it. Yes, indeed. Let's load the thing. Let's put there. Let's go there. And let's switch over to everything. Ah, there we go. Oh, I'm in the way. Ah. There we go. Let's move myself there. A little bit. Just a tiny little bit different. Alright. And with that, Natsuhiko recalled a distant memory. It was a story from back when Natsuko and Mashiro still didn't get along. Oh, that was a thing. One day, Natsuko went to the park with snacks in hand. I hope Mashiro's not there. If she is, I'm sure we'll just get into another fight again. He had a bag of biscuits for his snack that day. If Mashiro were there, he thought he'd go show it off. Children. But when he got to the park, there's a scene. Natsuko couldn't believe what he saw. There was Mashiro and a ferocious stray dog. Uh-oh. Grrr, dog. Grrr. The dog growled and stared at Mashiro. Ah, no. That dog's probably as big as her. Probably weighs more than that as well. What do you want? Go away. Aw. Kid's being sad. It's quite sad. Oh, it sounds like a very tiny dog, honestly. Somebody save me. Mashiro tearfully pleaded, but there was nobody else around. Noticing that nobody else could save her, Natsuko rushed down. Stop! Protect your rival, because you're friends and all that. And forced his way between Mashiro and the stray dog. Hey, puppy, don't bully Mashiro. Ow. Natsuhiko. The words spilling out of Natsuko's mouth surprised the dog, Mashiro, and even Natsuhiko himself. Natsuko, why? As your friends. Rivals. I don't know, I'm a kid. Thinking on his feet, he declared, she's my, my rival. There we go. So I won't let anybody else have their way with Mashiro but me. Sure. That was Natsuko paraphrasing the lines of one of the superhero TV shows he was obsessed with at the time. Despite the plagiarism, the assertiveness of the line was enough to overpower the stray dog. Well, it's more like the emotion you put into the voices, rather than the actual words, because dogs don't understand words. I mean, they just learn certain sounds and the reactions they expect of you. As Natsuko stared the dog down, Mashiro whispered behind him, Natsuko, don't tell me you came to my rescue. Come on now. Why not? I didn't do it for you. I did it out of my heroic obligation. God damn it, trying that tough is cool and all, but what do you plan on doing? He doesn't know. I planned ahead. No, you didn't. This is a sudden situation. Natsuko slowly took a biscuit out of the bag in his pocket and tossed it to the dog. Oh, the dog whined and proceeded to devour the biscuit. He ate so heartily that he paid no attention to the kids. Okay, here's a chance. Let's get him while he's distracted. I mean, get him. Wait, Natsuko. The dog finished the biscuit in the blink of an eye, and then let out a friendly whine. Aw, whimper. Huh? He suddenly got all quiet while he was just hungry. Maybe he was just hungry, exactly. Oh, that's kinda anticlimactic. Well, what do you expect? Natsuko's shoulders sank as the dog approached him. Like, come on now. Aw. What, you want another biscuit? Hey, okay, I guess it does understand language and stuff like that. Fine, I'll give you my share too. Here, eat up. Natsuko ripped up the biscuit bag and poured it onto the ground. I guess it's better this way so we don't have to fight. A hero's kindness, I guess. Without revealing how relieved he felt, Natsuhiko spoke to Mashiro. Look, it's okay now, Mashiro. But when he turned to look at Mashiro, she's crying. Aww. I was so scared. I guess she was. She suddenly started crying. I mean, she's like, what, this is 9 years ago, I guess? So they would have been like, what, 7 years old or something like that. Hey, don't cry. It's totally fine, you're kids. It's fine to cry when you're in a situation like this. No matter how much Natsuko tried to calm her down, Mashiro kept crying. The dog just kept eating the biscuits beside them. And then, about 5 minutes later, it's a lot of biscuits. Dogs eat a lot. Mashiro finally stopped crying. Or that as well. Lots of crying. Aww. Hey, you okay now? A little better. Crying your tears out does make it feel better. Does make it better. It's important to cry every now and then. Mashiro looked bashfully at Natsuko as she said this. Well, Mashiro mumbled her words, a little embarrassed. What? If you have something to say, then just say it already. Exactly, don't keep quiet. Alright, as Natsuko lost his patience, the stray dog leapt at Natsuhiko. And then the dog started licking his face. What are you trying to pull? He's grateful for the snacks. Maybe giving him that biscuit tamed him. Indeed, like a Pokemon. I see. Anyway, stop licking my face. That tickles. Aww. Natsuko firmly spoke and the dog obeyed. Perhaps he was a smarter dog than he appeared. Still, you look like you've got problems. Want to be my friend? What? You've got promise. God. Not problems. I mean, might have problems. You might need... You should take him to a vet to make sure he doesn't have problems. what an obedient guy. Natsuko happily patted the dog on the head. Mashiro spoke gently. He's so cute. Well, that's a quick turnaround. No, he's cool, not cute. Cute is weak. False. That's absolutely false. Cute is strong. Well, I don't care either way. More importantly, he's a stray, isn't he? Well, I guess he is. He doesn't have a collar after all. Then why don't we keep him? No, I can't keep a dog in my place. My mom's got allergies. I see. My dad hates animals too. Well, Dad hates animals until, Dad is forced to get a pet, and then Dad loves animals. Well, that pet specifically. It's the inevitability of how it works. Thinking. Mashiro thought for a while before clapping her hands together. Then why don't we keep him in this park? We can feed him here. I think we can do that. Let's do it. Natsuko approved of Mashiro's plan. It seemed like a pretty good idea. What do we name him, though? Let's see. I know. How does Sirius sound? Sirius? It's the name of the dog constellation, I think. And it's also the name of our city's rescue squad, who have been around here for quite a while, probably since the establishment of the Labo as well. The rescue squad, eh? That's cool. Okie dokie, from now on, your name's Sirius. Approved. The dog heartily replied as if he liked the name too. Good for you, Sirius. Mashiro smiled at the happy Sirius. As he saw her smile, Natsuko remembered the question that had been bugging him. By the way, Mashiro, were you trying to say something earlier? Hey, you bring it up, you bastard. No, nothing. Why'd you have to remember that? What? You weirdo. What do you mean, weirdo? Stupid. Pouty children. They turned away from each other in a huff. But starting that day, Natsuko and Mashiro's mutual feuding gradually came to an end, and they're BFFs now. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. What happened to him? Now that he thought about it, he had gotten along with Mashiro ever since that time. They didn't get along at first, but it was an animal that brought them together back then as well. It's almost like the situation now. Natsuko looked at Alice. This little time, Alice let out a gentle squeak. Sure. Alice squeaked again. I've never heard that squeak before. Natsuko, what are you thinking now? I'm not sure he knows. I was just feeling a little nostalgic. Nostalgia's a good feeling. It's a powerful feeling, one of the most powerful feelings ever. Natsuko answered Luis with a smile. Now then, we've still got time. What do you want to do? There's nothing more I need to buy. Sure, what do you want to do? Natsuko thought they should go home in that case, but Mashiro spoke up as if something had crossed her mind. Wait, Kitty. Is it okay if we stop by the grocery store for just a little bit? Sure. Huh? But I thought we already stocked the refrigerator. No, I mean yesterday we only had a plain dinner with the food we had on hand. So I was thinking I should be a little more extravagant tonight as a sort of welcome party for Luis. I see. That sounds good. It does. Now that he thought about it, they didn't have any sort of welcome party. But he was unsure if it was really appropriate to throw one now. You can always throw a party. Timing doesn't really matter. Can I choose what I want to eat? Of course. So, what would you like, Luis? Beefsteaky. What? Natsuko was caught off guard at Luis's vigorous response. You sure you know what you want, eh? But still, calling beefsteak beefsteaky is such an old-fashioned Japanese. You're so ignorant, Natsuko. Beefsteaky comes from the French le beefsteak. Sure. It means a cut of meat. It's not an abbreviation of beefsteak. What? I never knew that. Well, languages are weird like that. Of course you're not gonna know everything. Anyway, you want to eat beef, right? Yes, so much. Hurry, Mashiro, let's go now. Very assertive and demanding. Hold on, wait for me. Mashiro and Luis ran off. Their exchange was so peaceful, Natsuko couldn't help but smile. Hey, I guess this is nice. It is nice. I agree. He chased after them as he mused to himself. Natsuko felt just the slightest bit of euphoria in this moment. After they finished their shopping, Natsuko and the girls rode the bus back home. They then pass through the entryway together. And back to Yuri. Hello, Yuri. Welcome back. Yuri welcomed them in. I'm back, Yuri. And so is everyone else. And I'm back too. I'm back. Everyone repeating there robotically. Even Luis timidly replied to, well, it's only polite. May as well. Mashiro smiled in relief before speaking up. Alrighty, let's get to making dinner then. Today we're having a luxurious menu, you know. Should I help? You don't belong in the kitchen. It's okay, I'll be fine on my own. Actually, I want to show you just how serious I can get. The kitchen's gonna be a battlefield. There's no room for amateurs to drag me down. Indeed, I do prefer making food on my own. I don't want other people helping me. Help doesn't, like... Look, I know what I'm doing in the kitchen myself. You're only gonna get in my way. You're gonna question my decisions. I don't need you questioning my decisions. If I'm gonna add things, I'm gonna add them. I know what the fuck I'm doing. My gut is telling me what needs to be done. Go away. Let me handle it. Okay then, good luck. Yes, go read a book with Yuri or something. Don't interfere. Just sit tight and wait. And with that, Mashiro went into the kitchen. And after an hour of patient waiting, Mashiro soon lined the table with a smorgasbord of food. That's adorable. Okay, thanks for waiting. That's a lot of food. French bread with beef liver pate, shrimp and cocotte, salad nicoise, as well as vichyssoise soup. Vichyssoise... French language can fuck right off still, continuously. French is easy to make fun of though. Like Polish is worse, with all its Z's and everything else, but it's intimidating with all those extra letters, sharp looking letters. French looks wimpy, so that's why it's easier to make fun of. And for the main dish, Chalapin style beefsteak. Wow, it is delicious. Anime food always looks fucking delicious. Natsuko couldn't contain his shout of joy. There were five delicious dishes laid out, each with their own unique appearances. Magnificent. Subarashi. That's also a great word. So there's excellent, there's indeed, and subarashi. Wow, Mushroom, you made all this in such a short amount of time. Wow, that's just too good to be true. What are you? She's experienced, that's what she is. Yeah. Anyway, that's all thanks to daily trading and an industrial grade pressure cooker. But we can talk later. Let's just eat already. Roger. Natsuko, hurry. Everyone's smiling. Sure. Natsuko and Yuri came to the dinner table upon Mashiro and Luis's urging. Now then, let's celebrate our meeting with Luis. Thanks for the food. Indeed. And with their joyous shout, they began their meal. Natsuko started off with the French bread and liver pate. One bite and... delicious. He couldn't help but let a voice of admiration seep out of his lips. The deep taste of the pate and the sweet scent of the bread entwined in a medley of flavor. Natsuko couldn't detect the characteristic odor of the liver at all. The cocotte is delicious too. It melts in your mouth. The salad's delicious too. Everything's delicious. We get it. Looks like you guys like it. Smug, proud, confident. What I'm most proud of has to be the main dish. The big meat chunk with some kind of rings on it. Mashiro gestured towards the beefsteak. This recipe was apparently devised so that a certain opera singer could savor the beef to the fullest. It's definitely delicious. Please feel free to try. In fact, you must. Otherwise it's gonna go stale and not great. Let's see. They each put some of the beefsteak into their mouths and are just... what was that series called? Food Wars. Explosion of taste. Mentally, they're all just fireworks. Without going into more details. And their eyes widened. The moment they ate a bite, they felt the savory taste of the mellow meat. By appearances, it was a simple dish consisting only of cooked beef topped with minced onions. However, the meat was unbelievably tender, allowing a knife to cut through it like butter. And yet the tenderness came at no cost to the beef's taste whatsoever. With each bite, its meat juices would flow out, spreading savory flavor throughout the entire mouth. Mushrooms, too delicious, I'm gonna cry. Aww. Yeah, this could be the best thing you've ever made. Just call me maestro. Like, Maestro puffed her chest out in pride. Louise fell silent and ate up her beefsteak in the blink of an eye. Hey, you already done eating, Louise? I guess Louise got a bigger appetite than you'd expect, eh? Well, she does need to put it on those muscles. Super dense muscles that don't add any weight to her, but still allows her to swing an axe around like a professional murderer. Louise timidly called out to Mashiro. Mashiro? Huh? What is it? Is there more of this? Yes, there is a giant plate of it. You sure you can eat, Louise? One serving was plenty of food already. Not enough, she's an anime character who does a lot of fighting in secret and stuff like that. She needs to eat a ton. I did make another helping of beef since I thought Natsuko would want more, but... Louise glanced at Natsuko with bleeding eyes. Mashiro, give that beef to Louise for me. You sure? Well, of course, I'm not hesitant at all seeing Louise eat like that. Thank you. Alrighty, here it comes. Hold on a sec. That's a lot. Mashiro gleefully headed to the kitchen. Louise ate her second helping of beef more slowly, making sure to savor each bite. Yes, the first glass of water is to sate your thirst, the second one is to enjoy it. And eventually she finished eating that helping as well. As they sipped some after-dinner coffee, Natsuko and the girls sighed contentedly. That was delicious. Okay, the dinner scene is about to be over at least. Did it add anything to the narrative? Not really. But anyway, my tummy's so full. I saw the vastness of space. Okay, what'd you put in that beef, Makiro? Even Louise spoke incomprehensibly as her eyes drooped. That's great. I made a lot of dishes I've never made before, so I was a little worried. I learned by imitation, but it turned out great. She's doing a voice, imitating something as well. Mashiro tensed her voice as she spoke, causing Louise to tilt her head in confusion. Mashiro, sometimes you seem to change the way you talk. Was that supposed to be a male voice? Aw, you called me out so calmly. That's kinda embarrassing, you know. Natsuko thought that if it really were that embarrassing, she should have just not said it at all. Regardless, he joined in on the conversation. Don't mind that. Mashiro just has this habit of quoting lines from manga and anime. Man, I'm so ashamed, but I can't help it because I love that stuff. Me too, it's great. What about Louise? I've heard that manga and anime are popular in France. They are? Not really aware of that. True, so what about you, Louise? Do you have any interest in manga or anime? They asked even though it didn't look likely. Louise thought for a second before answering. I haven't watched or read either, but I do read novels. An excellent choice as well. That's right, you were even reading a book in the classroom. What kind of novels do you like? Sci fidelity. What even is that? Science fiction. I particularly like the ones from the last century. Didn't think you were into that kind of thing. I've read some of those too. Just the juvenile-ish ones though. What does the even mean? Like the ones by Alice? Yeah, she's just about the only author I can talk about. It's a very prolific author then. Mashiro grinned and after a short second or two, Louise smiled back. You say interesting things. What? What's that supposed to mean? God damn it. They're all doing it now. It's fun to talk about things you like with other people who like the same thing. Alright, Louise? What's with this sentence? I'm feeling a little left out. Natsuko smiled despite his complaint. What's happening? Oh, right, Yuri. Are there any sci-fi novels you would recommend? I don't read that much sci-fi, but there is one book that I've read several times. What's that? It was a story about telepaths written before the Grand Communicator discovery. Oh, I know about that one too. Me too. It was a novel written more than half a century ago that still somewhat managed to predict today's society after the appearance of communicators. Its foresight and detail gave the second wind in popularity such that almost all kids in the Natsuko's generation had read it at least once, half a century ago, so that's in the 1980s. Ish. Did you know about it, Louise? It's a Japanese sci-fi novel. Louise nodded when Mashiro told her the title. Of course I know that one. The last chapter was very beautiful. Hey, fuck, stop giving us the title. Speaking of the last chapter, it had a famous quote, didn't it? Lord in heaven, why did you create us telepaths? After Yuri quoted the book in a theatrical tone of voice, Mashiro eventually smiled and took over from where she left off. Was it meant as a test for humans and for telepaths, to see if we could reach an understanding? And after a short pause, Louise contributed. If that is the case, oh Lord. And finally Natsuko concluded, then we have failed you. So it's bad ending. We got the bad ending. We failed to communicate and live together. All ended in a war or some bullshit. And as they took turns reciting such sad lines, they all smiled at each other. Looks like we finally found the topic we all have in common, eh? We really got into it, eh? It all just seemed to click. Sure, we managed to get a reaction out of that. Okay, analyzing the scene itself. I guess unlike the quote, we succeeded in understanding each other, eh? Even Yuri and Louis seemed to share in a harmonious conversation. Mashiro sighed in relief to see that. Mashiro seemed like she was trying to mediate Louis's relationship with not just Natsuko, but with Yuri too. Natsuko also tried to help a bit. Yuri really likes books. I'm sure she's got tons of recommendations for you if you want to try something besides sci-fi. So what do you think? Sounds interesting. Then I'll choose a recommendation and lend it to you, okay? In that case, since we're doing the recommendations on all, maybe I should try sci-fi novel. What do you recommend? I don't know if you'd find them interesting, but... And Louise listed several of her favorite authors and titles. Okay, I'll try to read some of that. You read some too, Natsuko. Why me too? Because you're involved in the conversation, you're part of this family. Duh. Think of it as a way to understand Louise. If you know what someone likes, you'll know what's on their minds. Probably true. Is that a quote? No, that's just general wisdom. Nah, that's just my mantra. I've got several recommendations too, so I'll bring those over to this house for now. So if I finish those, I'll understand what's on your mind, Mashiro. I don't think so. Of course, like my favorite anime, Beyond. Louise listened intently to Mashiro's otaku talk. Yuri smiled as she listened in. That's good, looks like things are going along swimmingly. He was expecting conflict, but instead he got a friendly atmosphere filling the room. It looked like his worries about Yuri's emotional scars were unnecessary, just like Mashiro said. Well, probably. In stark contrast to yesterday, today felt quite comfortable. It was the strange euphoric feeling he had felt earlier when they were coming home from shopping. But, he remembered something. That's when Natsuko finally realized the true form of that feeling. Buying ingredients, going home, sharing a delicious dinner, and having a fun conversation afterwards. All such trivial and seemingly meaningless things, but it combines to a family unit. There we go. Those were all things a family did, indeed. Those were things the Tenkawa household had lost long ago, when his father had passed away and his mother became too busy to leave work. Natsuko felt like those things had returned. Well, for the next 3 days. Then it's all gonna get fucked. Perhaps all they needed was the addition of a younger child like Louise. Well, relatively speaking. Younger child, though she behaves like a robot in a way. I'm not sure. If you looked at the bigger picture, it almost looked like they were playing house. Indeed, Mashiro's the mom, Louise is like the child, I guess, Natsuko's the dad, and Yuri's the grandma/baby. At the same time, somehow. But Natsuko began to feel comfortable with that nonetheless. I'm so selfish, aren't I? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with being selfish. Natsuko smiled bitterly at his own change in mentality as he joined in on the conversation. the trifling small talk continued. And before they realized it, it was already past 10 p.m. That's fine. Yuri started to doze off. I guess younger people and older people go to sleep earlier. I'm in that age still where it's only 1 a.m. I'll go to sleep at 1 a.m. Wake up at 7, something like that. It's fine. Back off that. Who needs sleep when you can do stuff? Oh, or maybe people who drink coffee, if they don't drink their coffee, they can't stay awake for normal amounts of time, for shorter amounts of time. I guess I won't know. I guess I'll never know. I don't need to know such things. Natsuko hesitated before speaking. Mushroom, it's about time for you to head home, don't you think? Oh, would you look at the time? Want to talk just a little more though. There's always tomorrow. But your parents will worry, won't they? Oh, you literally live next to them. Besides, we can see each other again tomorrow. Indeed, technically that should be true for the rest of your lives, but it won't be. I guess you're right. Enjoy these days of not bleeding out on the floor somewhere. Those will end. Okay, well, I guess I'll head home for today then. It's not a spoiler, we already know that's gonna happen, so, like, come on. We're enjoying this in juxtaposition to what we know what will happen. Okay, Natsuko, Luis, Yuri, see you tomorrow. Later, Mashiron. Yeah. Let me see you out to the entrance at least. Huh? You're the one asking this time. Well, okay, I guess. Mashiro agreed to Natsuko's suggestion. And they leave, escorting out. Once they were out of the entryway, Natsuko talked to her. Mashiro, thanks for everything today. Huh? What's with the formalities? I mean, you did prepare a massive meal and everything, and made us feel like a big, happy family, ultimately, so, yeah, it's reasonable. Oh, well, you helped me and Luis open up to each other, right? Plus all the other stuff. I guess, though I might have just been meddlesome. That's fine. Like, introverts or like shy people need meddlesome people to get over that stuff. But it was a good call to throw a welcome party. Eating delicious food together really helped to soften the mood. Food has a mysterious power, at times one even stronger than BC when it comes to bringing people together. I guess. Oh, absolutely. Food is food, everyone can agree that food is good. Food is good. A warm, delicious meal. Where's my thoughts going? For some reason went to like a big Norse, like in those hall things where like all the friends and enemies gather together for a giant feast and get drunk and everything else, and it's like they put away their differences, their battle axes and shit like that, and get drunk, shit faced, and dance and sing and pass out from overeating. I'm not sure why that thought crossed in my mind, but anyway, that's there now for you to contemplate as well. Mashiro grinned in embarrassment, prompting Natsuko to strain a laugh. Either way, I'm sure the man who marries you would be blessed. He'd get to eat food like this every day. Sure. What's that? A hackneyed pick-up line? That's so not your thing, so please cut it out. Exactly, that's a very stereotypical... No, not stereotypical... what's the word I never know what words I'm looking for. Nah, it's not a pick-up line. You just kinda made me want to say that today. You're so on the fence. Well, if you're going to praise my cooking, I'll accept that. Mashiro easily sidestepped Natsuko's banter. Yes, she's a social butterfly. It's because he knew she would do that Natsuko could joke like that. Either way, a future like that's just unimaginable, huh? Why not? I mean, it's probably... why not? Like, that's just unimaginable, eh? It's totally imaginable. It's like the reasonable thing that happens. Like, the stuff that's actually going to happen here, that's the unimaginable stuff. I mean, technically it's imaginable because someone did imagine it and they wrote it down and created a journal about it, but you know. Anyway. Well, anyway, thanks. I need to thank you properly before long, too. Yeah, I'll look forward to it. Well, see you tomorrow then. Indeed. Yeah, see you tomorrow. And with their exchange of farewells, Natsuko went back inside. The living room without Mashiro was silence itself. Well, she's asleep, and Luis is Luis. Yuri was asleep on the sofa. Louise seemed sleepy too as she spoke to Natsuko. She did eat a lot, so now her stomach needs to process it and no energy left for other things.
それじゃあ夏彦
Okay, Natsuko. I have my daily routine, so I'm going back to my room. That reminds me, you said that yesterday too. What kind of daily routine? Studies? No, it's martial arts.
筋力トレーニング
Strength training. See? Eh? Strength, huh? That's why she needs to eat so much. That's another one of your hobbies. No. She's here to protect you, dude. Come on now. Remember the pieces that she's given you already.
趣味というか
More of a habit than a hobby. I haven't missed a single day in years.
させていない
She's 14. In years. The fuck? I'm not sure you're supposed to strain your body to such extents at such a young age. It's still developing.
やらなければ
I need to do it every day or I get restless. Fair enough. I see. Luis's personality was one surprise after another. So you're trained in both literary and military arts, eh? That's amazing.
それほどのこと
It's not that big of a deal, bye. Yes, it kind of is. It kind of is a big deal, honestly. Luis hurriedly started to leave the living room. When you're capable of taking on, an adult, like thrice your size and weight, that is a big deal. I mean, she's still lost, but still. That's beside the point. But she stopped in front of the door to the hallway and whispered,
夏彦は
Natsuhiko, are you good at reading the mood? No, he's not. He's a dense anime protagonist. Of course he's not good at reading the mood. What kind of question is that? Huh? What's this all of a sudden?
私は
I'm not good at it, so I'm not sure about this, but I mean, he is better than her, but he's still an anime boy protagonist. He doesn't know what the fuck is happening when it comes to females involved. And there's nothing but females here, so of course he's not gonna know the mood.
今日はみんな
It looked to me like everyone had fun today. Did you have fun, Natsuko? Okay, that's a very basic observation. The answer is yes. Well, of course. Did you have a bad time, Luis?
いや
No.
私も
I had a lot of fun too.
すごく楽しかった
That's nice.
こんな日が
If only we could keep on having days like this. Ah, she knows it's gonna end. What are you saying? Of course we will. No, you won't. Okay, I'll look forward to that. I mean, she was sent here for a reason. Whoever sent her here anticipated bullshit happening. That's all Louise said before she left the living room. Natsuko just stared blankly at the closed door. Did you have fun? Natsuko was surprised at how bluntly Louise asked about emotions. I mean, that's fine. You should ask blunt questions when you're not sure. Don't beat around the bush or any of that bullshit. Just say things as you intend what you want to know. Just fuck etiquette, fuck tact. Just go for the straight thing that you actually intend to ask and get and what you want. Don't dip. It's nonsense. When people all these scenarios where a simple, blunt, straightforward question could resolve any misunderstanding, could prevent any kind of miscommunication or anything like that, being bashful and shy or it's inappropriate. So no, fuck it, ask it. If you need to know, it's not inappropriate, ask it. Could this girl actually be a lot more honest than she lets on? She just doesn't know how to express herself. Natsuko still didn't quite understand Louise, but his interest in her gradually grew and grew. He kept his guard up around her yesterday, but right now he felt he wanted to get along with her even more. I wonder if we can get along. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I wonder if things will work out. Yes, they will, for the most part, yes. Well, I guess Mashiro is trying to bring us together and all. They had different cultures and personalities, so it seemed like a difficult task. Not necessarily. Differences attract, sometimes. But he felt that if they could clear away the walls they built up in their hearts, they could somehow manage to get along. Yeah, I had fun too. And Natsuko sighed. He heard a voice from behind. Oh, what's going on? Good morning, Yuri. Natsuko turned back to see a sleepy-eyed Yuri looking back at him. Oh, Yuri, did I wake you up? No, it's okay. I could catch cold if I slept here anyway. True, it's best to sleep in your own room, with a blanket and everything. Okay. Like a zombie, Yuri tottered to her feet and started to stagger towards her room. Don't bump it. Or rather, she started heading to an empty wall instead of the door. Ah, Yuri, are you still half asleep? Obviously. I'm even giving her the sleepy voice. Don't move me. Your room's this way. God. She literally is a zombie right now. Don't goo me. Wake up. Without responding, Yuri fell down to Natsuko for support. Good grief. Again? This was a common occurrence. Fine. Excuse me. Princess carry, right? And each time this happened, Natsuko would carry Yuri like a princess. Exactly. I'm floating. Oh, that's adorable. Yuri's adorable. Jeez, I'd hardly call it floating. I mean, she weighs nothing, doesn't she? Yuri continued talking in her sleep as they left the living room. They went through the hall towards Yuri's room. Come on, Yuri, here's your room. Aww. No matter how much he called out to her, she wouldn't get up at all. Wait a sec, I'm probably spoiling her too much. I mean, yes, her mental development has been arrested for 9 years now, basically. Thanks to this kind of behavior. But he'd have been lying if he said he disliked it. Natsuko hesitated for a moment before opening the door to Yuri's room. Pardon the intrusion. Natsuko carried Yuri to her bed and laid her down. Here, sleep somewhere warm. As Natsuko spoke, Yuri wrapped herself up on her futon and spoke. Hikarin, before you go to sleep, read me a bedtime story. Huh? A bedtime story? Are you a kid? Yes, she is, mentally. She's 9 years old still. It should be fine every now and then, right? Yuri spoke like a child wanting to be pampered. What's going on? She's really acting like a child today. Natsuko answered, a little confused. Okay, what should I read? I'll let you choose, Hikarin. Natsuko chose a suitable looking picture book off the bookshelf. Okay, let's begin then. Yay! Right, the suppressor cancels out me clapping. That's a good suppressor, but I can't clap like that. Oh well, you couldn't hear me clapping, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's a thing. Natsuko opened the book and started reading the dedication. All grown-ups were once children. And ones who were, you should still have your inner child inside of you as well. Never let it go. Engage in wide wonder at the world around you all the time. Although few of them remember it. That's a shame. That's a problem. As he read, Natsuko soon noticed something. Long ago, Yuri had badgered him to read this very same book. When was that? Eventually, the door to Natsuko's memories opened. It was a memory from nearly 10 years ago. Well, it would be 9 years ago when she appeared in your lives, basically. About a month after he had met Yuri. When they were both literally children. That day, Natsuko went to play at the park like he always did. And he saw Yuri all by herself again. She was sitting on the grass, reading a book. Huh? Yuri? All by yourself again? Yeah. Yuri was shy and perhaps hadn't made any friends besides Natsuhiko. It was already past 5. Mashito and the other kids were probably already going home. You're out this late, Yuri? I didn't know you were such a bad girl. It's only 5. Yeah, I'm a bad girl. Yuri smiled wryly as she admitted to her crime. Children. Silly buggers. Well, since we're both here, why don't we play together? Sure, let's play. What do you want to do? It's a little boring to play tag with just the two of us. Then how about we read the book together? But books are boring. False, you fuck. Books are interesting as shit. They have all the things in them. All the things, the emotions, the drama, the adventure, the excitement, the horror, the happiness, and everything else in between. And I mean, yes, obviously also boring stuff. But a lot of exciting stuff as well. But this one has a very good story, I do love this face she's making. Yuri spoke gently. It didn't seem like she'd take no for an answer. Of course she wouldn't. Natsuko reluctantly agreed. fine. Let's read together then. Yeah, okay. You get the princess part, Natsuko. Part? I'll play this person's spot, so we both get to read lines. Doesn't that sound like fun? That kind of makes it seem like a play. Okay, let's do that. Plays are fun. They're good. Natsuko's interest was piqued by just a little bit as they began to play in accordance with Yuri's suggestion. All grown-ups were once children. All a few of them remember it. It was a somewhat fantastical story, like a picture book. Natsuko seldom read books, but thanks to the mysterious plot and charming characters, he was quite drawn into the story. Time just passed them by as they continued reading, absorbed in their book. As they reached the end of the story, the park was starting to get dark. They read their characters' lines with the help of the illumination from the street posts. The stars are beautiful. Natsuko responded to Yuri's line with his character's line. The stars are beautiful because of a flower that cannot be seen. All the stars are abloom with flowers. What makes the desert beautiful is that somewhere it hides a well. Tonight it will be a year. My star, then, can be found right above the place where I came to Earth a year ago. Yes, I know. Yuri read that far before suddenly sinking into silence. Yuri? When Natsuko called her name, Yuri's head jumped up in surprise. And then she looked at Natsuko and continued. It's time to say goodbye, isn't it? Suddenly a very serious face. Natsuko nodded at the line. He got completely into character and answered. Time soothes all sorrows. You will always be my friend. You will want to laugh with me. And you will sometimes open your window, and your friends will be properly astonished to see you laughing as you look up at the sky. What are you trying to say? Where I live, everything is so small that I cannot show you where my star is to be found. But remember, what is essential is invisible to the eye. In one of the stars I shall be living, in one of them I shall be laughing. And so it will be as if all the stars were laughing when you look at them, when you look at the sky at night. My star will just be one of the stars for you. And so you will love to watch all the stars in the heavens. They will all be your friends. Yes, I know. Yuri smiled sadly as she recited her line. Her smile was more ephemeral than the light of all the stars twinkling in the sky. And thus the story came to a close. Natsuko and Yuri closed the book and smiled at each other. That seemed like a nice story. Man, that sure was interesting. Yeah, we read all the way to the end. That's a good book then. But thanks to that, it's so dark outside. I bet my mom's gonna be angry at me. True, we better head home soon. Yuri spoke softly. Should I walk you home, Yuri? No, I can walk home by myself. Okay, let's split here then, I guess. Natsuko grinned as he spoke. Time soothes all sorrows. You will always be my friend. Ah. When you want to laugh with me, open your window and come to the park. Nah, just teasing. Yuri softly laughed at Natsuko's joke. Thank you, Natsuko. Let's play again sometime. Yeah. And with that exchange of words, the two of them parted ways. Natsuko looked back just once to see Yuri's back fade into the twilight. That's what Natsuko recalled as he read the book. I see, so this is the book from back then, eh? He read this book many times back then, but he hadn't read it ever since he grew up. Well, relatively grow up. What does that mean? Teenagers are still children, basically. As he basked in nostalgia, he happened to look at Yuri. And before he had realized it, she had closed her eyes. Ah, asleep already? Well, she was half asleep before. With a wry smile on his face, Natsuhiko reshelved the book. I wonder if Yuri remembers what happened back then. Yes, she probably does. She's probably read every single book in here multiple times. It's been 9 years. She probably remembers all of the things. Natsuko looked at her sleeping face as he wondered that. Even as he looked at her in such a defenseless state, he harbored not a single improper thought. That's very gentlemanly of him. I mean, she is basically just a child, so how could you? Natsuko was unable to see Yuri as a mature-bodied woman. Because she's not. Even though he was a healthy high school boy, he had never felt any lust at all towards Yuri. Okay? What do I feel? What I do feel is a desire to protect her, I guess. I mean, she is a defenseless little bunny, so that's obviously correct. And not just because they were raised almost like family. Perhaps it was because of the accident 9 years ago. Or perhaps it was because of her personality. All of the above? The answer is all of the above. He didn't understand, but he didn't mind. And that was why they were able to live together without any problems whatsoever. Good night, Yuri. Natsuko whispered to Yuri almost in the same way one would whisper to a sister. Obviously, there was no guarantee that these days would never end. Oh, and they will not last. Things have been changing since Luis came. Literally 2 days ago. Like, our current way of living might change little by little too. Perhaps one day, Yuri would finally be able to leave this house. And yeah, she will. Perhaps Mashiro would get a boyfriend and stop visiting too. Maybe? I don't know. That doesn't feel like it. But change doesn't have to be immediate. As long as these days were to continue, Natsuko wanted to keep spending time like this. Natsuko pondered that desire as he began to leave Yuri's room, when suddenly... They won't continue. Yeah, we know. We've seen it. A voice echoed forth in the dark room. It's the future, or the present. When he turned around, Yuri was up and looking at him. Yeah, time to go back to the present. Everything changes. These days won't continue forever. It won't even be a full week. The nature of change is that by the time you notice it, it's already progressed considerably. That was the case even today. Your sentiment towards Luis changed considerably in the span of 1 day, didn't it? She spoke clearly and firmly, as if her half-asleep mumbling had been an act. Natsuko felt a hint of fear to see Yuri like that. Hey, Yuri. Snap out of it, Natsuko. Time to go back to the present. What's been going on with you lately? What do you mean? I mean, you usually don't say things like that. And she had said things like that every day these past few days. Indeed. And are her symptoms getting worse? Symptoms? What? What? That's a first, isn't it? But when she was with Luis, Yuri seemed like she was having fun. Natsuko had essentially no idea of what her mental state was like. What do you mean these days won't continue? Does something give you that impression? Well, it's already happened. No, nothing gives me that impression. It's just that it's only natural. Yuri hung her head as she spoke. And there are other things you will lose along with your peace. Yeah, you can lose a lot of blood, first of all. But that's just material losses. Which is exactly why you should treasure what you've got. Indeed, because they should be able to guide you, Hikorin. With each quiet word Yuri spoke, doubt rose and rose in Natsuhiko's heart. Yuri, what in the world do you mean by that? As Natsuko voiced that question, Yuri merely pointed to his wristwatch silently. Yeah, go back to the present. When he looked at that watch, it was broken, yet again. The dial was cracked and was stopped on September 16th at 6:19. Again, when did this watch break and why did you forget that it broke previously? Today should be September 12th. So why was it stopped at September 16th? No, wait. Is today really September 12th? Nope, it's not. The moment Natsuko made that realization, snap. His sight blurred and everything warped before his eyes. Snap. Natsuko came to his senses. Back in the present. Yeah. Back in Labo, back running around, trying to survive, trying to find an exit. And on the precipice of discovering... No, they already discovered the plot the day before. We still need to get to that bit. Okay, yeah, we're just in the middle of the accident. No, attack! And stuff like that. Where am I? Snap out of it. Right before his eyes were 2 rescue squad members collapsed on the floor. Oh? As well as Luis, the one who put them there. Alright, that happened previously. Right. They tried to take them away and she decided that nope, not happening, and just wrestled them down. Natsuko, Mashiro and Yuri looked at the situation in awestruck surprise. Calm down, this is no time to space out. Why would Luis kick down some rescue squad members? Because she's here to protect you and there's things. Natsuko was horribly confused. But the answer to his question lied in what he had just been seeing. No, hold on. Louise is working to protect us. I should be able to trust her. In that case, the fact that Louise kicked these guys down means... Electricity ran through Natsuko's spine. What was that? That's a flashback to something we haven't seen yet. Ah, they were ambushed by these two guys. Ah, interesting. So, Hiyama and Dojima, along with Watase, were working on other things, on the revenge plot against Labo and okay, I'm speculating here completely wildly and incorrectly, probably. He then realized exactly who those people were. Mashiro, these guys are no rescue squad members. Huh? They're the ones who attacked us at that abandoned factory last night. What? You went to an abandoned factory? Fucking hell, okay. We need to know how that happens. The moment Natsuko said that, one of the collapsed men glared at him. You'd have been better off not noticing that. We should have put you through a little more pain back then. It was a mistake to show you mercy. This time we're gonna shut you up for sure. Hello, and with that the man lunged towards the kids. But then Louis stepped forward ever so slightly and judo chop, grabbed the man by the arm and hurled him to the ground. Or like one of those martial arts that's all about grappling and stuff like that. The man's shoulder rolled safely back to his feet and lunged at Louis once more. As she ready to counter him, Louis shouted, Natsuko, Mashiro, run! Louis, I'll get rid of him. The other one's fainted, so I can manage one-on-one combat. Then let me help. No, Natsuko, you guys will only drag me down. I can't deal with a hostage situation if they get you. Yeah, you're incompetent. You guys go find an exit. If you find one, contact me through telepathy. Hesitation warmed its way into Natsuko's mind. But Mashiro grabbed him by the arm and said, Natsuko, let's just do what Louis says. We would only get in her way. Hikarin, Louis will be okay by herself. Mashiro and Yuri were right. Natsuko shouted to shake off his frustration. Louis, it's a promise. We will get out of here. Together. Yes, that's true, but it'll be a while. We'll find an exit and wait for you, okay? And then he turned back and ran off with Mashiro and Yuri. Let's head to the inner ring. There are supposed to be emergency staircases there. Interesting. Interesting revelations there, though. That Hiyama and Dojima were part of a thing as well. Mysteries on top of mysteries. But then, Watase lost his memory, and then the whole plan just kind of fell through. Interesting. As they ran, Natsuko pondered to himself. In any case, why did I remember the past again? Because we need to learn the past, the audience. Just a moment ago, he was recalling a detailed account of the events of September 12th. Yes, very detailed, very trivial, but I guess important. I don't know. Why does this keep happening? Because plot demands it. There was something clearly strange about it. Was he really just recalling his memories? No, you're traveling back into the past, reliving them. Suddenly, he remembered the words Louis had said that day. The brain actively works to rationalize its perceptions and eliminate inconsistencies. This is just an obvious example of that. Depending on the circumstances, the brain will even distort a reality. Natsuko was taken aback as he remembered those words. Don't tell me what I saw was another type of hallucination. Which thing are you referring to now? Just a few days ago, Natsuko was enjoying peaceful days with those around him. But now they were running for their lives. It was no exaggeration to say Natsuko regretted that fact. He probably wanted to return to those peaceful days. So perhaps he had run away into his memories as a means of escaping from reality? Would my brain just automatically do that on its own? But even if that were the case, it wouldn't change reality at all. Well, you're a psychokinetic god. Still unknown to yourself. So it would change reality. It literally does change reality. Reliving the past, choosing something else, it literally affects a reality. Like able to open a door or not, kind of way. Natsuko glanced at his watch. It was stopped on September 16th at 6:19, the time it broke due to the impact of an explosion. Every time his recollections would end, he would catch sight of his watch, as if it were trying to pull him back to reality. But the gravity doesn't go away. Is it my brain commanding me to face reality? Is the command to face reality conflicting with the instinct to run away from it? The answer would be obvious if that were the case. He had to face reality, or they would almost surely die. No, I get the feeling that wouldn't be the end of it. Ever since I started recalling these memories, they always end in... As Natsuko pondered, he glanced at Yuri, but he snapped out of it when Mashiro spoke up. Look, an emergency staircase. Well, we already know that none of these work out. Wait, I'll go check to see if it's safe first. And with that, Natsuko entered the stairwell. Doesn't really matter. It might be safe, but there's bulkheads in the way. The stairs was safe, but as soon as he started to go up those stairs, he heard a sound from up above. When he looked up, he saw someone in a protection suit. Hello, Kazumi. Another one of them. Crap, if he gets this, Louise... No, don't worry about it, Kazumi's fine. Natsuko suddenly raised his voice. Hey, you, over here! The figure hesitated for a second before rushing towards the kids. The kids turned around and rushed down the stairs. They ran down all the way to the second basement floor and flew out of the stairwell. Damn it, how many of them are there? 5. The staircase leading to the surface was already enemy territory. Well, yeah, I guess he doesn't really have a reason to doubt that. We know it's not true. There's only 3 enemies. Well, plus the... it's complicated. I don't remember what their abbreviation was. An agency with like a 3-letter abbreviation thingy. They felt a presence chasing after them. What now, Natsuko? Where can we run? The broadcast said there are staircases outside of Area 2 that are still okay. So let's head to Area 3. We should be able to escape from there. But which way is Area 3? There's helpful things on here. Turn around, you'll see. This way, I'll lead you. Natsuko and Mashiro followed Yuri towards Area 3. They slipped through the passageway and continued on and headed towards the Area 3 inner ring emergency staircase. But it didn't look like they could escape from there either. The segment connecting the first and second basement levels was okay, but the segment leading up from there to the surface level had been blown up. Damn it, here too. It was a fairly thorough sabotage operation, yes. Natsuko, over there. We haven't looked at the stairs over there yet. Yeah. They started running again after Mashiro shouted. And thus they headed to the last staircase in Area 3. No good either. Doesn't matter, we know none of them are good. Please be safe. It's not an exit, there are no exits. Natsuko prayed as they opened the door to the stairwell. The staircase was safe, nothing was broken at all from the bottom of the second basement level all the way to the surface. Thank goodness, now we're in the clear. Alright, as Mashiro rejoiced. Boom. A blast of flame surged up before their very eyes. Watch out, you two. Natsuko covered the girls as they hid in the corner of the stairwell. They felt a wave of heat blazing over their heads. Yuri, Mashiro, you two okay? How about you? The girls answered him with trembling voices. I'm okay, but the staircase... Yep, it's now identical to the other ones. As he turned to look, Natsuko saw the wreckage of the staircase following the explosion. Now they couldn't even go up to the first basement level from here. And then a broadcast rang out for the nth time that day. Staircases have almost all been destroyed, but Area 5 and 6 staircases are still intact. All personnel in the facility, please evacuate immediately. Area 5? Natsuko groaned. They had left Luis in Area 2. Running to Area 5 would put quite a distance between them. What do we do? Should we head to Area 5? No, in that case, I'd rather... Before Natsuko could finish, Yuri raised her voice. No, Hikaru, remember what it is you need to do. And that is... What is your duty? There's something you need to do first, remember? Could we get an inkling of what that is? Unlike her usual self, Yuri was dead serious. That's... I thought I told you back on that day too. Ow! Hikarin, the people you should look out for are... Yuri's words cut out at that moment. You bastards. You bastards with this. In the sudden silence, the sole sound of a ticking watch rang out. Back to the past. Back on that day, huh? On that day when things got awkward between us all. Okay. Fine, you know, okay. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Because, feelings of frustration, a little bit at things. Okay. Okay. Fine, the ticking clock. We'll leave it at that for the time being. For the time being. Yes. Now. Oh boy. Okay. As the clock ticks away, and I let my mind simmer a little bit, let's put on some music later on. Such as Take That, Back for Good. Hyperdimension Toonie, the animation Bombardier. Yeah, that one has a bunch of good stuff in there, and some weird stuff and bad stuff as well. Focus, Hocus Pocus. That's a great one. That's good, just music. Fall Out Boys, Immortals. It's a bit of a thing. I don't know. I feel a little dirty admitting that I like Fall Out Boy for some reason. I don't know, it feels like cheap music. Just shouting and loud. But I like it. It's good, but I don't recognize it as like quality. It's just... Anyway, and then Delamain combat mode activated from Cyberpunk 2077. God, that game has a lot of music. Lots of good music, lots of bad music, lots of weird music as well. Anyway, with that cliffhanger, as we're about to find out what happens again, or maybe we'll find out. This jerking me around from side to side with these memories and jumping back. I don't know if I appreciate it that much. I honestly prefer my stories to be told in chronological order, instead of this back and forth. Oh well. I'm still excited and interested in this. So we will return in some amounts of time. Yes. Ta-ta for now. I guess we can begin again. Hello there, once more. Last we left off on... a flashback? Or going back and... I already forgot. It's been less than a day and I already completely forgot. I got so caught up in messing with the audio settings again. Apologies for the continuous repeated changes in how I sound. I can't help myself. I'm going insane trying to get that right, and I don't think I ever will. So, it is what it is. But anyway, I won't understand it myself until I just do it properly. As always, learning from mistakes, one mistake at a time, one thing at a time, and then I unlearn it because I hear it again and I'm just messed up in the head. Anyway, let's ignore that for now and just begin, as we always do, with something completely different before we go back to the main thing. Let's go with another short story by me from years ago. Let's just listen in. This one's a bit of a horror one, I think. Kind of skimmed it earlier, but nah, that was yesterday. My memory's garbage. Selectively garbage. Well, anyway, alright. Short story 9. Return to me. This voice keeps echoing in my dreams. Now I hear it during the day as well. A female voice, shrouded in wind and chirping. Your past beckons. I don't know what that means. I've lived most of my life in this town. The first few years were spent in the village where my parents were born, before finally saving up enough wealth to make the move. The only connection with this forest is the seasonal wolf hunt I take part in. Bring my gift. I come to my senses a few minutes later, holding an amber leaf and a pearl necklace. Where did these things come from? I put them in a drawer and go to the store. Follow my voice. Again, I notice I've wandered towards the forest just moments before entering, the necklace and leaf in hand. When did I go home? I throw the objects at the forest and run back home. No, turn back. Come home. This is madness. I try to shut the voice out. I play the flute my mother gave me, sharpen my tools, skin and salt a rabbit, anything to keep it away. Wait, I didn't go hunting today. If you will not, I will. The carcass looks at me, its bones reforming, fresh flesh growing back and becoming covered in fur. The voice turns to pure noise. I instinctively cover my ears, but it's coming from inside my head. I feel dozens of these creatures tugging at me before I pass out. Awaken, my brother. The voice is no longer shrouded, nor in my head. I look up from the ground. It's a dryad, and she calls me brother? She gently laughs as my expression becomes even more confused. You've been asleep for a very long time, trapped in that shell. But don't worry, I finally found you. Now you can become what you were always meant to be. As I get up, my body grows stiff. I can't move. She puts the necklace around my neck and the pearls begin to glow. She keeps chanting in a language I don't know. I do not understand. Then the amber leaf in her hand begins to shine as well. The spirits are ready to accept you. Open your heart and let yourself become their guardian. Her words continue to mean nothing, but she pushes the leaf into my chest and I feel a deep burning sensation spreading throughout my body. It feels like a furnace, no, a house fire, and I am the house. It hurts, but then it goes away. I can move my body again. Everything feels so clear now, but she's gone, and so are the animals. I need to get out of here. The voice is gone, and yet I sense a lingering echo from the trees as I pass them by. Finally, I am at the edge, but I can't step past it. Why? I look down at myself, yet I see only the ground. I try not to think about it and find another way, but some force keeps me from leaving. Days, then weeks, and now months go by. Nobody can see me. My voice falls on deaf ears. I can touch nothing, only observe. A guardian? What am I supposed to guard? Deer and moss? I resign myself to wandering the forest, looking at people and animals, freely coming and going, while I remain a prisoner. Decades and centuries just fly by. The last tree from my time finally dies, every other already replaced by a new generation. Except me, forever watching. Bit of a depressing thing. Stories, sometimes I do those. Don't think that'll be the last of the... these weird ones. I don't remember. Anyway, that's that. The voice has been rehearsed a little bit. And now we can properly continue. Aside from the audio fuckery that I've been doing around, messing with, that's been breaking my head every single day since I got this new equipment. Nothing else has changed, obviously. Anyway, now we are back with Natsuhiko in Labo, and we were about to go through another memory or something like that. God. Anyway, let's just get into it. Let's head back into the past. On that day when things got awkward between us all. Alright, we're going back, yes, into the past. September 13th. Yes. Natsuhiko already knew. Well, we don't, so that doesn't help. Exactly what time and date his watch would display. Ah, well, we know that as well, obviously. It's gonna be 6 in the morning, September 13th. Yep, as he looked at his watch, it read September 13th at 6:49 a.m. Indeed. And flash it back. Right. OBS doesn't capture these videos, because there's something else. And Louise is doing her strength training. Ow. Oh, with Natsuhiko. Ouch. That's painful. Natsuhiko started that morning with an impact to the throat. Okay, that's kind of dangerous. What's going on? It's dangerous. The throat is very sensitive and weak. That's why it's protected by, like, I guess the chin. You push your chin like that and you can protect it, and like, that's why it's... Anyway. Natsuhiko jerked back with something. Wait, I didn't read that correctly. Natsuhiko jerked up and looked around. And that's when he noticed Louise was standing beside his bed. Why the fuck did you judo chop his neck? Wait, Louise, did you do that just now? She did. Yes, I woke you up with a chop to the throat. That's fucking dangerous. You could have just slapped him on the cheek or something. Don't do that. Don't punch people in the throat unless you intend to harm them severely. Mashiro said, Natsuhiko won't wake up unless you do this. Mashiro, that's not... Louise, I'm sorry to say it, but she was pulling your leg. Please just wake me up normally next time. Okay, I will if you say so. Thanks a bunch. I'll go change now, so go on ahead to the living room. Roger. Louise left Natsuhiko's room. As he watched her leave, Natsuhiko pondered to himself. I get the feeling Louise showed up in my dream, but I guess it was just my imagination. It's not a dream. This is the dream. The dream about the girl he just met made it seem like he was obsessed with her. No, it's just new information. Your brain processes it with higher priority because it's new, novel. Everything else is what you experienced before for so long. So your brain just doesn't really even register this daily routine. New information is fascinating. The brain loves new information. It's like a sponge. It just absorbs it, and then it interacts with the rest of your memories, mixes up and changes them, interpretations of it all. It's a wonderful, wonderful mess. Me, obsessed with a little girl like that? Impossible. You just said the magic words. Impossible. That literally means the opposite. Every time. It's a declarative statement of an extreme position that never works out. Ever. Natsuhiko quickly changed and left his room, somewhat embarrassed. Whatever. Teenagers. Dumbasses. All of them. In some way or another. Morning, everyone. Natsuhiko greeted everyone as he entered the living room. Louise, Yuri, and Mashiro were all gathered at the dining table already. Good morning, Hikari. You're late, Natsuhiko. I've already finished preparing breakfast too. My bad. So, what's on the menu? Going a little more subdued today, so it's rice gruel for breakfast. We ate a lot yesterday, so our stomachs are probably a little worn out. Not really how stomachs work. Once you take, go to the bathroom, do all the things properly, it's ready to go again. Oh, that's thoughtful of you. Natsuhiko, hurry, to the dining table. Hurry. She's very demanding. Okay. Natsuhiko smiled wryly as he got to the dining table. He nonchalantly looked out the window. It's a clear blue sky. Well, clear blue sky with some clouds in it. I need to stop rushing. I'm here to pronounce things correctly. Aren't I? Well, I'm here to lose my mind, but also to try and improve my speaking voice. That was the original intention, wasn't it? I think it was. I have it recorded. It's on the record. I can't go back on that word. Or can I? Can I be a hypocrite? I can be a hypocrite. It doesn't matter, ultimately. Anyway, he saw a sunny sky. Another refreshing morning today. The confusion he felt the previous morning had completely dissipated today. Louise becoming a member of the household had certainly been an unwelcome change for Natsuhiko. You get used to it. But even when things change, you simply have to get used to them for them to become just another part of the ordinary. Indeed. One day he'd get used to the change of a new member in the household. At least, he had a vague feeling that he would. Well, you only have a few days to do that. A beautiful blue sky outside, a delicious breakfast inside. What a great morning. I get the feeling something wonderful's going to happen today. You fucking idiot. You'd never say that. God damn it. And with that thought in mind, Natsuko started on his breakfast. But once breakfast was over and they headed to school, Natsuko came to the sudden realization that it was anything but a good morning. At least we are putting the brakes on that feeling immediately. First thing today was parapsychology class. Again, a 2 full-hour block to boot. Jeez, those could be annoying. Natsuko grumbled as they headed to the BC room. You've got way too many BC-related classes, don't you think? This school is for BC people. The fuck are you complaining about? That's the point. That's literally the whole point of this school, of this entire city, more or less. Did you not get the memo? You've lived here your entire life or something. What? How could you say something so... Come on now, dude. I think so too, but that's... Well, that can't... Well, what kind of school do you think we go to exactly? Damn idiots. I'm not sure it was called because she enjoyed BC. Also, that's the point of this school. But still, it's troublesome. Why do we have to move to a specialized classroom for BC classes? That's a good question, actually. Oh, that's so we don't bother the students in other classrooms. That doesn't seem to matter with all the psychology... Oh, fuck, the goddamn high school thoughts leaking through anyway. God. Are we gonna go through a circle of hell today as well? Meaning... The BC room's walls are made with a BC insulator, a special building material meant to block out BC. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but apparently it can absorb telepathy and stuff, somehow. Bullshit magic nanomachine, son, that's what it is. Kinda like a music room, I guess. Without any insulation, they leak noise and make it hard to conduct other classes, you know. Basically, in the BC room, you can go as crazy as you want with untargeted telepathy. This is your first day of practice, right, Luis? You won't bother anybody, so feel free to go nuts. How can you always be so enthusiastic? Because it's exciting, it's magic, it's literally they have access to magic. How can you not be excited about that? Natsuko entered the BC room as he shook his head in exasperation. Hello, Anna. Okay, class, it's everyone's favorite BC time. Sure, and they cheerfully dressed their students as soon as class began. And since today is a special 2-hour block period, I think I'll start off with a detailed explanation of the theoretical mechanisms behind BC. Yay. Woo. But before that, I also need to explain what exactly information is in the context of BC. While it isn't directly related to the use of telepathy, it is a key concept of the fundamentals of BC. This may be a little hard to follow, but please try to listen to closely. Anna worked on her computer as she spoke, upon which words began to appear on the screen. What is information? Before we can explain information in definitive terms, we first need to go over the second law of thermodynamics. Information could totally be lost. I mean, you think you can extract information from a black hole? Good luck with that. Good luck with that, yeah. The second law of thermodynamics. This is an absolute, universal law. Well, mostly. You can't... information doesn't follow that. When the brain dies, all the information in the connections are gone. That's gone. No, you can't reverse engineer that. That's how brain damage happens. When the brain dies temporarily, like the neurons cannot recreate the same connections as they did before, so the information is straight up lost. It states that all bodies of energy mix upon contact and trend towards homogeneity. And they use the PC to bring a figure to life on the screen. Yeah, that's how that works. Fast-moving particles, slow-moving particles, they all mix and match eventually. Blue dots and red dots floated about in a partitioned box. This is a model of a box with two partitions, each partition containing either 2 or 100 degrees Celsius water. The dots moving on the screen are the molecules that exist in nature. The red dots are hot molecules, the blue dots are cold molecules. And naturally, the heat energy of these molecules mixes as they come in contact with each other. For example, if you mixed 1 liter of hot water with 1 liter of cold water, you get 2 liters of lukewarm water. Correct. Indeed. And with that, Enna removed the divider that partitioned the box, and they become like a nice shade of purple, eventually. They mix and match, the hot water and cold water mix, and as the hot molecules and cooled molecules come in contact with each other, eventually it all dissipates, and yeah, basic physics. They eventually reach homogeneity and become lukewarm water. It's quite simple, but the same cannot be said of the reverse process. No, you can't do that. Lukewarm water doesn't spontaneously separate into cold water and hot water, does it? It cannot do that. No. Because they share the energy and kind of spreads around. That's what the second law of thermodynamics illustrates. It's a rule that should be impossible to break. The students nodded in agreement. I mean, that applies to physical matter and energy. Information is something else. Information is a concept that doesn't really exist. Not really. Information is something we made up. Information doesn't exist in nature, it's something we just interpret it as. How we make sense of it. Like, come on now. That was a sensible conclusion to make and would likely be experimentally demonstrable. But around 160 years ago, a physicist by the name of James Maxwell reached an epiphany one day. What if we could observe the movement of these molecules? If we could use observational information to direct the molecules, could we not contradict the second law? And thus, as a thought experiment, he created an imaginary creature that could observe molecules. I mean, sure, it strives for homogeneity, but like, that's artificial manipulation. Artificial manipulation of trying to take it away. The name of that creature is Maxwell's Demon. By observing molecules, Maxwell's Demon can do things like this. Oh my. Oh my. Soon enough, Marshall spoke out as she watched the screen. The water is separating in the hot and cold. Indeed. Like, that's like artificially separating it. Also, that's not that really... I'm not sure that would work, since hot and cold is like just the amount of energy each molecule has. It's not like a bunch of lukewarm water has molecules that are both hot and cold. They just kind of share their energy as they impact each other, like bonk. And then, you know, energy is transferred from one to the other, and that's how it mixes out. So that doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. They all become like the shade of purple. They're all more or less equal energy levels. Exactly. By observing the molecules, you can do crazy things like that. From a physics perspective, the demon processed information. Information? Well, yeah, sure. It's relatively. The state and location of a molecule are types of information, correct? Sure, it's all relative to everything else, so... By merely processing that information, the demon can manipulate the energy in the system. I see. Furthermore, if the demon selectively removed hot molecules from the system, he could even use their heat to start a fire. Now class, doesn't this sound a little strange to you? I mean, not really, it's manipulating. It's artificial, it's a third party that's directly influencing things. It's not a natural process anymore. To create energy out of mere information seems like creating something out of nothing, doesn't it? But like, it's not creating... But it's not. The energy is already there. It's just being manipulated to be more concentrated. Like, that's... It's not creating the energy, though. It's not how that works. Yeah, that clearly is strange, but that's not how that works. Several people in the classroom nodded in agreement. Like, energy is always there, it's just in one form or another. Like, that's one of the laws. Like, you can't destroy energy, you can only convert it. In reality, Mr. Maxwell's thought experiment tormented physicists worldwide for over 100 years. Information processing can break the second law of thermodynamics. Energy can be created out of nothing. But it can't. No. That's not how that works. Accepting either of those statements would throw universal laws into disarray. It would make perpetual motion a possibility. Well, it's not possible, but... Like, I mean, ultimately, it's just theories. And it doesn't matter. Because reality works the way it does, regardless of what we theorize about it. Like all these laws and physics and everything else, it doesn't throw anything into disarray. It's just our assumption of what they are. It's our understanding of what those laws are that's thrown into disarray with these kinds of theorems and like hypotheses and whatnot. Like the universe has existed the way it does with the same laws that it's abiding by for billions of years. It's not going to change now, it's not going to change ever. The only thing that will change is our understanding of it. That's it. We just lack information about how this stuff works because we just don't fully comprehend everything that we need to observe, to experiment with. That's it. The universe won't change because we suddenly decide, hey, this works this way. Or like, what about this theory? Like, oh, the universe goes, oh, didn't think of that. I'll suddenly change how I work entirely. That's not how that works. So everyone wanted to believe that the demon couldn't possibly exist. But surprisingly enough, physicists of recent years have recreated this demon in the real world. In November 2010, a professor at Shaw University recreated Maxwell's demon in the real world, successfully converting information into a minuscule amount of energy. But the energy was... you're frustrating me. In July 2012, a technical University of Munich team successfully manipulated water temperature without the application of heat. Right? Is that why this game came out in 2012? This story was written, so I don't think that's that real. In September 2013, yeah, this is the future now, a certain Kyoto University student successfully converted information into electricity on their own. Right, indeed, the impossible demon was actually brought into existence. Well, that just means that either the law of the thermodynamics has exceptions, or there's additional clauses to it that we simply don't understand yet. That's how that works. It's always worked that way, we just didn't understand it. Anyway, this is all fiction, for the most part. Anna grinned, quite a devilish smirk, as if she were tricking her students. But wait, you mean we can create energy out of nothing? It's not nothing. That's not... No. You can't. It's not nothing. Doesn't that break universal laws? Has stuff like perpetual motion actually been perfected already? Like... if we create something that breaks, quote-unquote, a universal law, that means our understanding of that law was incorrect. Reality doesn't give a shit what we think. It is what it is. We just have to understand it better. Sorry, but unfortunately, that's a no. What do you mean? Basically, there's a hole somewhere in this narrative. Can you see where? Nobody answered Anna's question. But as his mother was a famous physicist, Natsuko was reasonably good with physics himself. He pondered the problem in his own way and gave his opinion. Professor, could it be that the demon only appears to be creating energy out of nothing, but actually isn't? Because you can't create energy out of nothing. It's always there. Mr. Tkano, what makes you think that? Well, it's the demon itself. I mean, it is in existence, an artificial manipulator. By observing the molecules, processing the information, and directing them, is the demon using energy itself? Yes, that is correct. Anna smiled gleefully as she worked at the computer. I mean, yeah, the observer is still involved in the thing, in any experiment. It's like that thing when you... what am I thinking of now? It's like some kind of experiment where you get different results just by observing it or not observing it. I don't remember what that is. I don't remember at all. But there's something like that. But yes, the observer, as impartial as it wants to be, is still a part of the reality and is a part of the experiment that they are themselves observing. It's an inevitable aspect. After much investigation, it was made clear that observing and processing information both require energy. No shit. Everything requires energy, except being inert. And this may not entirely be accurate, but in layman's terms, the energy required to observe and process the information is greater than the energy gained. No shit. So fundamentally, it's a net loss of energy. It turns out you really cannot create energy out of nothing after all. It's not really net loss, it's just conversion, again. I see, so the demon wasn't really that big of a deal at all, huh? Just a surprisingly normal guy. Well, it's still manipulation. Indeed, but the recreation of the demon is still earth-shattering in a different way, you know? How so? It proved that, even though it requires a large amount of energy to do so, it is still possible to convert information into energy. Sure. Natsuko and Mashiro gasped in unison. In Einstein's famous theory of relativity, he stated that energy and mass are equivalent and transmutable. And now we know that information can be converted into energy, which means that information can also be converted into mass. Sure, I mean, yeah, technically through a process like that, but like, good luck with that. Understand, this means that information was a conceptual existence, but a physical one all along. Sure. That information can be converted into mass. What does that even mean? I mean, have we figured out a way to convert energy into mass yet, properly? Don't think we have. We managed to convert mass into energy with nuclear fusion and shit like that. Sort of. But like the other way around, has that happened? Don't think so. That would have been a pretty big deal. It demonstrates the possibility that information, something once thought to lack a form and not actually exist on its own, could have an actual physical existence. I mean, information is what our brain understands, what's held inside us. It's our concepts, it's our neural connections. They are bioelectric in nature, so it is just a form of energy ultimately. But for the sake of this fictional story, we'll just let it be its own thing. Sure, let it be that. And not just the example of the state of molecular distribution, but the volume of space and the flow of time as well. Each and every sort of information that exists in the universe. Fine, I'll let it go. I'll let it go, otherwise this will be very annoying of me just interjecting every single time they repeat the same things, more or less. All these sorts of information are invisible to the eye, but they certainly exist and can be converted into energy. Information that's invisible to the eye physically exists. Wait, you mean even human thoughts too? Human thoughts are the only type of information. Basically, you're quite sharp, indeed I do. All of your thoughts, intentions, feelings, and memories are more than just conceptual existences. Oh yeah, we can access them. They literally do exist inside our heads. I'm repeating myself, I'll stop. To put it bluntly, yet somewhat romantically, the spirit exists. And now you're making me angry. When Anna finished talking, the room filled with the awestruck sighs. I see, her explanation is easy to understand. It's very frustrating to try and accept. But fine. We're escaping the reality where this kind of stuff isn't a thing. Sometimes I get angry though. Anyway, it was a concept that was a little hard to accept, but the students all seemed to at least somewhat understand. Some wondered how exactly this related to BC, but that's exactly when Enna continued. So, right after we understood that information existed as energy, many historical discoveries were made in the world of physics. Modern mainstream physics now accepts that information exists on its own, even without the need to convert it into media like electrical signals. I'm just gonna move on. Furthermore, in the same way that matter is composed of molecules, we learned that what it is that composes and transmits information. What it is that composes and transmits information? You mean like magnetic storage or digital data? Normally you would be correct, but from a physics standpoint, that's wrong. Then air maybe? Our voices use air as an intermediary, right? It's just another dimension. I think we read that in one of the books in the after days, Hurut. It does fill the surrounding area, but that's still not right. Then, is there a molecule? Come on now, it's not a physical thing. That composes information or something. So close, but it's not quite that big. Mashiro wasn't good at physics, so she had a hard time approaching the correct answer. It's fucking string physics, the fucking cultists. And Natsuko couldn't bear watching her anymore, so he lent a helping hand. It's an elementary particle, isn't it? Yep, that's correct, Mr. Nishikawa. So it literally is just a physical. Anna smiled and changed the text on the screen. An elementary particle is the smallest unit that composes matter. They're extraordinarily small dots that are obviously too small to be seen by the eye. There are many types of elementary particles. They compose matter and mediate energy. They fill the entire universe. The universe. For example, the photon mediates electricity and magnetism. The graviton mediates gravity. They're too small to observe easily, and it's said there are many elementary particles yet to be discovered. But 16 years ago, a new elementary particle was discovered that composed and transmitted information. The BC particle. That's the general term for the elementary particle related to the use of BC. There's also a WX particle that does some other things. They're elementary particles that are molded and transmitted by the brain activity of all living animals and thus humans. So it is an inherently bioelectrical neurological thing. Information was once believed to be something transmitted through the air or via telephone or internet lines. So without creatures with brains, these things don't exist, eh? Or do they? But those things were only facsimiles of information. Information in its truest sense existed in a completely different form. You kids use these BC particles as an intermediary when you use BC. But does it really feel like that? The students silently shook their heads, and nodded as she continued. Now then, allow me to explain exactly what happens when information exchanged when using BC. I know I've said before that BC is direct brain-to-brain communication, but let's take a look at what exactly happens from a physical standpoint to achieve that. I'll be honest, I'm groaning internally a little bit. Too much. Anna walked on her computer as she spoke. I want to get back to the drama, to the characters interacting with things. Which caused the screen to display a figure of a person's head. First of all, these BC particles I mentioned fill our surroundings and have the capability to move through all matter. Well, not all matter, apparently. Which of course includes your skulls and your brains within. Also, brain activity itself is thought information, which is generated by the brain's electrical signals. This thought information is transmittable to the outside. In a similar fashion to how your voice uses the air as an intermediary in a normal conversation, your thoughts use these elementary particles as an intermediary. Though obviously, the information energy created from thoughts is extremely minuscule. When BC particles leave the brain, their energy diffuses in the blink of an eye, causing the thought information to disappear as well. Normally, it'd be impossible to use this method to convey your thoughts to others, but it is possible for certain individuals, namely you, communicators. You use this part of the brain here. This part of the human brain, the prefrontal cortex, has an organ called the BC receptor. The function of this organ was once unknown, but in recent years, its use in the transmission and reception of BC has been clarified. Your BC receptor structure and capacity for growth is determined at birth by genetics. That is what determines your aptitude. And the extent to which you can consciously use it is what determines your ability level. I see, so in other words, the BC receptor in my brain is apparently quite different from that of an ordinary person. That said, he could not understand at all how that would actually allow them to use BC. I went a little bit mad there. It's all just nonsense fictional science exposition, so I just messed around with my own voice there. Because, come on now, that was kind of boring. That was kind of boring, and I don't think it'll matter that much. Oh well, I might be proven wrong. But just as if she had seen through him, Anna continued. I've already forgotten what they were talking about. Now then, allow me to explain step by step the process that occurs with telepathy. First, the telepathy user perceives the characteristic brain waveform of the target the user wants to send their voice to. The characteristic brain waveform is the pattern of the electric current that constantly flows through your BC receptor. It varies from person to person. That pattern is also mediated by BC particles and is faintly transmitted to your surroundings. Even if you're not a communicator, that's what allows empaths to do their thing. Everyone with a functioning brain leaks out a minute amount of information energy. It's a truly minute amount of energy that most people can't perceive, but communicators can. by perceiving a target's pattern, you can use it to give your telepathy directionality. Basically, you can selectively specify who receives it. In terms of a phone call, it's akin to knowing someone's phone number. So after you've perceived the target's characteristic brain waveform, you concentrate strongly on it. Doing so causes your characteristic brain waveform and that of the target to interact with atmospheric BC particles, thereby establishing a remote brain-brain connection mediated by the BC particles. In terms of a phone call, it's perhaps the same as connecting to the other persons in line. Then you concentrate very, very hard on the message you want to send to your target, and the BC receptor inside the communicator's brain begins to work hard, which amplifies the normally minute information energy in the brain anywhere from several thousand to several hundred billion times. The amplified energy is sent in the form of BC particles to the BC receptor in the target's brain, which causes the auditory complex to secrete neurotransmitters that makes it sound like a voice is inside their head. In terms of a phone call, it would be actually talking to the person on the phone. Those are the 3 steps to the process of expressing telepathy. Oh my god, are we done with that? Just about everybody who had dealt with BC had heard at least a little bit about that process. But Louise kept nodding as she listened intently. So you're saying the communicators can generate information energy inside their brains. And that's where it comes from. That sounds like you're creating something out of nothing. Well, no, you're still using energy. You're just basic energy to do that. That's not exactly the case. Actually, when the communicator uses BC, it consumes calories just like exercise does. Essentially, to create information energy, you need to convert it from the body's heat energy. Basic process. So you mean you can diet by using telepathy all day? I mean... Sure. Many people are under that impression, but before you can actually affect your weight, your brain usually tires out and loses concentration, rendering you incapable of continuing telepathy. Too bad. You're an anime girl, you're thin as heck. You need to put on like 10 pounds. All of them need to put on like 10 pounds. Except for this guy, I guess. He's maybe a little overweight. But come on now. And the two. Well, in any case, since communicators can process information energy through concentration, they are in a sense similar to Maxwell's demons. But in the end, you cannot create something out of nothing. Not even demons can break universal laws. I understand now. So communicators are still just a category of normal human beings. Well, yeah, you just have a think. Even Luis nodded in agreement with Anna's words. There are quite a few communicators who can use telepathy despite not knowing a thing about its underlying mechanisms or theories. You don't need to understand how to use a tool in order to just be able to use a tool. Like, you don't need to know how, like, a power drill works. You just need to be able to hold it in your hand and press, like, the button or whatever. In the same way that you don't need to understand the physiology of the lungs and diaphragm to breathe. But the part those communicators easily fail at is the process that precedes the actual telepathy. That is, perceiving the target's characteristic brain waveform and giving that telepathy directionality. Unless you get this step correct, your telepathy will leak everywhere. Yes, like those stupid idiots in the hallways doing their thing. The confessor, the 2 idiots, and like the baseball team or whatever the other ones were. Everyone in the vicinity will hear your message. Now, I know I'm saying this as someone who can't use BC, but leaky telepathy is annoying, so I don't like it. Oh, annoying. Annoying. Annoying, she says. What I do like is smart use of telepathy. If others hear your confessions of love or other such private talk, it ruins the purpose of telepathy. Yeah, everyone heard that. And as a remark, reminded Natsuko's business as usual at school. How telepathy would fly about at random and how Anna would have to use the intercom to warn against it. True, it really is annoying. The moment that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, Anna fiddled with the computer once more. And with that, let's now introduce the Enneagram. What? I thought that was just a gameplay mechanic. I thought that was just a gameplay mechanic over here, in the corner. What? What? Okay, so it's what? And with that, a diagram of an irregular 9-pointed star appeared on the screen. Okay, there. Okay. You got my attention back, game. You're actually introducing this thing in the actual story, with the characters and everything. This what seemed to be purely gameplay mechanic thingy. It was a figure often seen in BC practice. What? Okay. Now you might be asking the anagram again, but the basics are always important. Today let's try practicing with this in mind. Damn it. -1 point. Louise looked at the figure quizzically and muttered. Anagram? Is this figure not widespread in the French method of BC training programs? Yeah. I see. Well, let me use this opportunity to explain it once again. Everyone else listen closely too, to make sure you know it front and back. Anna then began to explain the figure. This figure was originally created for another purpose, but we now use it in BC training to classify the 9 types of characteristic brain waveforms. Even though the characteristic brain waveform varies from person to person, they don't deviate too far from these 9 types. It's mostly minor individual variations, just like with all humans and everything human-related. We're all the same, we just have minor deviations here and there. You should fall into one of those 9 types as well, Miss Sannomiya. Indeed, I understand now. Louise nodded deeply at Enna's explanation. So basically, you can use this as a model to help perceive your target's brain waveform. From there, you can adjust for individual variation, alright? Very perceptive of you, Miss Sannomiya. The anagram is indeed a BC beginner's guide to perceiving brain waveforms. Okay, so this is literally just a diagram. Incidentally, a person's characteristic brain waveform is said to reflect that person's personality. Indeed. Perceiving someone's waveform could help you understand them and serve as the first step to forming an emotional bond. Though it might be a little forced to say that much. Anna smiled wryly before addressing the students. Anyway, class, let's practice telepathy with a particular focus on directionality today. So as always, split up into groups of 2, okay? It's doing the thing. God, that's so impractical. One guy's not doing it. Directional. And with that, the students turned to their neighbors and began practicing. Natsuko was about to partner up with Mashiro, but no, we've already done that. It's time for Luis. Oh wait, that means Luis is missing a partner. Can't practice alone, so I'll go sleep. What? No. Hey, you can't do that, Luis. Mashiro turned her head and spoke to Anna. Miss Anna, can we form a group of 3 to include Miss Sannomiya? Of course. Ah, that's right. I believe you already mastered telepathy, Mr. So could you lead Mr. Tenkawa and Miss Sannomiya for me? Yes, ma'am. Leave it to me. Good. Please begin then. And with that, Anna started to look around the classroom. Mashiro smirked and turned to Natsuko and Luis. Okay then, let's get things started, guys. You sure seem enthusiastic. Look, I know she said to lead us, but you don't really need to do anything special, alright? Oi. She's gonna use this opportunity to be the leader. What's that, Natsuko? Talking back to your senior drill instructor, are we? She's enjoying all of that. I do love that. Mashiro's great. I like her. Senior drill instructor. Yeah, she's in charge now. Follow her orders, you little brat. As Natsuko spoke in confusion, Mashiro puffed up her chest in pride. Okay. Fucking drill sergeant hat even out of nowhere. I am Gunnery Sergeant Mashiro Tobi, your senior BC drill instructor. From now on, the first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be, Sir, do you babies understand that? Wonderful. Those were lines from a famous war movie, though she did try to tone down the language. Sure, they're in class. Mashiro got scary all of a sudden. Why is that? What do you mean scary? This is silly. Just play along and say, Sir, yes, sir. That's the only way to please her when she gets like this. Okay, sir, yes, sir. Good, then let's commence training on the double. Mashiro faced Natsuko and Luis as she spoke. First, perceive each other's brain waveforms. Even baby communicators can do it if they try. Now, move it. Sir, yes, sir. Natsuko played along for the time being as he focused on Luis in front of him. This is the only part I'm good at. He shut his eyes and sharpened his senses. And eventually, we get the freaky, the little ominous, psychological music. do like it. It's very ominous and backgroundy. And eventually, Luis's characteristic brain waveform flickered in the back of Natsuko's mind. I saw it. It's type 4. It was the waveform of artists and eccentrics. Hers was quite varied from the archetypical characteristics, but he somehow managed to perceive it correctly. Natsuko opened his eyes and spoke to Luis. I perceived it. You're a type 4, Luis. Luis opened her eyes wide as Natsuko pointed at the enneagram. Is that so? Never knew that. What about you, Luis? Did you perceive my waveform? Probably. I think it's that one. Luis pointed to the upper part of the enneagram. Ah, Luis, you really are a quick learner. That's right, I'm a type 7. Natsuko didn't quite understand why it was his classification, but it was said to be the brain waveform of enthusiastic people. Look, your brain is what it is. Well, I guess predicting personality with brain waves is kind of like predicting with blood types. That is, it's not that accurate at all. Yeah. As Natsuko pondered, Mashiro spoke with satisfaction. Today, you people are no longer babies. Today, you are communicators. You're part of a brotherhood. Huh? Boot camp over already? Nah, well, it's time to keep talking like that, so I just want to go back to normal. Fair enough. That helps a lot. Nah, that hurts. It was fun. I enjoyed that. Mashiro laughed out loud before continuing. Now then, why don't we try actually communicating through telepathy? The trick to telepathy is to concentrate hard with all your mind. So it might be easier to go with something you feel from the bottom of your heart rather than something you don't really mean. I see, so something I feel from the bottom of my heart, eh? As Natsuko pondered that trick, Luis tugged on his sleeve. Natsuko, try it. Okay then, let's get to it. Natsuko concentrated to the best of his ability, but it's kinda shit. I'm starving. Maybe the rice gruel was too good with helping digestion. I hope class ends soon so we can have lunch already. He intended to send a message that he truly felt from the bottom of his heart. Hungry. Yes, the gut knows best. But no matter how desperately he concentrated, Louise said nothing and her expression didn't change at all. So, did you get my telepathy? Not at all. I see. I knew it. He really was bad at BC. The telepathy he used 3 days ago was looking more and more like some sort of fluke. Stay patient and take turns practicing. Louise, you're up next. His effort wasn't really heartfelt. It wasn't there. Just like, I'm hungry though. It's a basic instinct, not deep instinct or deep feeling. Roger. Louise put her hand up to her temple. She looks serious. That was the first time seeing Louise using BC. Natsuko watched in bated breath to see the extent of her ability. I'm hungry. Okay. She's simpleton as well. That's the voice he heard, but she said it. But it wasn't information firing off in his brain, but her natural voice passing through her lips. Louise, you spoke out loud, you know? Yes. Louise calmly answered Mashiro's question. Wait, Louise, are you perhaps bad at BC too? Bad? Yes, essentially. I see. School naturally attracted students who wanted to become great communicators. People who were fully aware of how bad they were at BC, like Natsuko and Louise, were a tiny minority. That alone was enough to make him feel genuine camaraderie. I guess everyone really does have a weak spot after all, eh? Shut up. No, I wasn't making fun of you or anything. I guess I'm a little relieved, actually. Come on. Eh? Louise looked on dubiously as Natsuko tried to gloss things over. And that's when Enna spoke up to them. Oh my, Miss Sanomiya, are you not good with BC? That appears to be the case. I see, but I heard Miss Sanomiya had rank D aptitude. Aptitude was, in a sense, a communicator's talent or a latent ability. Rank D aptitude was 5th from the top. It was the lowest aptitude among students at this school, but you should be able to master telepathy depending on how hard you train. So how about it? Actually, I have trouble using telepathy. Not only am I bad at BC, but it's also dependent on my physical condition. Eh? You not feeling good today? Yes, when I can't use it at all. Especially during menstruation and such. Okay. Natsuko and the others were taken aback by her abrupt use of that word. Indeed, that was I see, well, try not to push yourself, okay? And forced a stiff smile and let them be. Well, you know, Louise, I don't think it's good for you to say stuff like that in the presence of boys. Really? Okay, I'll be careful. Yeah, that'd be for the best. Yeah, that's information we don't need to know, not really. Like, generally not. Natsuko once again began to think that she really was an odd girl. Well, she's only 14. So I guess you two are around the same level, eh? In that case, let Gunnery Sergeant Mashiro here show you a textbook example. Sure, that sounds like it'd be good for Luis. And you as well, dude. You're also shit at this. Indeed, please do. Okay then, I'll do some practice myself and show you guys a bunch of different types of telepathy. Mashiro took out her parapsychology textbook as she spoke. There were several BC skill training methods written in there. For example, according to the text, the best shortcut to improving telepathy skill was to actually use that. Oh no, that's true for literally any skill. For any ability, anything, just repeated use. That's literally true for everything. So starting with Telepathy Improvement Manual Part 15, Transmitting Abstract Thoughts. This is practice for sending thoughts that can't be expressed in words. Thoughts that can't be expressed in words, feelings. Like it's the feeling when you hear a song and it just kind of clicks in your mind. And like, I can't explain that in words. How the fuck am I supposed to explain what like a song clicking in my head means? Like it just does. It just does. Like, anyway, that kind of thing. For example, you can send abstract messages that are hard to describe, like happy feelings or sad emotions. So with that said, I'll try sending you guys some different emotions through telepathy. Close your eyes and concentrate on receiving them. Okay. Natsuko and Luis closed their eyes. And eventually, Mashiro's voice rang out in their heads. Okay, so first I'll start with a calm emotion. First I'll send it to Natsuko, and then to Luis. And then a gentle feeling welled up from the bottom of their hearts. I feel kinda relaxed. I feel all snuggly. I know, right? By the way, this is generally how I always feel. Well, that makes sense. That's wonderful. Good for her. Next up is a sad emotion. The moment Mashiro said that, the pit of Natsuko's heart was torn out. What is this? I want to cry now. This is how I felt when I dropped my wallet the other day. Makes me want to cry just sending it to you. Dropped my wallet. Okay, time to pull ourselves back together. Next, I'll send you what it feels like to fall in love. Aww. Right after I heard those words, Natsuko felt his heart clench. Whoa, it's so mushy and saccharine, yet so passionate. Mashiro, is this how you yourself feel when you're in love? No, this is what I imagined as I read the romantic romance manga the other day before yesterday. Damn it. Wait, what the hell kind of manga did you read to get this? Dude, there's tons. There's really sweet ones. Plus you'll have a list of really, really sweet ones. They're just so... makes my heart gush as well. Romance manga is the best as well. It feels so adult. And, well, a little erotic too. Well, that's what emotions are. That's a secret. Though it's true that its contents might be a little too mature for Luis, though. Some of them, yeah, they include some things that, you need to be a little bit more experienced with life to appreciate those. Yes, let's put it that way. And with that, Mashiro's telepathy performance came to a close. And, well, that's how it goes. How was it, guys? What do you think of expert-level telepathy? It felt quite mysterious. Well, it is magic, basically. I never met such a skilled communicator back home. That was the first. You're amazing, Mashiro. Praise her more. Yeah, you're getting better and better at telepathy, eh? Well, she's using it all the time. It's all thanks to training. Well, just goes to show how if you train hard enough, you can gain access to communication that only communicators can use. Interesting. What else is possible? Let's see. Well, there's stuff like transmitting complex logical thought processes. Okay, so let me look at the text for a little bit, as I send you the value of pi. As Marshall said this, a long string of numbers pounded Natsuko's brain. Yeah, we're just gonna let her do the speaking there. That feels kinda gross. But I'm pretty sure you can still convey this with normal words. Well, it is at least a convenience, since it takes less time than explaining verbally. But it's most effective to do simple, straightforward training like this. The truth was that outside of her training time with Natsuko, Mashiro would work hard at this sort of practice. and as a result, her telepathy precision increased and she became capable of many different types of telepathy applications. At any rate, it's an extremely interesting ability, so you two should get into it and try hard too. First, let's start with point-blank range transmission to a familiar target. Yes, sir. At Mashiro's suggestion, the two of them began telepathy practice a little more seriously than usual. But in the end, before either Natsuko or Luis could successfully send a single message, the first hour of class came to an end. God, it has been an hour there and an hour here as well. I tried my best, but it's still hard. Looks like we've still got a tough journey ahead of us, eh? And now, just take it nice and slow. As they were having that conversation, Anna addressed the students. Class, if you got any questions about today's lecture, feel free to ask. My vast stock of BC knowledge is always ready for open ears. Vast stock of BC knowledge, eh? I usually ignore all that, but feeling just a little bit more open to BC now, Natsuko decided to ask a small question for once. Professor? Oh my, Mr. Nitsukawa, how rare of you to ask a question. What is it? I know you have said that more and more BC discoveries have been made in recent years, but telepathy and stuff existed even before the grand BC discovery, alright? So how was it all treated back in those days? Witchcraft, burned witches, and con men, and Nostradamus maybe, stuff like that. I see, that dates back to when I was a child. Let's see. Well, first of all, nobody even considered the possibility that humans could directly conduct brain-brain exchange of information through elementary particles. I can imagine, that was before we even knew about the true form of information, after all. But it's possible that everyone vaguely perceived the existence of BC itself, though. Well, there's a thing that's being sent out. People are perceptive. Even if we don't understand what we are perceiving, we still feel we perceive stuff like that. That's why we have all these other senses. We feel like someone's watching us. And you look around and, hey, was there someone else? Maybe. We have a lot of senses. We have like dozens of senses. What had previously been labeled as person's atmosphere or aura was likely their characteristic brain waveform in actuality. That too, yeah. So that way of thinking existed back then too. But yeah, it's a feeling. People have had feelings since we began to be people. Right after Natsuko spoke, Luis cut into the conversation. Anna, have non-communicators ever used telepathy in the past? Anna was taken aback by a student calling her by just her first name, but she still answered in good humor. Well, that's Europe for ya. Like, we don't address people by their last names, we address them by their first name. Because, duh, that makes sense. Anyway. Very good question, Miss Sanamiya. It's quite rare, but it is possible depending on the situation. For example, there's the so-called premonition, like the phenomenon when someone dies that causes their family to somehow sense it from far away. What happens is that on the verge of death, survival instincts kick in, giving a temporary surge of brain functionality, which of course includes the BC receptor as well. The prevailing viewpoint is that the brain then transmits telepathy to the person's family. In other words, it's the person's first and last use of telepathy in their life. I see. Very interesting. Extreme conditions and stuff like that. Mashiro then added even more to the conversation. So, Miss Anna, does that mean that things once considered occult in the past can be explained as a sort of BC? Probably. Exactly. That's what makes parapsychology so interesting. It's a field that scientifically elucidates all kinds of mysterious phenomena. It's no exaggeration to say that with the discovery of BC particles, every sort of occultic phenomena you could think of has become the target of scientific research. In an extreme example, some people are even considering the possibility that ghosts just might be another type of BC. Oh yeah, right, we did read about that in the other thing where they're trying to create consciousness without the need for a physical body at all. Create or just theorize that it could be possible. Yeah, it's information that exists in an actual physical form of sorts. Or something like that, yeah. Anyway, that's gonna happen to Natsuko. Huh? Ghosts? Well, sort of. Information entities. That's what you're gonna become, Natsuko. So get ready for that. Yes, remember how I said that people on the verge of death have expressed telepathy, even without being communicators? BC energy created by telepathy starts decaying after it's sent, but it's not like it fades to zero immediately. So in other words, with or without a target, extraordinarily strong BC can remain in place for a while, which means If you go to that person's place of death, you can hear their voice from when they were alive. Exactly, like curse you and such. Furthermore, since BC can also express emotions, the bitterness the person felt at death could accompany their voice. That's frightening. Is it? Actually, I'm kind of zoning out with these exposition dumps. Furthermore, since BC can also express emotions, the bitterness the person felt at death could accompany their voice. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, that's why you get a chill down your spine. That's frightening, but that also means that the feeling of the dead remained in this world, doesn't it? It sure is romantic, isn't it, Mastoba? But that might actually be the case. If your thoughts, memories, and spirit all existed as energy, then it's only natural for your feelings to remain in the world of the living after death, isn't it? Anna and Mashro smiled at each other. Geez, these two really like that sort of stuff, don't they? As Natsuko mulled over the content of their conversation, break time came to an end. And thus began the second hour of class. Oh my god, are we gonna get even more exposition? I don't think I can handle that. And explain the next topic to the students. Now then, class, let's practice empathy for the next hour. Sure. Empathy is the ability to read other people's minds. It's quintessential to PC. I mean, we're gonna have to get through this exposition at some point or another, so let's get through it now. I'm not a fan of these big exposition dumps, honestly. I wonder if I should... but I don't know how to cut up these things like that. Anyway. That said, there's nobody in the class that can use empathy yet, is there? No, Yuri's not here. After seeing the students meekly shake their heads, Anna continued. Indeed, empathy is several times more difficult than telepathy, even though the underlying theory is pretty much the same. Anna tampered with the computer as she spoke, causing text to appear on the screen. You start out with the same trick you use for telepathy. That is, you perceive the target's characteristic brain waveform and establish a brain-brain connection. During this connection, your target will emit trace amounts of information energy, regardless of whether they're a communicator or not. Thinking naturally causes you to emit energy. It's even less energy than the characteristic brain waveform, and it's quite complicated, but experienced communicators are able to perceive it. The communicator mentally analyzes the perceived information energy. If they successfully analyze it, an auditory hallucination occurs in their auditory cortex and they hear the target's mental voice. And that is the three-step process to expressing empathy. Upon hearing her explanation, I see. It's easy to understand when you say it like that, but it's easier said than done. One student spoke up first. The other students nodded in agreement. True, I know it's a lot harder than it sounds as well. In terms of a phone call, it's as if the other side is talking quietly to ensure you normally wouldn't hear them. It's the same with normal conversation. You can try talking to someone whenever you want, but sometimes it's hard to get someone else to start talking. Indeed, it's very hard to get me talking. I mean, I'll answer questions, but I mean, person-to-person communication. I'll answer anything you ask me, generally, but I'm not going to continue the conversation. I got another to add. But anyway, this is different. This is me blabbering infinitely and unceasingly in reaction to these things. And I smiled a little awkwardly as she continued. But in any case, there's one important principle you must never forget when using empathy. That is, your target absolutely must open their heart to you. If you try to use empathy on a target who has not opened their heart, their mental voice will be plagued with noise. Right? It's a very vague and... When two brains connect, the target's brain instinctively senses danger and actively works to combat having its thoughts read. That self-defense mechanism manifests in the form of noise. Which is why when you use empathy, you must first get your target to think it's okay for you to read their mind. Otherwise, even if you do invoke empathy, you won't be able to properly hear your target's mental voice. I see. But why are human brains equipped with that sort of defense mechanism? The same way people just feel things, just naturally develop then. Upon hearing Masha's question, Anna grinned and replied, haha, no idea. Come on, we can use basic logic. Those things have been around. So, parts, like, a human is composed of hundreds of different organs that act independently but symbiotically as well. So it's like there's many parts of your brain that just function and do things without you knowing. And so, like, parts of your brain in this world are aware of the beyond communication thingy and the particles and whatnot. And so they naturally just developed a defense mechanism like that, because it's just nature. It felt a presence there and decided to, hey, fuck you, no, here's some static from the universe. Huh? What do you mean? BC theory is still under development, you see. There are various theories, but nothing conclusive yet. It's literally only been like 2 decades, if less. For example, one theory states that when people feel uncomfortable about someone else, their thoughts begin to run wild, and that's what causes the noise. Well, my thoughts turn a bit aggressive when the people are uncomfortable. One theory even states that communicators have existed for ages, and noise is a defense mechanism acquired by non-communicators to protect themselves from them. That's nonsensical, that's too much. It's more subtle, it's more primal. There are many theories, but for the time being, it's a mystery. For now, I believe it's fine to just accept it as a fact of life. But still, if it weren't for this defense mechanism, empathy would be regarded as a truly dangerous ability, wouldn't it? A faint shadow casted over Anna's face as she said this. That's when Louise suddenly spoke up. Are there any students in this school who can use empathy? Yes, indeed. There are quite a few scattered from the elementary campus all the way through to the high school campus. So even if empathy seems extremely difficult to use, it's by no means a mere pipe dream for you kids. By the way, if you become able to use empathy, you're awarded ability level 4 certification or higher unconditionally. Sure. The students got excited at those words. Unconditionally. In this school, students with high BC ability levels were treated preferentially. Well, sure. Ability level 4 and 5 students in particular receive special privileges such as tuition waivers and scholarships. Makes sense. Fine. They even received recommendations to major in parapsychology in top colleges. Furthermore, students who can use empathy gain the respect of other students with that feat alone. I'm sure at an ordinary school, being able to read minds would get you beat up and ostracized. Yeah, probably. That's still dumb for people to do, but it's a defense mechanism. People just do that. But that was far from the case at the Rokume Academy. Rokume Academy severely punished any instance of discrimination against empaths. Since the school's original intent was to provide communicators protection against discrimination, this rule was strictly enforced. That said, that's a huge landmark for everyone to aim for. I'm sure it's worth giving it your best shot. Yes, ma'am. Of course, those of you who can't do telepathy can continue practicing that. Practice according to your own levels. Now then, class, team up with your neighbor and commence practice. And with Anna's energetic command, the students all began working at once. Mashiro looked around the noisy classroom and spoke confidently. Alrighty, it's training time for me now. Mashiro, are you going to practice empathy? Yeah, even though I can use telepathy, I can't use empathy at all. Did Tenkawa not tell you? That's right, she did tell me about your and Natsuko's ability levels. Mashiro is ability level 3, and Natsuko is ability level 0. Did mom really have to say all that? Well, it's just basic information, and yes, she did. Do you not know your own mom? She's just cold, simple, like not simple, but she's cold scientist. She's tucked away her emotions behind the veil of science and reasoning and logic and whatever else. Natsuko let out a hum. Ability level was a measurement of how much practical control one had over BC. In other words, it was a sort of measurement of one's worth. Well, in terms of the thing. There were 6 levels in total, from 0 to 5. Level 0 cannot use telepathy. Level 1 can use very short-range telepathy. Level 2 can use short-range telepathy. Level 3 can use long-range telepathy. Level 4 can use long-range telepathy and very short-range empathy. Level 5 can use very long-range telepathy and short-range empathy. The level divisions were roughly as shown above, omitting a few particulars. At ability level 3, Mashiro was communicator capable of long-range telepathy. In other words, she was just one step away from being able to use empathy. Is that how that works? Not really, that doesn't necessarily have to connect. Now then, since I helped you guys out for the first hour, this time you help me out, okay? Okay, sounds fair enough. Roger. Let's start off with Natsuko. May I read your mind? Sure, if you can. Once Natsuko gave his consent, Mashiro went straight up into his face. A little too close for comfort, don't you think? Oi, sorry, but BC is just easier the closer you are to your target. Mashiro closed her eyes and said no more. Suddenly enough, the energy of the BC particles used in BC transmission would decrease proportionally to the distance between the ESPA and the target. ESPA, I think that's the first time they used that term here. I think. Naturally, since Mashiro was a beginner to empathy, it would only make sense for her to get right up close to Natsuko. But still uncomfortable, he's a boy and she's a girl, all those things, yeah. This feels so awkward. Get over it, you baby. Natsuko got uncomfortable as he followed Mashiro's lead and closed his eyes too. Natsuko, are you opening your heart? I don't know if he's capable of doing that. Mashiro spoke from right in front of him. Natsuko whispered in reply. Yeah, probably. Fucking non-committal little bastard. You sure? I can't hear your mental voice at all. Though, open up some more. He can't. Easier said than done. How am I supposed to do that? Trust her. Let go of your paranoia and your other things. No need to think too hard about it. Just try to get into a friendly mood with me. I would probably be super easy to read. I'm not really... Wait, maybe? I don't know. If I'm tired and don't give a shit, it's easy to read. If I'm focused, then no, you can't read my... Maybe, I don't know. It's all fiction anyway. And then focus on some easy to understand words. Okay. Natsuko drove out all thoughts of embarrassment as he tried to focus. God, I'm losing my ability to speak even more and more. I'm really hungry. The second hour is really too long to bear. I'm hungry. So damn hungry. That moment, Natsuko noticed Mashiro's body twitch. I heard it. What? Natsuko opened his eyes in surprise. Staring right at him was Mashiro's overly confident face. Yeah, I heard your mental voice. The cries of your spirit. What did you hear? Mashiro-san. Damn cute. God damn it. That's your own inner voice, Mashiro. That's your imagination. That wasn't accurate at all. I mean, she is, but no. I know it's just for training, but I'm so blessed just to be able to be this close to her. Okay, come on now, Mashiro. Stop teasing him. I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. Not a single part of that was right. I mean, the actual statements are correct, but that's not what he was thinking of. Or maybe that was his subconscious that he wasn't aware of. Natsuko stared coldly at Mashiro as she spouted off lines far detached from reality. Ah, you're so mean, Natsuko. You could have at least played along a little. But you're always like that, you know? It was almost a habit for Mashiro to screw around doing empathy practice. Mashiro had rank B aptitude. With a value that high, it wouldn't be strange at all for her to have eventually gained the use of empathy. But she remained at ability level 3 for the past few years. And yet she never took practice seriously. And that's why you'll never acquire empathy at this rate. I don't want to hear that from you, Mr. Level 0. I bet we just lack affinity, that's all. Okay then, Louise, will you help me practice? Okay. Mashiro got close to Louise and closed her eyes. Is Louise opening her heart? Natsuko watched in bated breath. I don't think Louise is capable of closing her heart. I don't think she knows how to do that kind of stuff. And eventually, Mashiro opened her eyes wide. I heard it. I heard Louise's voice. She said, I'm hungry. Correct. Hey, Mashiro, you can tell that even without using empathy. I mean, she said so herself a few minutes ago. You sure are full of complaints today, eh, Natsuko? That's not the problem here. You're being a negative Nancy, though. Natsuko and Mashiro's voices filled the BC room. Boy, they spent some more time practicing, but in the end, Mashiro didn't come up with any results at all. That's fine. Eventually, Anna spoke up near the end of class. Miss Toba, did you figure out any of the tricks to using empathy? Not at all. Voices saying, same here, popped up all across the classroom. No, it's nothing to be disheartened about. I think it's transcendently difficult technique, too. So how exactly do you go about acquiring it? How indeed. I'm not a communicator, so I don't believe I can give you any practical advice, but From what I've heard, according to a certain researcher, your intention is quite important when training your BC ability potential. Intention? Yeah, what are you using it for? Yes, when using telepathy, your intention is that you want to tell someone else your feelings. When using empathy, your intention is that you want to know someone else's feelings. It may seem like a simple mental theory, but it's actually quite important. BC is, after all, communication using the brain, so the importance of that intention is only natural, isn't it? Yeah, I think I understand. Natsuko also felt like he understood. After all, if that were indeed the case, it would only be obvious that someone as disinterested in BC as Natsuko would be unable to even use telepathy. But then he thought about the accident several days ago, and how he tried to warn Mashiro with all his heart to get away from the car. Intention. Indeed. Maybe that's why I was only able to use telepathy that one time. And it continued as Natsuko pondered to himself. In essence, BC can be called a technique meant to exchange ideas and intentions. An ability meant to reach out and establish bonds with people. When you truly want to convey your feelings to someone, when you truly want to know what's in their heart, perhaps that's when your abilities will bloom. Everyone might have varying aptitude ranks, but you all should have what it takes. All that's left is likely a problem of mind over matter. So don't lose hope. Keep practicing, okay? And I finished speaking right as the bell rang. Okay, that's the end of today's practice. Thanks for the good 2-hour block period. Ah, bloody hell. Exposition and a little bit of character. Bloody hell, there was an hour of just exposition nonsense stuff. I need something with meat. Here. Class ended and thus lunch break began. We need that, the thing where they began to fall apart or something like that. Mentioned at the start. We need that. Not gonna conclude this with just this. Dry spell of information. Natsuko left the classroom and made the arduous journey through the whirlpool of telepathy. Oh god, fuck, we are doing this again. Fuck. Here comes hell. Miss Munakata, I gave it a lot of thought and finally made up my mind. Are you going to actually go and see her, you little bastard? All things considered, I've decided that I really do need to talk to you face to face after all. Good, fucking do it, you coward. Will you come to the roof after school? Okay, at least we have that. Okay, that's all I ask for. You've conveyed your feelings well enough through telepathy, so there might not be much left to talk about. But at least you'll figure out who the fuck he is in the first place. But still, we really do need to meet face to face. Yeah, figure out who the fuck you are. Yeah. Now that the whole school knows about our situation, there's nothing left to fear at all. Fair enough. I guess that's one way to deal with that. I promise I'll come to you for you, so don't you dare run away. Well, whatever. I say okay or not is a different story. I look forward to seeing you after school. Bye. Okay. Wow, how bittersweet. I guess. Still. That's youth for you. You're youth as well. Why are we even bothering with baseball at a time like this? Because it's a fun hobby? Man, but it's okay. I guess we're still incapable of directional telepathy. Yeah. What do you want to do, Shin? I'm completely open after school. Looks like there's gonna be a love confession on the roof. Wanna go mess with me? They can hear that you're... For fuck's sake. Fucking assholes. Hey, you, don't you dare get in the way of love. I was joking. Well, might as well do something. So why don't we help so he can converse calmly? They can hear you. We can ward off any curious onlookers or something. Oh, for fuck's sake. That sounds good. Wait, why are we still talking about this with telepathy? Literally everyone heard this nonsense. Ah, crap. Looks like it's become a bad habit of mine. Hey, Villa, we are the Angel Kami and the Communique. What? Ah, I think I completely blocked my memory of these. If this fucker spoke, I completely blocked his existence before. But everyone's dying to see the next exciting conclusion of the storybook romance of Miss Munakata and Mr. Nameless. Okay. So to send them our blessings, we here at the Light Music Club would like to play one of our songs. Right. Please give a listen to Myself, Yourself. That's not even your song. Try to play an original song for once. Your band name sucks. But I think it's a good name. Still Hell. Bloody... hell. Hellscape. Natsuko ignored the commotion in his head and muttered, "Well, I couldn't ignore it. I have to read everything." Geez, another complete waste of time today. Agreed. Now, slow and steady wins the race. Does it now? Well, I do admit that last part of the discussion was kind of interesting. And indeed it does. If you rush things, you're gonna make mistakes and you're gonna have to redo everything. And it's gonna take longer than if you just took it slow and steady and did it correctly the first time around. Anyway, when Natsuko shrugged his shoulders, Luis tugged at his sleeve and implored him. More importantly, see Dari, we don't have infinite lunchtime. We don't have infinite lunchtime. No, we do not. That is a very correct statement. True, how about we all eat together on top of the roof? Oh, there's stuff oh, that's after school. We can do that now, yes. Then let's go buy food first. The three of them made their way. They stocked up on baked goods and started heading for the roof. Natsuko bought a katsu sandwich and yakiso bread, Mashiro bought a sandwich, donut, waffle, and pudding. As for Louise, she bought fucking 7 yaretis of bread in total. Louise, you sure bought a lot, eh? She's a growing girl and she uses a lot of calories for her strength training. And being a ninja. Because I wasn't sure which ones would taste good, so I wanted to try a variety. I definitely did not give in to gluttony. Just curious how they taste. You're gonna eat all of them. And you're not gonna gain any weight. You weigh like 30 kilos or something. That's nothing. Well, okay, let's leave it at that. Mashiro and Natsuko looked at each other and smiled wryly. That's obviously not the case since she kept saying how hungry she was a while ago. Perhaps Louise was ashamed of her own gluttony. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If you want to eat, eat. But you're not one to talk, Mashiro. All you bought was tons of sweet-looking foods. That's true. This girl here can eat a lot more than you'd expect. Would it have her to choose between either the donut or the waffle? Don't worry, my body's built to not get fat no matter how much I eat. As they were having that conversation, they reached the turn in the hallway, when suddenly... Oh, whoa there. Hello, Jun. What brings you to the school? That's unexpected. Mashiro ended up tumbling down. She apparently ran into a woman on the other side of the turn. Ow. Oh boy, you okay? I was not expecting to see Jun. At all. The woman that bumped into Mashiro reached out her hand. My bad. I wasn't looking. Can you stand? My two favorite characters meeting, actually. It's excellent. Mashiro and Jun. Two bubbly, energetic little ones. Yes, I'm fine. I wasn't looking where I was going either. Wait, huh? Mashiro exclaimed in surprise as she got up. Aren't you? Have we met somewhere? Mashiro, do you know her? We were all at the scene of that accident, remember? Oh yeah, right, that's where she went. Those words jogged Natsuko's memory. So you must be one of the rescue worker that responded to the traffic accident 3 days ago. Relax, we're on the scene. That's her. Said rescue worker raised her voice as if she too had just remembered. You're the kids who reported that accident, aren't you? Huh? You remember? I'm touched. Touched? The first time I saw you rescue work in action, I became an instant fan. You were so awesome. It's not that big a deal. I was only assigned to the squad last month. Is that so? But still, that's all the more awesome. Just a short time after you got assigned, you're already doing dramatic rescues. The worker blushed as Mashiro showered her with praise. Hey, it's not like I do it for the praise, but I really do appreciate it. Seeing that smile gave Natsuko an impression. Jun's good kid. I see, guess she genuinely likes helping people out. Yes, she does. She's very passionate about it. The work is shit, the pay is crap, the hours are horrible, there's barely any respect from anyone else, but hey, she wants to do it. That was a very intense scene back then, in the after days route. He thought it made her a noble person, but also made him feel like a commoner in comparison. Well, you're just a kid still. So that's fine. But Mashiro, on the other hand, seemed to take a liking to her. She cheerfully introduced herself. I'm Mashiro Toba, and these are my friends. Hi, I'm Natsuko Tenkawa. Luis Yui Sannomiya. Oh, you're half Japanese. Guess I should have expected the fabled Rokumi Academy to be international to boot. By the way, I'm Jun Moribe. Call me Jun. Okay, nice to meet you, Jun. Still, I didn't expect them to send in a rescue team for an accident like that. Yeah, you're right. Don't you usually mobilize for more large-scale disasters? Well, thing is, we just happened to be deployed on a different case nearby that day. We got contacted on our way back, so we rushed over there. And besides, it's not like you have major disasters every single day. Like, if they're available, you may as well respond to a smaller scale one. Being on a rescue squad means going from mission to mission. It ain't no cakewalk, that's for sure. Sounds tough. Nah, but still, I'm doing this because I like it. Yes, she does. But Jin, what made you decide to enlist in the rescue squad to begin with? Sure. Can we get to the point where we ask what she's doing here? I think it must be super tough for a girl to be a rescue squad member. Jun pondered that question for a moment before answering. Don't laugh, but I guess it's because I wanted to be a hero. Yee. A hero? Yee. Yeah, I've always looked up to them ever since I was a kid. Oh, we have... whatever. This anagram thing, whatever. Natsuko found himself intrigued by her words. Someone's actually living my childhood dream. Natsuko himself had wished to be that sort of person at one point. And so did Mashiro. I know exactly what you mean. When I was a kid, I too swore to myself that I would protect this town I so dearly love. You've got promise, I'll tell you what, that. Once you graduate from here, you should enlist in a firefighter academy. But that's kinda rare, isn't it? A girl wanting to become a hero instead of a heroine? Well, to be honest, ever since I was a kid, I've been something of a tomboy. I always wanted to be the hero who saves people instead of the heroine who needs to be saved. So I thought, if I wanted to be a real life hero, I guess a rescue worker would be the closest thing. It's kinda tough to define what exactly a hero is, but saving people's lives is pretty damn heroic, I'd say. Indeed. Yeah, I think so too. There's nothing more valuable than the treasure of life. Oh, you're such a good girl. There. Well, this is a perfect interaction. Makiro smiled as Jin patted her on the head. These two kind of seem like they're on the same wavelength. Indeed, it's perfect. If nothing else, both Jun and Mashiro seem to enjoy helping people. As Natsuko pondered the similarity, Jun continued. Well, to be honest, pretty much everyone who joins Sirius is kinda like that, I guess. The pay is low and the job's hard, and yet there's no end to those who want to join nonetheless. Now that I think about it, there was another female member, wasn't there? Yeah, that's our lieutenant. And she's amazing. No matter how dangerous the situation is, she calmly leaps in and gets the job done flawlessly. She's a perfect woman. That's cool too. If the lieutenant's like that, then what's the captain like? Oh, the captain? The captain's a little distant. Jin made a slightly bitter face at that thought. A little what? Wait, don't tell me there's something wrong with him. Oh, no, not at all. He's super elite too, but he's just a little bit too cool-headed for me. Kinda dry too. Even Natsuko and Mashiro could tell she was struggling to find the right words. Does his personality clash with Jun's, maybe? Meh. As soon as he pondered that possibility, Jun looked at her watch and spoke up. Oh, would you look at the time? Oh, were you busy? What the fuck is she doing in the school in the first place? Actually, I came here for work, to give some disaster prevention guidance. See? Okay, that makes sense. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry for taking up your time. No, it's okay. I had fun talking with you guys. Well, don't hesitate to call if something happens. Later. There we go, that reinvigorated me. And with that, Jun waved her hand and left. Mashiro muttered as she watched her leave. She was so cool! I like Jun. Mashiro's face lit up in admiration. Natsuko reflected on the conversation Jun and Mashiro just had. There's nothing more valuable than the treasure of life, eh? Now that I think about it, I might have said something like that long ago. How long ago was the question? As if unlocked by the heat of the moment, another door in Natsuko's memories opened wide. After Mashiro and Natsuko decided to keep Sirius at the park, I asked the dog. Yes. They would take care of him enthusiastically. When Yuri learned about the situation, she also worked hard to help out. In the end, Sirius didn't go hungry, which was a big relief to Natsuko. But that relief would not continue for long. One day, about a month after they started keeping Sirius, Yuri gave Natsuko and Mashiro an ominous warning. Hey guys, have you heard? Heard what? Well, recently, healthcare center people have been rounding up stray dogs. Yeah, there might be some... that happens. Rounding up stray dogs? Well, they say it's part of their town beautification project. So they have to gather every last stray dog. They could have come up with a more, palatable reason, like, there's a worry about some kind of disease outbreak or something like that, or there have been attacks recently or something like that. You can make it more palatable to the public. Because this town beautification project, that's very, very corporate, very sterile, very lacking emotion, I think. I don't know, something like that. What happens to those dogs? They get put to sleep. They say they get put down. Natsuko and Mashiro's body shook at those words. Serious? Natsuko and Mashiro ran through the park. Yuri stayed put since they told her it was dangerous. Serious? Even though she's like older by 2 years than the other two, but whatever. Mashiro shouted in every which way. She feared that perhaps he had already been taken away. But the very next moment, Sirius came flying out of the woods. Sirius, sir. Ah, thank goodness. Mashiro sighed in relief. But soon enough the healthcare center will find him. Even a child Natsuko's age could imagine that. The stray dog roundup was happening all across the city, so no matter where he went, he would be found eventually. Aw, do you think if I asked Mom or someone we could figure something out? But they had been keeping him in the park because nobody could take him in. Even if they had made him a collar or a doghouse, the adults would see Sirius as nothing but a stray. But even so, they still couldn't just abandon him. No, Mashiro. Huh? Let's save Sirius ourselves. Mashiro gulped as Natsuko said that. Yee, he's a little hero. I just want to, but how? That's what we need to start planning out. We could never give up and just abandon Sirius. Because there's nothing more valuable than the treasure of life. That was another line Natsuko stole from a hero he was obsessed with at the time. But it seems to have resonated in Mashiro's heart. There sure isn't. Yee. You gotta do something or Sirius will die, right? Exactly. Natsuko and Mashiro nodded at each other and then looked to Sirius. Sirius, we swear we'll save you. I think they'll fail though. But good effort. I mean, they're just 7-year-olds, so Natsuko remembered the serious expression on Mashiro's face back then. It didn't seem like Mashiro changed one bit since those days. Mashiro's grown and become more feminine in some regards, but I guess she's still the same as she always was. She would abide by her own kindness at all costs. As long as her conscience told her to do so, she would go through any danger at all. So perhaps it's only natural that she would admire Jun so much for working hard and earnestly for that same goal even as an adult. As Natsuko reminisced, Luis interrupted by tugging at his sleeve again. It's very cutesy though, honestly, like tugging at his sleeve like that. Little girl doing those things. Guys, can we go now? Lunch break's going to end. Oh right, they were interrupted. Oh right, and Luis has a ton of sweets to eat as well. When he looked at his watch, Natsuko realized there were only 40 minutes. That's a fuck long time. 40 minutes. I could literally go to the kitchen, like cook up a full course meal almost basically in 40 minutes and eat it as well. And still have like 5-10 minutes left. Like 40 minutes is a fucking long ass time. Only. Do you eat like little... I don't even know what kind of things eat things slowly. Like a tortoise? My bad. You must be hungry, right? It's 40 minutes. Near my limit. Okay, how about we head to the roof? The three of them hurried up the stairs. Lunch break ended, and thus the first afternoon class began. It was a special lecture from a visiting guest. Are we gonna get more exposition dumps? It's already an hour and a half in, but we're gonna get through the exposition dumps at the very least. We got reinvigorated by June visiting, and that was nice. Rokami Academy actively contacted outside research institutions and enterprises for industry academic cooperation. And the guest lecturer of the day was someone Natsuko knew very well, his neighbor Keiji Yukita. Hello. Good afternoon. I am a researcher at the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. Keiji Ukita is my name. Indeed, Ukita was a staff member at Labo, just like Natsuko's mother. He was the guest lecturer today. Ukita seemed a little awkward and unaccustomed to giving lectures, but appeared to be in good health at least. Mashiro whispered gently into Natsuko's ear from the next seat. Hey, I guess Mr. Ukita's injuries from that accident weren't all that bad, eh? Seems like it. That's a relief. That said, it was quite unfortunate that he had to fulfill an extra work duty like this right after an accident. It's work. What are you gonna do? Just grin and bear it out. Ukita himself seemed a little uneasy about Natsuko and Mashiro's glances as he began to strain himself to speak. Let's see. Well, today I'm here to talk to you kids about nuclear power. Yeah, it's one of the cleanest energies of power, honestly. Anyways, this is important information that everyone living in the city should know. You do have a nuclear reactor in the city, so yes, you should know that. Nuclear power. The topic was even part of Rokumi Academy's peculiar curriculum. But Natsuko was as bad at this subject as he was with BC. Really? Come on, this is just actual science that's proven and tested. It's not like I can learn to like it, but Ukita came all the way out here for a guest lecture. So Natsuko thought that he might as well try to listen seriously for once today. When studying nuclear energy, I'm gonna try and do a voice here and get closer to the microphone as well, because otherwise I might just go insane from the tedium. When studying nuclear energy, one thing that one must first learn is the dreadfulness of radioactivity. It may have happened nearly half a century ago, but you all have probably heard of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant disaster in Ukraine. It's still known today as the greatest man-made disaster in recorded history. Man-made disasters, there's plenty of those. Ukita spoke in a bitter voice. Essentially, what happened in that incident is that the power plant's nuclear reactor melted down. Basically, the reactor core suffered a meltdown and subsequently exploded, spreading as much as 10 tons of radioactive material all over the place, carried by the wind, further and further. It was the equivalent of 500 of the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima, causing enormous casualties, both short-term and long-term. The soil is poisoned. The plants and animals are mutated and dying and horrid. And the people as well. The residents in the vicinity and the firefighters sent in to handle the accident were hit the hardest. Over 3,000 of them died, and the number only rose after that. Yes, cancer and everything else. Even to this day, we don't know exactly how many died, but the number is estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. That did affect a large area, yes. Ukita's voice gradually intensified, filling the classroom with tension. The reason there were so many deaths is definitely linked to the radioactive material. Radiation, the invisible killer. The gift that just keeps on giving. From the explosions and fires came what we call atomic dust, which proceeded to float up into the sky, then fall back down to the earth with rain. And this is the truly terrifying part. It was not limited to just an ordinary explosion. The devastating effects spread out to the surrounding regions. The people soaked in the tainted rain developed severe, fatal symptoms, neurological disorders, brain dysfunctions, genetic abnormalities, and cancer. Natsuko gulped as Ukita continued. With its own nuclear power plant, the city was once a luxuriously wealthy metropolis. But overnight, that very power plant made the city an inhospitable wasteland. All 120,000 residents were forced to evacuate. The effects of the pollution continue to this day, and it is said that the area will remain unsafe for another 900 years. As Ukita continued, a solemn silence spread throughout the classroom. With that out of the way, we at Labo also have a nuclear reactor for a research purpose. No, you do not. It is not a nuclear reactor at all. In the off chance that there is a meltdown and the radioactive material spreads, there's a possibility that the very same thing could happen to this town. That would be very stupid. That means you did not learn how to build better nuclear reactors since then. And the correct answer is we have. Modern ones don't melt down like that. They cannot. That's just That's just fear-mongering. That's nonsense. Those words sparked tension in the room, but Akita soon continued. Or, that's at least what a lot of people fear. But that will definitely never happen. Yeah, we learned lessons. First of all, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant had an extremely careless management structure, which is what allowed the accident to ever happen. But Labo has a layer upon layer of perfected systems to counter any unforeseen circumstance. And with that, Ukita failed with the PC at hand, upon which the screen displayed an image of Labo. We at Labo have a perfected system to deal with every sort of disaster imaginable. Well, the nuclear reactor's surveillance and control is continually managed by a supercomputer, protecting it from any accident or malfunction. And in the unlikely event of that supercomputer failing, emergency shutdown of the nuclear reactor is possible from the remote control room on the surface floor. Furthermore, 3 nuclear reactor control systems with a 6-fold reserve energy guarantee emergency support. In addition to a firefighting and disaster prevention system, we also have flawless defense systems to prevent intrusion. False. All of that is false. The nuclear reactor itself is underground, and the area where it's contained is made to be particularly rugged. The reactor area could be hit by an explosion, an earthquake, or an airplane crash and still not break. In other words, a repeat of the Chernobyl disaster will never ever happen again. Sure. Tell yourself that. Never say never. So please, rest assured kids, we at Labo will not cause any sort of accident, okay? That's such bullshit. I mean, technically they didn't, because it was Watashi Kasagi and his teams, and his team doing the thing, but still. It's, never say never. Nothing is impossible, especially in fictional themes. Come on now, we've been over this. Ukita looked around the classroom as he spoke. An air of relief filled the class. Fools! Fools! Children are fools. You believe this guy. You believe in something that's impossible. No, incorrect. You believe that something is impossible, so you don't fear it, but no. Upon which, Mashiro timidly raised the question. Miss Professor Ukita, what if an accident still managed to happen? May I take that to mean when an accident does happen, how do we handle it? Yes, I've heard that large-scale accidents have happened in the past even here in this country. Indeed. I see. Allow me to explain then. Ukita used the PC to display a different image on the screen. First of all, modern facility construction technology and safety standards have advanced considerably compared to the past. Labo's interior walls and floors are, of course, designed to block out the leakage of radioactive material by nature, but in the unlikely event a leak occurs, the automatic radiation leakage prevention system activates. Several bulkheads and gates are installed at lockdown to completely shut out the scattering of radioactive material. Furthermore, the automatic reporting system tips the local fire station post-haste, allowing for the immediate dispatch of firefighters and a rescue squad to contain the accident and save lives. A rescue squad, yeah. Makiro's expression stiffened. She was probably thinking of Jun. Correct. But would they be okay? Lots of firefighters passed away in Chernobyl, didn't they? You see, in those days they lacked sufficient knowledge and equipment to properly deal with nuclear accidents. But the situation is different now. Our city's rescue squad is trained to handle... Alright, nuclear, biological, and chemical disasters after all. NBC, that's what that stood for. That's the abbreviation I was looking for earlier. There it is. Nuclear, biological, chemical. What are NBC disasters? NBC stands for nuclear, biological, and chemical, yeah. So it's a general term for disaster dealing with dangerous radioactivity, microbes, and or chemical substances. If we at Labo were to experience a disaster, it would be an N disaster, that is, a nuclear disaster. Our rescue squad is equipped with protection suits that defend against strong radiation when they deploy. Also, if those in the facility become in danger of radiation exposure, we also have a drug that can neutralize the radioactive material and expel it from the body. Bullshit. These items are the fruit of Labo's research and development and are extremely effective at life-saving. Ukita continued with a considerable force behind his voice. However, all of these things are available for us as insurance, nothing more. We at Labo have learned from the mistakes of nuclear disasters like Chernobyl, and rather than handling accidents that occur, prevention is the best medicine. We concentrate our efforts more heavily on preventing accidents from ever occurring. Yes, an ounce of prevention prevents a pound of pain. All of those insurances I've explained will most likely never need to be used for all eternity. Well, another extreme statement. We all know that's not true. We all know that's not true. You're going to be running short on all of these insurances. So everything will be fine. Ha 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 ha. Fuck no. After hearing all of that explanation, an expression of relief rose up in Moshiro's face. Sorry for asking weird. It's not a weird question. It's totally legit. It's totally legit. Not at all. If it helped eliminate any uneasiness you had, that's all that matters. Ukita himself sighed, seemingly in relief before he continued. Anyway, with those systems as our insurance, we at Labo conduct various forms of research using our nuclear reactor. Yeah, that's all. I mean, we know that's all bullshit. There is no nuclear reactors. You're doing psychology, like PC research entirely, exclusively almost. For example, one subject of research we began in recent years, Ukita began talking about research conducted at Labo, but Natsuko was completely inattentive. He couldn't get his mind off the safety measures. Ukita had talked about. Why not? He explained them. They better have improved their safety measures. Duh, it would be literally impossible to not. That's the thought that came to mind. And then he recalled what June had said. Well, don't hesitate to call if something happens. Later. In the unlikely event an accident occurs, June will have to dispatch, eh? He hoped from the bottom of his heart that would never come to that. Come on now. We are flashbacking to useless statements. We already know that happens. Natsuko looked to the sky outside the window. The sky had been clear just a while ago, but dark clouds had covered it before he had noticed. That's happened, that's weather for you. That's a little depressing, that's just weather for you. There's gonna be rain. It brings life, bringing water down to the earth. Don't think of it as depressing. Just because it looks grey and dark doesn't mean shit. Think of the things that it brings, actually. Darkness is nothing. I lost my train of thought there. I don't know what I was going to say next. Oh well, moving on then. Natsuko shook off that feeling and refocused on Ukita's lecture. Eventually, the 2 hours of the special lecture, including a break, came to a smooth close. That's all I have for the lecture. Thank you for paying attention, students. Yeah, I can't leave it at this kind of thing. We need something exciting, some kind of cliffhanger, something. Or just some kind of emotional resolution or something. And with that, Ukita left the classroom. This was filler. This was filler. As Natsuko stretched out wide, Mashiro spoke up. Hey, Natsuko, let's go greet Mr. Ukita. Sure, your neighbors. Right. Now that he thought about it, Natsuko did remember something he wanted to ask Ukita. Okay, sit tight for a second, Luis. She can come along, why not? Mashiro and Natsuko left Luis in the classroom as they followed Ukita out. When they got out into the hallway, they caught sight of him walking away. Good job, Professor Ukita. Oh, Natsuko, Mashiro, anything I can help you with? If you have complaints about the lecture, please forgive me. It's not something I'm particularly accustomed to. No, it's not like that at all. We were just worried if you were okay after that accident. You said your ribcage hurt after all. Thanks for your concern. However, they took an x-ray at the hospital and everything looked okay. I'm actually almost grateful since I was able to use the accident as an excuse to take 2 days off from work. Thank goodness, I was so worried. Mashiro's a good kid. Natsuko cut in as Mashiro sighed in relief. By the way, Mr. Ukita. What is it? After the accident, you said that strange things might start happening to me, didn't you? Oh yeah, he did say that. What the fuck was that about? What the fuck do you know, dude? I forgot about that entirely. That's like, cause that was so out of left field. Ukita's expression stiffened at those words. Now that you mention it, that doesn't make sense. What the fuck do you know? Oh yeah, I did indeed say that, didn't I? What did you mean by that? Yes, well... After a short pause, Ukita spoke in a subdued voice. Well, actually this is nothing more than hearsay, but there's apparently been an increase in those that harbor anti-communicative sentiments in town lately. Eh? No way, but Rokume City is supposed to be encourage PC research. It's not as if everybody shares that sentiment though. Natsuko used such powerful mass untargeted telepathy in the middle of town. According to a friend of mine, they could apparently hear that get away from there from as far as a kilometer away. Okay. A kilometer? Indeed, I was worried that if some of those BC haters heard that telepathy, they might harm you. So that's why it was. I guess that makes sense. Natsuko shuddered a bit at the unexpected answer, but there's other things happening as well. Outside of the school, use of BC was prohibited by city ordinance. They were taught that the reasoning behind the ordinance was for manners, so that they wouldn't surprise other people. But perhaps the real reason was so as to not provoke the townspeople. Oh no, a few days ago I used telepathy to stop a bus too. Yeah, that was irresponsible of you. Now that you mention it, that was mass on-target telepathy too. Ah, no, calm down. It's only dangerous in the case of powerful telepathy. Normal telepathy from normal communicators shouldn't be that much of an issue. It's not that much more of a nuisance than shouting really loudly after all. I see, thank goodness. It's still though. That said, it still wouldn't hurt to be careful, especially you, Natsuhiko. So, Natsuko, you haven't been recklessly using telepathy after that, have you? Nah, he sucks at it. No, actually, I haven't even been able to use it once ever since. That one time was more like a fluke than anything. I see. Maybe there's no need to worry then. Ukiza's expression relaxed, and he continued. Well, I think it might just be me needlessly worrying, but still, keep it in mind. Now then, I'll be heading back to lab. I've still got some of my real work to do. Okay, thank you. Good job with the lecture. Okita waved his hand at Natsuko and Mashiro's farewells as he left the hallway. Now that was kind of ominous. Yes, it was. Yeah, it's amazing how that telepathy of yours reached as far as 1 kilometer though. At any rate, it'd be best to hold back on untargeted telepathy use. True, I've been a little careless myself. Yes, you have. Mashiro sounded a little bit frightened as she spoke. You worried, Mashiro? Huh? It'll be fine. Mr. Kita said so himself, right? I mean, he said that normal telepathy isn't that much different from yelling really loud. Yeah, I know. Why do you ask? Did I look that uneasy? A little bit, actually, yeah. A little. Why, don't tell me you were worried about little old me. Ah, there we go. Little devilish imp grin. I guess. That was a little blunt. You're kind of throwing me off here. Yeah, she doesn't get to tease you when you respond honestly. What's wrong with me worrying about you? Mashiro suddenly smiled as she heard that. Natsuko. That has to be just about the only part about you that... Alright, as Mashiro started to speak, she heard a voice from behind. Hey, you two. What do you think you're doing out here? Afternoon homeroom's about to start. She turned around to see Enna. Ah, okay. Natsuko and Mashiro rushed back into the classroom. And then, after an ordinary homeroom came to a close, school ended. Mashiro, Luis, shall we head home? Okay, let's go, Luis. And together they left the classroom, all the while ignoring the clamor of voices, both real and telepathic. Oh, come on, damn, take a double dose of hell. I really wanted to not have more than one dose of hell per segment. Fuck. School's over, shall we head straight up to the roof? I mean, I guess it's a conclusion to this little saga of theirs. Yeah, sure, Benizaki. But come on, you can say that without using telepathy. Oh, are they literally walking next to each other? Are they? Those fucking idiots. Where's the harm? I'm sure at least a few people enjoy listening to us. No, we do not. Fuck off. You think so? No. There are. I know I do. Oh, fuck you. You're as bad as them then. Huh? Who are you? You know, the guy always playing baseball on the sports grounds. They call me Pitcher Tanaka. Literally who? Forget it, just get to the roof already. Okay, whoa, there's already a huge crowd here. For fuck's sake. They're all just nosy. Everyone's got too much time on their hands. Yes, you included, you fuck. Is Mr. Nameless gonna show up? How's the roof? I can't see from here. Someone go check. Roja, this is Pitcher Tanaka. One girl's on the roof. There is no boy. That girl must be Miss Munakata, eh? So, Mr. Nameless hasn't shown up. He couldn't show up with such a crowd gathered here. You know, he's shy and all. Well, fucking idiots. Oh, no. That means it'll all be for nothing. Hey, all you onlookers, scram! Everyone who gets in the way of love should get kicked in the mouth by a horse and die. It's a bit much. Oh no, they're not scamming at all. Miss Munakata looks really uncomfortable. Cause she can hear all of this as well. And that's where I come in. Hello everybody, it's Angel Camille, etc. Wait, hold on a sec. What's with that timing? This isn't where you come in at all. Back off. No, let me talk first. There's something I want to say to Mr. Nameless. Fuck's sake. Okay, I approve. Speak your heart out, Angel Camille. Thank you, foolish stranger. Now then, you listening, Mr. Nameless? As the Light Music Club's hack of a vocalist, I've been showered in the scorn of the entire student population, and yet still I sing. But do you know why? It's because no matter how much they laugh, there's still something I want to get through to them. And I'm sure there's something you want to get through to Miss Munakata, no matter how many people look at you funny. This is neither the time nor place to shy away. Go now, or you'll never forgive yourself. He actually said something respectable, I guess. Now, if only he'd worked that hard to actually sing properly. But Kami is right, Mr. Nameless. If you don't go now, Mr. Munakata will be the only one people look at funny, you know? So come out here and say Ferrari. Yeah, that's a really good thing to say. You guys are causing the problem to begin with. You're the problem. Fuck off. That might actually be why all the onlookers suddenly went quiet. Here's your chance, Nameless. Go for it. Show her you're a man. A man. For fuck's sake. Ah, look, someone's stepping forth from the crowd. Just... What? Could that be Mr. Nameless? Everybody shut up. How long did you expect to make me wait? I'm sorry. Well, whatever. Anyway, so that's what you look like, eh? People often make fun of me for looking like a girl. Yeah, I can tell. More importantly, Miss Munakata, our telepathy, it's still leaking. Yes, we can all hear this awkward and ridiculous scenario. Eh? Everyone can hear it. It's embarrassing. Why don't you use your fucking voices? We don't need to hear this. For fuck's sake. A little late for that now. But you're right. Let's speak in our own voices now. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, good. Ah, did anyone hear that conversation just now? Yeah, now that's youth for you. Yep, that's youth. Huh? I didn't hear. Can someone give us an update? No! God damn it. God damn these fucking bastards. Nah, I'm not that tasteless, man. I'm so touched. What a grand scene, Angel Camille. I'm impressed. Okay, everybody, here we go. A song from the Light Music Club to our future couple. Myself, yourself. Like I said, play an original song for once. Hey, whatever. Well, whatever. We can let it slide for today. God, that was irritating. Honestly, we didn't need any of that, but fine, whatever. It's still a circle of hell. It's still a goddamn circle of hell. Not gonna change my mind on that. As they passed through the hallway, Mashiro asked the other two a question. Hey, should we go drop by somewhere on the way back? Nah, let's head straight home today. I agree. I just want to enjoy a chat over a nice dinner with you all. Oh my, that's a cute thing to say. Well, we've been going out every day lately, so let's just relax a bit at home today. Yee. Unlike yesterday's trip back from school, today was strangely calm and relaxing. So much so that they almost completely forgot about what Ukita had said. When they left the school building, it was dim and gloomy outside. Looks like it could rain any second now, eh? Natsuko looked up to the sky in response. And sure enough, it looked like it could start pouring any moment. Oh boy, I hope we can at least make it home before it starts raining. The moment Natsuko had that hope, downpour. Drop by drop, the rain began to fall. Ah crap, it's really starting to fall. Now that sucks. I didn't bring an umbrella. You should always carry an umbrella with you. There's literally no reason not to. Let's get on the bus. It should be here soon enough. They looked at the bus stop in front of the school just as the bus began to arrive. Oh, good timing. What a lifesaver. And the three of them boarded the bus as they chatted amongst themselves. It was a little crowded inside. I mean, not crowded enough. They found seats, so it's not that crowded. There were probably other people who rushed to board the bus after the rain started to fall too. Natsuko let Louise and Mashiro sit in the seats and stood next to them. Aw, if only the weather were nicer. I would like to go out for a while. Huh? What, more shopping? Nah. I mean, Louise still doesn't know this town at all, right? I did look around a little on the first day, but I admit I still don't know that much. I see, I guess you're right. Natsuko thought for a second before speaking. Well, the day after tomorrow is Sunday, so how about we go around town then? Sounds good. Masha's eyes gleamed at Natsuko's proposal. Usually, Natsuko spent his Sundays with Yuri, but just this once probably wouldn't hurt. Well, that said, there's nothing really to see in terms of tourist attractions. It is kind of an odd city after all. That's fine. Then how about we go look at some of the research facilities that allow it? Also, if at all possible, there's a little more shopping I'd like to do. Huh? Did you think of something you want to buy? Books. I did bring just one book from home, but I want more. More. Huh? Just one book? Did you not bring anything else? Anything else? You mean like everyday necessities? No, not like that. I mean, did you bring anything like keepsakes of your home or anything like that? Nothing. It's very cold. Really now? Although I guess I wouldn't bring any either. Going to a new place, I may as well have a fresh start. And just work with my memories on this stuff. Other things. Natsuko was a little surprised to hear that too. If I were 13 and moved... Oh, she's 13. Even younger. Fucking hell. If I were 13 and moved away from my family to a faraway country, I think I'd get pretty homesick. Maybe. I don't harbor that sort of emotion at all. I have no particular attachment to my hometown. You say that, but you do. If you think you don't, you do. There's always a little bit of that. I see. You might deny it to yourself, but you can't deny what's inside your heart. Then what do you think about this town? Think you could get any emotional attachment here? I mean, it's the people that you get emotionally attached to, not the buildings or the landscape. Hard to judge. I don't know for sure if I like it or hate it. Oh boy, that's kind of blunt. Good, I like bluntness. Well, she just got to Japan recently, so she can't tell for certain if she likes it or hates it yet. Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, let's just set that question aside for now. But still, regardless, I would like to go shopping with you two. I see, then pardon me for being forward, but allow me to pick some titles from the 90s golden age of sci-fi for you to try. There are so many legendary titles to choose from, like Neon Genocide Evangel and Ghost in the Core. Just use the actual names, Neon Genesis Evangelion and Ghost in the Shell. Like, come on now. Do you actually have to change these names necessarily? Well, I guess maybe. I don't know. I don't know how that works. It's copyright, it's whatever. It's nonsensical laws. Complex things and rules and stipulations and blah blah blah. It's a very complex mess. Never want to get involved in that. I never want to get involved in that kind of crap. I've never heard of those titles. Very interesting. I guess if she's 13, she was born in 2017 then. Yeah. God, that's gonna be a thing. That's already strange to think there's people, like adults, who were born in like 2000. It's like, it does feel weird. Oh, it's not like I'm that much older. Born in 1994, it's not really that much. Anyway, fuck it. Time is weird. Perceptions are weird. People are weird. Everything's weird, but we just move on with it. Those weren't books, but anime titles. But Natsuko didn't have the heart to say it. I mean, they have been novelized, and like it's there's definitely manga of them. There's probably novelizations as well. Who knows what else has come up and around from that time. Natsuko, is there anything you want to buy? No, not in particular. That's a little boring. Well, he is a boring man. Boy, he's a boy. Boy. I know, let's pick out clothes for Natsuko this time. Yeah, like dress up with him. No, you don't need to. Yes, they do. It's fun. Why not? You've actually got some nice looks to start out with, so you can't let it go to waste by being plain all the time. Does he? He's generic anime boy. I don't know what you want from me, like, he's plain and boring. Whoa there, you don't want to make me your next dress-up doll, do you? Yes, she does. That's the point. Yes, she does. I guess you could look at it that way too. Natsuko smiled wryly at Mashira's playfulness. But he had to admit, going shopping as a group did seem like fun. Well, fine. I guess it might be nice to go shopping every now and then. Okay, so the day after tomorrow, we go around the city and go shopping too. I'm sure it'll be fun. Ah man, can the day after tomorrow come any sooner? Ah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? But no, there's disasters and horrible things to be awaiting you before that. As soon as Mashra said that, this kind of scenario might be reserved for the epilogue, the after things. Her eyes opened wide as if she had noticed something. Huh? What's wrong? Natsuko called out to her dubiously, but Mashro didn't answer. Far from it, she just stared straight ahead without saying a word. What the fuck is happening? Okay, what? Okay, that's her brain being... What? What? Her face just froze abruptly. Something was clearly wrong. Natsuko got worried and whispered to her. Hey, Mashro, hey! That's when Mashro slowly turned back and looked at Natsuko as if she had come back to her senses. Natsuhiko. What's wrong? Did something happen? Mashro looked around the bus, stammering. What's wrong? Natsuko looked around the bus too, but he didn't see anything happening. Her empathy turned on. Everyone was just sitting quietly in their seats. Honestly, what's wrong? Shell shock. Mashro didn't answer for a while, but eventually she spoke with a smile. Sorry, it's nothing. Oh, that's not nothing. That was the face of someone who's just witnessed death, who's heard just absolute horror from the abyss of evil itself. You don't. That. Go down, Mashiro. What the fuck? The fuck? You call that nothing? That's a lie. A straight up lie. Actually, I had the feeling someone told us to shut up. That's not... No. That was... No. Huh? Oh yeah, I guess we did get a little carried away. That's not it. That was not the reaction of getting, scolded to shut up. That was existential dread that overcame her there. That's not... Oh no. I'll reflect on my actions too. That's not something so simple like that. Let's bring it down a notch. The whole music went away, her stare became just distant, as if she was staring into the abyss. That's not something as simple as that. Mashiro, what the fuck did you hear? What the fuck did you sense? Tell me! I need to know. That said, Natsuko was actually relieved in Mashiro's answer. You shouldn't be. The three of them then quietly waited to reach their destination. Once they got quiet, the bus was filled with silence. But occasionally... Alice would faintly growl. Aside from that, the bus was silent. Welcome home, everyone. When they got back to the house, they were greeted by Yuri. Okay, existential dread thought, premonitions and stuff like that. A chapter titled Prophecy appeared on the screen briefly. We're not ending this. No. We're home, Yuri. Man, it was so terrible because of the rain. Mashiro. Mashiro already seemed back to her cheerful self. She spoke as she headed towards the kitchen. Okay, I'll start making dinner. I'm going all out today, so sit tight. And with that, Mashiro made spaghetti with an elaborate sauce. Dinner that day ended peacefully, but... After dinner, as Natsuko put the dishes away, Mashiro whispered to him with a weak look on her face. Say, Natsuhiko. What is it? There's something I want to talk about. You got a moment? Huh? What is it? And yes, he does. I'm sorry, but it's a little... private. Mashiro glanced at the sofa. Yuri and Luis were relaxing there, reading books. Is it something that you'd be bad if they heard? It wouldn't be bad, it's just that I don't want to make them worry. Natsuko didn't have the slightest idea of what Mashiro was trying to say. Okay, let's go to my room. And with that, Natsuko led Mashiro to his room. Go ahead, Mashiro. Pardon the intrusion. Mashiro shyly entered after being invited in. So, what did you want to talk about? Well, I'm really not sure if I should talk about it or not. Well, you've decided to, so speak up. Will you promise to believe me if I tell you? Yeah, of course. I don't know if you will. You should. I will, because... Mashiro replied and then meekly whispered, we've seen worse stuff. Okay then, Natsuko, listen closely. Before long, someone in the city is apparently going to attempt an act of terrorism. Yes, that's correct. What? that's correct. Natsuko doubted his ears. He never expected to hear the word terrorism. Terrorism? Mashiro, under no circumstances, never say never. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I'm sorry, I promised I'd believe you, but what makes you say that all of a sudden? Remember how I suddenly went quiet on the bus back home today? Oh, yeah. Now that she mentioned it, that did happen. Yeah, that was fucking existential dread. Mashiro said she heard someone complain about their noise all. Bullshit. Lie. Obviously. I do remember, but what about it? What I heard back then wasn't shut up. It was someone talking to themselves about something much more terrifying. One of the passengers was muttering to himself. He was so quiet that I didn't quite catch all of it, though. What did he say? Communicators are an abomination. Have to put an end to this town's history. D-Day is near. Okay, so a fucking extremist. Abomination. I mean, that is what Asuka Sasagi before he lost his memory, so yeah. Not wrong. That was him. I mean, yeah, there's literally nobody else who it could be. We don't have other characters that could have thoughts like that. Put an end to this town's history, though. That's quite an extreme statement there. That did indeed sound like a hint to a terrorist plot. I was startled. I panicked and tried to listen more closely. But then the man fell silent. I thought that maybe I might have misheard him, but I still couldn't get it off my mind. It's kind of frightening me more and more. Makes sense. Mashiro's voice oozed with fear. Her face was pale, and her shoulders shook little by little. There was something strange about her. Hey, Mashiro, are you okay? I'm okay. I just got a little scared remembering it, that's all. But more importantly, I've been thinking. Maybe that man is one of those anti-communicant extremists they've talked about on the news. Well, I mean, yeah, who else would harbor such statements? Natsuko had also heard about those extremists. For one of them to be muttering to himself sounded a little eerie and careless, but believable enough. Perhaps this incident also had something to do with how Ukita had said there was a rise in people who did not like communicators in town. Did you see his face? Oh, well, no, I didn't really get a good look. But if I see him again, I'll know it's him for sure. Mashiro focused hard on Natsuko as she spoke. So, we're the only ones who've noticed this, aren't we? Well, you are. You just relayed this information to him. But anyway, we know it's true, so... So in that case, we got thwart the terrorism ourselves. Okay, that's, you don't have enough information to go on. It also could be just someone who's being weird and saying things but doesn't actually mean anything like that. Or is incompetent. Well, calm down, Mashiro. I mean, she's right. That's the thing about these kind of stories. She's absolutely right. Just because he said that to himself doesn't necessarily mean he is a terrorist, you know? I mean, yeah, people say all sorts of weird shit in private and just, you know, just when they're angry or upset or something like that, you can literally say anything you want and not mean it. Or just, you know, be in a bad mood and say stuff like that as well. For example, if someone said to themselves that they wanted to kill someone, that doesn't mean they'll actually go out and murder them, right? That's not it. He was an honest-to-God terrorist. How can you be so sure? I mean, you're right, but how? Why are you so certain? What makes you so sure? Because he... Mashiro swallowed her words. She seemed unable to find how to continue. See, you don't have any basis to make that accusation, do you? Even if he really were a terrorist, there's nothing we can do to thwart him, is there? So you're saying we should just leave him be because there's nothing we can do? No, I'm just saying we're nothing but high school students. There's no need for us to go out and try to stop him ourselves, is there? Natsuko, are you serious? I mean, that's logical. I mean, what can you do? You don't have any information to go on, really. Just this vague threat that you overheard from someone you don't know, wouldn't even really be able to recognize now reliably, now could you? Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not like my first instinct to hearing the story would be, well, let's go and stop him, would it? In his heart of hearts, Natsuko did not truly believe Mashiro's story. But he spoke gently so as to not hurt her feelings. If it really bothers you that much, you should report it to the police, or the city security department. That's the best we can do. What comes next doesn't concern us. I mean, obviously they're not going to believe it, and plus, it's very easy to dismiss that. There's just not enough information. Of course it concerns us. Our town is being targeted, you know. There might be something we could do besides just sending in the reports. Such as... Don't wait for someone else to protect what you hold dear. Protect it with your own hands. Is that right, Natsuko? Sure. Natsuko was a little shocked. Mashiro's words sounded a little more melodramatic to him. What's that? Another one of your favorite? No, that's just a sensible statement to make. Eh? Haven't I told you before? Just because you think something is right, doesn't mean it's right to do it. I mean, that's also correct. Yes, just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean you actually need to follow through with it. Doesn't mean that's a good idea. Self-righteousness just leads to danger. Also, recklessness, and you're making assumptions. You're making a lot of assumptions there. And that doesn't really lead to anything good, generally speaking. But when Mashiro heard that, she just smiled sadly. Natsuko, you really have changed. Like, you gotta apply logic, you can't just act on brazen emotion like that. Like, it leads to, like... reality is full of examples of people thinking they're in the right and they're just... I mean, hell, there's an entire expression. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like, that's literally what this is. I mean, she's right, obviously, because this is the fictional story, but, you know, we know in advance and everything else, but still, that doesn't make it right in the real world. No, I haven't. I've always been like this. No, you have changed. Even though I tried to stop you back then. Back then... He could not for the life of him remember what she was talking about. If something like that did happen, it must have been far in the past, with the dog. Ah. Eventually, a door to Natsuko's memory opened. That's right, it was that day 9 years ago. When I tried to go somewhere with Yuri. And Mashiro tried to stop me. The conversation they had in the distant past came back to life in his heart. Stop it, Natsuko. It's dangerous. You shouldn't go to a place like that. What's wrong, Mashiro? Chicken. Well, fine. I guess I'll just go ask Yuri then. What's that supposed to mean? Lately you've been Yuri this and Yuri that. What? Don't tell me you're jealous. But you're just a tomboy. Fine. I don't care about you anymore, Natsuko. Go buzz off with Yuri and see if I care. I shook off Mashiro's warning and we still went there. And because of that, Yuri... Oh, whatever. Natsuko's pulse intensified and his breathing became rough. Bitter regret stained his heart. You're right. That did happen, didn't it? Back then, you were the one who acted on his whims. He felt her words pierce his heart. 9 years ago, Natsuko took Yuri and shook off Mashiro's attempts to stop them. They ended up in an accident. Yeah? Acting recklessly and without thought? That's what you want to do, Mashiro. You're acting recklessly and without thought. Not really. With this intention of trying to stop this thing that you don't really know about. And perhaps Mashiro felt responsible for that incident too, for failing to stop them. But Natsuko was clearly more in the wrong. Which was why, but still, that's exactly why I don't want you to put yourself in danger. Please, Mashiro. Let's just report to police and end it at that. That's just about all we can do in any case. You literally don't have any information. I see. You really have changed then, haven't you, Natsuko? Could you explain your plan of action, Mashiro, like properly? How do you intend to find this person? How do you intend to confirm that they are a terrorist and they're plotting something? Anything like that. Can you do any of that? Can you... Like, you just have a feeling. That's all you have. That's all you have. You overheard someone being grumpy and saying mean things, and then you just... Mashiro smiled in resignation. But a moment later, her expression turned into anger. If you really love being safe so much, then just lock yourself up in this house forever. Like Yuri has. I can't count on you for anything anymore, Natsuko. Goodbye. Hey, wait a sec, Mashiro. Mashiro flew out of the room as if to shake off Natsuko from stopping her. Confused, Natsuko tried to chase after her, but... By the time he left the house, Mashiro was already nowhere to be found. The evening rain had stopped and the stars were somewhat visible. What's with her? Well, she wants to be a hero and wants to protect the town. Makes sense, but she's also... she's acting on impulse and emotion, without regarding her ability to utilize her own logic and sensibilities. So like, acting like a little animal instead of a person. Just utilizing one half of what makes you a human instead of both halves. The emotional and the logical cores. You gotta use both. You gotta use both, not just one of them. Natsuko muttered as if to spit out his bitterness. He had no clue what made Mashiro so mad. Well, you're not very smart at these things, are you now? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Natsuko looked up to the sky with that shaky conviction of his. Sparkling stars dotted the whole sky. The stars were spread out far apart and never seemed to overlap, much in the same way that human hearts never do. The distance between them was hopelessly far. Even if we've known each other for years, there are still several things we don't understand about each other, eh? With that thought in mind, he turned around and went back inside. He headed towards his room without stopping by the living room. He sat on his bed and began to think about what happened with Mashiro, when suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Hello, Yuri. Hikari? Oh, Yuri. It's open. Feel free. Pardon the intrusion. Yuri timidly walked into Natsuko's room. What's wrong, Yuri? You don't usually visit my room. Well, it's because I heard Mashiro yell in a really loud voice. Did you hear that conversation we just had? Just a little. Apparently, since they talked so loud, Yuri even heard it in the living room. Natsuko looked around awkwardly as Yuri questioned him. Mashiro seemed mad. What happened? Well, I'm not really sure what happened here either, because I'm a big dummy. Natsuko summarized the conversation he and Mashiro had. I wonder what made Mashiro so mad. Yuri frowned at Natsuko as she responded. I think I might have an idea, but what is it? Maybe Mashiro wants you to return to being the Hikarin you were in the past. I think she's sad because she's realized just how much you've changed from the righteous Hikarin who stood up for justice in the past. Huh? The past? Yuri smiled slightly as she nodded. Back when we were kids running around town, she just wants you to go back to being the Hikarin from back then. Well, that's not how people work. You can't go back to being who you were. That's denying all the experiences in life you've had since then. And that's denying who you are. Which is not good, which is not right. The Hikarin that would help anybody out who was crying or in trouble without a second thought. The Hikarin that helped both me and Mashiro out. I see. Certainly enough, Natsuko did have a stronger sense of justice and initiative back then. I was like that back time too. What? Natsuko remembered the past once more. He remembered when his sense of justice compelled him to save Yuri. 10 years ago, in a corner of a twilight city. After the day they read the book together, Natsuko and Yuri quickly became friends. They wouldn't just play together when they met at the park. Yuri would also come visit Natsuko's house to play. Pardon the intrusion. Sure, come on in. It was his first time having a girl come to his house to play, so Natsuko was a little nervous. Natsuko, your house is so big. Really? I guess. It certainly was a big house, but that didn't stop it from feeling lonely from time to time. His father had already passed away, and his mother came home late, so Natsuko was happy to have a visitor. Yuri took notice of the digital photo frame decorating a corner of the living room. Is this a picture of your mom, Natsuko? Oh, yeah. The digital photo frame had a picture of Natsuko with his mom. It was a picture taken just the other day. His mother was smiling faintly with her hand on Natsuko's shoulder. She seems like a nice mom. Well, kinda. Huh? Nice. Sorry to break to you, but mom's not that nice. She's smart and cool, though. No, I'm sure she's nice. I can tell by her smile. I guarantee it. Your guarantee doesn't really... Natsuko loved his mom, but it was a little awkward hearing someone praise her. More importantly, let's go play something, like spinning tops. Well, I brought the book. How about we read together? Huh? Again? You don't want to? It was so fun the other time, so it's not like that at all. Okay, let's read together then. Yuri smiled in relief at Natsuko's frantic attempt to smooth things over. As they read the book together, it eventually started to get dark outside the window. Huh? Is it already that late? Don't you have to go home? Let's play just a little longer. But it's already 5, isn't it? It's only 5. Yeah, but it's almost dinner time, see? Come on now. Dinner at 5, that seems early. Oh, well, whatever. Different families, different times, whatever. Natsuko pressed her as he showed her his watch. Yuri turned her face away as if to run away from the time, but... Okay, I'll go home. She eventually gave up. See you later, Natsuko. Okay, bye, Yuri. Bye-bye. Yuri nodded and left the house. She looked so sad to Natsuko as she left. But a little while after he returned to his room, he noticed Yuri's book had been left on the desk. Did she forget it here? Oh well, I'll go bring it back to her. Natsuko left the house, book in hand. He knew where Yuri lived. He had walked with her to the front of our house once after they had played in the park. I've never been inside Yuri's house before, eh? I wonder if I'll be allowed inside. I wonder what Yuri's room looks like. Natsuko walked on, a little nervous for some reason. Eventually he reached familiar municipal housing. This must be the place. Natsuko cleared his throat and pressed the doorbell. And after a while, Yuri came out with a dark look on her face. Ah, Natsuko, what's wrong? Well, you forgot your book at my place, so I came to... As Natsuko started talking, an angry voice suddenly erupted from the house. Why did we have to move to a creepy town like this all for that brat? You expect me to turn down that pile of money? Shitty parents, eh? Natsuko's body shook at the sound of those violent voices. But they didn't stop there. Look at you. You were so damn happy when they recommended we move, weren't ya? I didn't know the town was this creepy. All those damn cameras everywhere you go. What the hell? I mean, that's fair. That's fair, honestly. A man and a woman appeared to be fighting. Huh? What? Don't tell me those two are Yuri's mom and dad. Yes, they are. When Natsuko's father was still alive, he never saw his parents fighting. Well, different families are different. There's nothing you can do about that, really. That's just how it is. When he looked to Yuri in bewilderment, she just smiled at him. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the book back. No problem. As he handed the book back, Natsuko noticed something. Yuri's smile seemed horribly sad compared to her usual smile. What the hell is with this town anyway? Damn, Especially, I mean, that's the point of the town. The hell is a communicator? Discuss. Oh, come on now, educate yourself. It's not that complicated. You damn gave birth to one, woman. I told you to abort it too. A little late to complain about him now, eh? What? Don't act like this is my fault. You're the one who was obsessed with moving here so you wouldn't have to get off your lazy ass to work. Man up for once. Shut it, woman. It's not my fault there's no work for me. It kind of is. You can find work. You just have to apply yourself. Their abusive words rang out endlessly. Yuri shrank in fear. Yuri, are your mom and dad fighting? Yes, they are. Obviously are. No. Yes, they are. Of course they are. And it sounds like they are saying bad things about you too. Do you want me to go stop them? Good job, kid. Don't. Natsuko couldn't help but fall silent at her sharp voice. Natsuko, I'll be fine. But, I'm sorry, I'll see you later. Like, you really shouldn't butt in on other people's private lives like that. Without knowing the full information. Like, it's not a pretty sight. It's not a good idea. The door closed in front of Natsuko's face. Natsuhiko left, unable to do anything else. He thought to himself as he walked in the darkness. This is unacceptable. Why must Yuri be forced to make such a sad face? And after thinking his hardest, even as a young boy, Natsuhiko connected the dots. The reason Yuri was always so reluctant to go home was because of those parents. In that case, eventually he began to think, was there a way he could change Yuri's sadness into a smile? Oh, that's a nice thought. He's a good kid. Was there a way he could save her? I'll save her. As he traversed the dusk-bathed streets, the young boy made a resolute decision. Back then, Natsuko clearly did want to save Yuri. He would act according to his sense of justice without considering any complicated things like other people's familial circumstances. Just as Yuri had said, he once did have that sort of quality to him. But he still did not want to believe that the past him was the better him. I mean, there's aspects. But say, Yuri, is my current way of thinking really all that bad? No. Back in those days, I did indeed act based on my own righteousness and my own initiative. But that was only because I was a kid with childish thoughts. And look what that got me. In the end, I only ended up endangering someone dear to me, didn't I? So, Hikarin, are you saying you were wrong back then? Look, it's complicated. Partially yes, partially no. It's not that simple. Yeah, that's why I wanted to change. To be calm, composed, and careful not to drag those around me into danger. I wanted to grow, even gradually if need be. That was the least he could do to atone for what happened to Yuri. And yet, Yuri herself looked Natsuko in the eye and responded, "Time to go back to the present." That's wrong, Hikarin. That's not growth, that's stagnation. Yuri's tone of voice changed abruptly, startling Natsuko. It couldn't be. He thought as he looked at Yuri and looked at your watch. And as he looked at her, there was a look in her eyes that was different from normal. Ever since that day 9 years ago, time has stopped for you, Hikarin. I mean, stopped for you as well, Yuri. And the one who stopped it was me. Yuri stopped my time. I'm sure Mashiron still blames herself too harshly for it. And that very same Mashiron is putting herself in great danger. Yet you're still going to disregard her, Hikarin? You need to worry about Mashiron in the same way you worry about me. If you don't, then time will stay stopped for you forever, you know? Yuri, what are you saying? You've been kind of strange lately. You're right. It is kind of odd to say something like that all of a sudden, eh? But I'm not the only thing strange lately. Most likely everything is strange. Everything you've seen and heard. Once Yuri said that, Natsuko fearfully looked at his watch. There we go. And, of course, it had broken before he had noticed it. Again. Upon seeing his broken watch, Natsuko had realized something. September 13 had long come and passed. The sliver of peace he had obtained had long since been lost. And thus, Natsuko was torn away from his peaceful recollection. And returned to reality. And I think that is a decent spot to stop for now. As we I'll leave that as, I guess, a cliffhanger thingy, or whatever, for now. It's been 2.5 hours and my voice is getting hoarse, and I'm getting a little idea of things to do as well. So with that, lots of exposition. Like half of this part is just exposition of stuff that probably could be skipped easily. Well, okay. It's still information that might be relevant later on. As I recall other things later on. Connect the dots between what was said there and what was in the previous bit. Maybe, maybe not. Well, anyway, that's for later. That's for the next part in this saga of the psychokinetic children doing things. Indeed. Now then. What else is there to do? What do I do in these outro segments? Other than say bye-bye and whatnot. I mean, obviously there's the other bit that we'll get to, but is there anything else to address? I don't think so, no. Okay, well, that's fine. Simple and straightforward. Hopefully I'll be able to at least stick with the audio settings as they are now and not change them too drastically again. It's probably going to happen though. It's probably going to change again. But, well, that's just how my brain works. Or fails to work. I guess. Oh well. Anyway. I will leave you at that for now. But we also have... Now, we can continue with... As we enter the void, as we exit, as we disappear, as we leave... It's been a little while, but now we return to the Reign of Dio. Act 1, Rainbow. Volume 1, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Chapter 7, If You Don't Like Rock and Roll. Great black letters shine bright against the white light atop the monolith of rock and roll. You see them from afar, no matter what stands in between, for the mind hungers for food for the soul. Make way for the hungry and ready the feast. Standing before the door, you show respect and truth, and are judged worthy. You enter into the only reality worth knowing. Music embraces you head to toe. Lights, sound, drums, guitar. There is rock. Hours pass by in an instant. You dance, you make lifelong partners, and part as strangers when the next song kicks in your brain again. Over and over, the beat and the music never yield the floor. You wake at a time you don't know when, in a place you don't know where, surrounded by faces you don't know who. Again and again, and again and again, for as long as you can, you keep the soul of rock and roll alive in your heart. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.